Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A poisonous purple river flows between the rocks of an unknown place. High up among the rocks, there is an island surrounded by sharp boulders. It was reported that this is the last battle of an endlessly long war. A crowd of creatures in armor stood, forming a corridor to a glowing structure. It was the castle of demons. The guy walked towards the castle, greeting them for the last time. He said that the creature sitting there must be the king of demons. Leaning on the wall, a monster in a warrior's suit looked ahead. It was the king of demons. He looked calmly ahead and said that for a human he had gone too far. But this was not the end. A crowd of angry demons were thirsty for battle, and he continued to say that a battle awaited him ahead. A horde of creatures looked at the approaching hero. The guy glanced at them all. He spread his arms out to the sides and conjured red magic circles, saying that then it was time to begin. He flew forward like a bullet. Quickly moving from the spot, his hands were shrouded in magic runes. In one hand was a pistol. In the other hand, too, was a pistol. A crowd of demons ran towards him. Dust and stones rose from the ground from the speed. Adam put the pistol out and requested target definition. The system drew the necessary target coordinates. The guy, jumping, took aim and exclaimed about fire. A shot from the pistol blew off the demon's head. Adam pushed off the body of the beast upward. He flew high above the horde. Aiming with one pistol, the hero called explosive acceleration. He looked at this crowd from above and thought he had fewer demons. Adam, folding his arms, headed quickly downwards, thinking that if that's the case. His eyes glowed with a bright orange light. He activated the dance of the four lights. In a sitting position, he was spinning, shooting from two pistols in all directions. The guy stopped, raising the barrels up. The hero turned back sharply. A huge, ferocious monster was attacking him. He hit the ground with his fists with all his might. The rock under his feet crumbled into small pieces. The monster was looking in the direction of the hero. Adam swung his hand around and pointed the gun straight at his face, and said goodbye, and fired. The Demon King watched what was happening carefully. In front of him was a field of demons killed by the hero. The king, in anger, crumbled a piece of the wall with his hand. He went to meet the enemy. Adam looked at him and said that he had finally come out. The demon raised the hilt up. The king raised the scythe, shrouded in magic. His weapon was blazing with a purple glow. He held the scythe up and its energy spread like clouds above them. A third eye opened on the king's forehead. He ran towards the hero, and he realized that he was attacking him. The demon ran like lightning towards him. The guy looked in surprise and reasoned that he was faster. The light wave flew towards the enemy, faster than he expected. Adam raised his hands with the weapon and dodged the demon's blow. Not reaching the target, everything exploded behind the hero. The guy turned around, assessed the destruction, and said that if he hit him, then he would be finished. The demon flew towards him, and the guy turned around. Adam crossed his pistols, trying to stay in place. The demon's magic pushed the guy back. The demon's energy almost reached the hero. He slipped away from the approaching danger. The guy, cursing, fired from the weapon. The king stopped the bullets using an energy field and asked if he thought his pathetic attacks would work on him. There was a powerful magical barrier between the hero and his enemy. Adam thought that the protective barrier could not be broken through, and he heard that if he hit the dark stone in his forehead exactly, only then would the king receive damage. The hero, hovering in the air, continued shooting, thinking that he needed to figure out how to break through the barrier, because he had to get to the dark stone. The bullets crashed into the king's defense, and he said that it was useless. The demon grew a magic ball in his hands and said that their abilities were at different levels. He looked at the hero, controlling for such balls. He launched them with lightning speed, attacking Adam. The guy dodged them, continuing to shoot. He clenched his teeth and noted that he was fast. The guy ducked from the ball and thought that he barely dodged. His face lit up with light. He managed to curse. He looked at the flying ball. The hero screamed from the energy hitting him. 2 pistols fell to the ground. The demon stared ahead and said that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to even scratch him. Adam asked if he was sure. The magic symbols flashed with a bright light, and the hero offered to argue. The guy pulled out a weapon from the enchanted circle. He took the gun and was ready for a new fight. Taking aim, he activated the fire beam and fired towards the king. The demon's eye lit up with a bright light. He received a blow to his eye. The king, calling the hero a pathetic worm, attacked him again. He furiously opened his mouth and shouted that he would grind him into powder. Dark tongues rushed towards the enemy. They enveloped Adam's leg. Black magic clung to his limb, and he asked if he was caught. The guy took aim and said that he would deal with him now and thought that he would not come out of there. The gun's beams crashed into the king's protective field without success. The attacking hero was enveloped in black magic, and he reasoned that he would smoke him out. Shots flew one after another. The guy activated power increase and attack acceleration. Several beams were aimed at the demon's head. In response, he released a black ball towards him. Clenching his fist, the king said that he should not act tough. Adam let go of the gun, continuing to watch. He aimed and said that then it was time to finish. The hero activated the lone dawn, and energy flew out of the enchanted circle. A large stream of light rushed down. The guy, enveloped in a black cloud, continued to aim. The king growled and screamed furiously. He raised his head up and electrical discharges came out of him. The king screamed about how dare he. Clouds of smoke and dust flew to the sides. The guy picked up the gun from the ground. He jumped up above the enemy. Adam pointed the gun at him and asked if the king knew how long he had been playing World 2.0. The hero shot him point blank in the third eye. The demon managed to ask again. Adam said that it was fun, but it was time to end it all and shot him. The guy landed. The silhouette dissipated behind him. Adam turned back, lowering his head. The hero raised his gun and a notification appeared that the game was over. He stood with the barrel raised and his hand on his belt. A character was posing on the monitor and someone said that it was the World 2.0 Musketeer, adding that it was not bad and he liked it. The man moved the mouse along the table and reasoned that he did not think that magic skills could be so good and therefore, in order to have fun with magic. The young man in the hood raised his hand and the hero said that he would use the character of the new World 3.0 update, under the name of the mage. The guy smiled, looking at the monitor and thought that if he were a simple magician, it would be boring, and the World Karma system created a special magician. The menu demonstrated skills, and he continued that this is a system in which the player receives penalties in exchange for bonuses. But he usually does not use this karma system because of the high risks. Against the background of the magician character, notifications puppet, insomnia, drug addiction, chronic headache, short life, all +1 popped up. The hero thought that if you earn these penalty characteristics, you can get an additional skill. The guy moved the mouse and thought that if he can get all the magic characteristics of the maximum level. The hero looked at the information about the character, and added that he will become the greatest magician, and it's funny. Ryan's character was highlighted on the screen, and he thought that it was interesting. In this case, the character will be completely ill, because there will be a lot of penalties. The character's face was discouraged, but the hero did not care. Because he thought it was just a character. Voices woke him up telling him to wake up. The guy opened his eyes and was sweating. He was thinking about how his last memory was the loading screen before the game started. The loading bar was almost to the end. A black substance splashed out of the monitor onto the guy, and he remembered that as soon as the loading was finished, the screen went black and he immediately lost consciousness and felt like the ground was leaving under his feet, and at the same time he seemed to be being pulled somewhere. His hand reached for the light. The stranger grabbed the guy by the t-shirt, lifting him off the bed. He swung his fist and shouted that it was enough to lie in bed. The man hit the hero in the face and said that it was time to get up and quickly. Ryan fell off the bed onto the floor. He sat exhausted in front of a room full of people and thought that, ironically, the guy watched, squatting and thinking about how he had become the weakest character. The man was shouting furiously, pointing his finger at the son of a bitch sleeping when it was time to work, offering to give him a good beating. He was leaving the room, ordering them to go to the conference room. The hero silently rose from the floor. The crowd laughed at him. The man crossed his arms and called him an idiot, noting that he had been sleeping until the warden came. The bald guy said that the hero should be left alone, because he would soon die, which would be the warden's fault. The guy added that it felt like if you touched him with a finger, he would be finished. He turned to the young man named Van, and asked if he was right. The warden turned around in the doorway and shouted at them to move. The men hurried to the exit, apologizing to him. Ryan watched as the warden asked Van about the order he had requested. The guy told him that he would give it to him as soon as it was delivered. The hero wiped his face and thought about what it meant that his name was Ryan, but this was a character he created in the game. He thought about how he would never have thought that he would end up in such an insignificant character. People in overalls were busy working, carrying boxes, and the main character was talking about how 3 days had passed since he woke up in this place that looked like a factory. He still didn't understand much, but he got used to working in a factory pretty quickly. There were plates of soup on the table. He kept thinking about how here they had to get up before sunrise and work until they were completely exhausted, and that before going to bed they were given porridge that looked more like slop. People were carrying boxes one after another. Ryan was talking about how the workers refused to answer his questions, and some were afraid of the guards. The main character was sitting on the floor, having dropped a box, thinking that many did not want to talk because they had already written him down as a dead man. He could not say that they were so far from the truth. He thought that with such a weak body it would be difficult to hold out even for a week. The hero looked back, hearing how he was asked why he sat down. The warden pulled out a stick and called out to Ryan. The hero coughed and the man, looking at him, said that he was a useless bastard and if he did not get up right now. The warden and Van watched as Ryan coughed and apologized. The man leaned over to the guy and said that it seemed that he was going to die soon and asked Van to put him somewhere far away so that he would not see him. The guy accepted. The hero wiped his chin and looking at them, thought that even in such a situation he could maintain his sanity, and apparently, this is thanks to the willpower that he put into his character. The warden kicked him with his knee, telling him to get up and get out of here. He raised his hand and explained that he knew that they were busy people, so they needed to leave, and added that he could die somewhere quietly. The warden and Van left him. The man asked the worker what he wanted and hadn't been beaten up for a long time. Ryan was packing everything in a box and thinking that his health was not to hell. He looked, thinking that he was happy, that this was the price for skills, and if the level of talent for magic was as he made it in the game. He looked away and continued that he would be able to escape using his powers. Ryan looked at the iron door and thought that he would try, but in order to escape, he needed to find out about this place. The hero put the box aside and thought that if he was ignored and this was only to his advantage. He looked at the slightly open door and saw a light, which, as he understood, could lead outside. Ryan went up to it. He looked through the crack and thought about what kind of nonsense was going on there. There were two people standing outside the door. One of them was blowing smoke, saying that the ones they brought in the other day were so slow. The other guy was putting the device in his pocket and said what did he expect from the bosses, but if they used them correctly, they would benefit. They stood opposite each other, and the first guy said that his biggest concern was whether they could make the delivery to the Union tomorrow. The second guy said that was true and asked what they were even going to do with this product. The hero watched them at the door and heard one of them answer that they were reselling their grinder to a black magician. The guy exclaimed, thinking about the black magician. He digested what he heard, realizing that magic existed in this world and he could use it, but what should he do? The men continued the dialogue. The man showed the device and asked if he knew what it was. The guy said it was a body enhancer, a viper, noting that this one was different from his. The interlocutor replied that it was a new version of Calvin Cubs. He held the device in his hands, answered the question of whether it was worth using, that the new filter reduced toxicity in the liquid. Ryan opened his eyes wider in surprise and heard that there was mana in it. The hero looked behind the door and thought about mana. The man looked at the device. A small ball was shining brightly in it. The eyes of the main character widened, watching it. The ball had an energetic force. Ryan was shocked watching it. He was enveloped in blue energy, and he thought that an electric current passed through his entire body. His eye was bright blue. He thought that the sixth sense seemed to prevail over the others. The hero, without taking his eyes off, looked carefully and felt as if a third eye had opened, his alter ego. He looked in surprise at the silhouette of the boy with blonde hair, and thought that he had never felt anything like this before. The ball was blazing with energy flying around, and he noted that he had not even thought that there was something like that. The main force that formed this world, and the driving force that determined the state. Magic entered his hand, and he noted that the magical energy that flew in the air and entered his body with each breath. He continued to think that it was a force that was familiar and alien at the same time. He clenched his fist, thinking that it was necessary. The hero looked at the energy and said that it was light. It was the magic of the world. Ryan controlled the flash of magic on his hand. At night, everyone was sleeping, and the hero was under the blanket. He looked at the burning magic and thought that with such a level of mana, he could escape. The boy remembered the conversation between the two men, about how one asked the other if they could arrange a delivery before the Union member arrived. The other answered that he didn't think so, because those bastards worked too slowly. He thought about what he heard, that the Union man would arrive in 2 days and accordingly, they would not have time for him that day. He clenched his hand into a fist and twisted it in his thoughts, if there was a way to move alone and remain unnoticed. The boy thoughtfully looked at his hand and thought. He brought the palm with magic to his head and reasoned that if he put a little light on his forehead. He blushed, adjusting his hair and realized that it worked and now he had a fever. The boy looked away and thought that it looked like he was about to die and wondered if they would leave him alone. Van knocked on the door and said that he brought the viper that he asked for. The supervisor came out to him and said that he was a good boy and that it was a great job and offered him some, but he refused, saying that he would abstain, but the man insisted that he help himself. The supervisor handed him a viper and noted that it was gratitude for the fact that he always carried out orders well. Van looked at the device and thanked him. The man scratched the back of his head and remembered. He ran his finger along his neck and said that the boy who sat on the floor in the shop today seemed to be about to die. He asked him to do everything carefully, because the Union members should not see this. Van looked at him thoughtfully and said that he understood him. Music played on the loudspeaker. The boys slowly got up, getting ready. Some wondered if it was time to get up, some noted that his body was sluggish, and some thought that the Union people were supposed to arrive today, and therefore the guards would nag more than usual. Ryan, groaning, lay on his side in bed. The men turned to look at him, wondering what was wrong with him, that it was a fever. The hero lay with his eyes closed and heard what they said, that he was going to kick the bucket soon. Someone asked what they would do if he died by dinner. The man, pressing his hand to himself, pointed at him and said that he would not be able to get rid of the body. The bald man asked again why he was looking at him, and added that he was not going to drag the corpse. The hero lay and understood that the plan had worked. Someone said to remove it. The guys looked at Van questioningly. They were looking at him from behind and reasoned that it seemed like he wanted to do everything cleanly, and being here in this state, the guy was only causing them inconvenience. One of them turned around and said that he did not want to look at this pathetic picture and had to go to work. The guy, pretending to be asleep, was thinking about what they were talking about and what it meant to remove him cleanly. then reached into his pocket, approaching Ryan. The guy opened his eye, thinking that this situation was not part of his plan. The hero was indignant, continuing to lie down, then grabbed him by the shoulder. Ryan turned around abruptly, jumping up in fear. Van handed him the Viper and told him to take it. He held out his hands and said that it was called Viper, which was an active enhancer that temporarily improved physical strength. The hero took it in his hand and Van, leaving, turned around and added that it should be enough to cope with what was waiting for him ahead. The hero thought about what was waiting for him ahead. He sat on the bed, his elbows on his knees. He put it in his mouth, raising his hands, reasoning that the energy was just overflowing and that must be how the Viper worked. The hero held the device in his mouth and thought that the guy named Van, the one who was on an errand in the warden's room. Ryan was enveloped in magic, and he realized that the escape plan was changing a little. People were working dragging cargo in boxes and it was said that this was the lower floor of the loading dock. The warden put a tablet to the guy's head. The man looked around, said that there was not enough goods and wondered if he expected too much. The fat man bowed and said no. The man turned and asked to be reminded who owned this factory. He held up his clipboard and said that they had lightened the workload a bit because the Human Rights Commission had brought charges and asked if they thought they should show their sincerity, and all that. The fat man bowed and apologized. The bald man called them disgusting bastards and asked who they thought they were. The hero approached the man with the box and apologized. He asked what he wanted. The tired young man said that he had business with the director and the office was closed, could he please open it? The bald man yelled, noticing that he was busy at the moment, and asked what business. Ryan looked down and said that it was about the Vipers. The man jingled his keys, pulling them out of his pocket, and exclaimed how it pissed him off. The guy looked at him helplessly, and heard his name being called. He followed the warden, who kept telling him that he was very busy, but let him tell you who the smart guy was who asked him to move this right now, adding that he should move his buttocks. They were approaching the door and the man turned to the hero, asking who on earth would trust him with something like this. The baldy turned around and continued to grumble about why they needed this useless thing. He opened the door and shouted at him to put it down quickly. The hero conjured an energy ball while the warden showed him where to put the box. He raised his hand to him. Ryan grabbed him by the neck and sent an electric current through his body, exclaiming that it was a discharge. The warden foamed at the mouth from the shock. The hero watched what he was doing, unwavering. The man fell to the floor, and Ryan looked at him and exclaimed that he had succeeded. He picked up the keys from the floor. The guy lifted them above himself and wondered what these car keys were. The warden lay motionless on the floor while the hero looked around, trying to find where the Viper was kept. Something fell next to the man's head and the young man said that it smelled terrible. He opened the drawer, saw a gun, thought about a weapon. The hero took some clothes out of the closet. He looked into the drawer lying on the floor and thought that he found a Viper. He leaned his elbows on the couch, took one in his hand, thought that this was an incredible thing, as he thought. It removes pain and relieves fatigue in the body. Ryan brought it to his mouth and thought great, he took what he needed, and now he needs to leave. There was a knock on the door. The warden was standing behind the door and asked about the smell of the Viper. He shouted, asking, opening the door about who decided to rest here. The warden looked carefully into the room. He saw Mark lying on the floor and called out to him. The hero hid to the side. He prepared to hit the overseer with magic. The discharge hit him in the neck. The man stumbled back, seeing the magic and asked in surprise who he was. The tired Ryan looked at him and wondered what to do. Because he had no strength left for a new discharge, he said that this was shit. The man recognized Ryan in him and screamed. He swore and swung to hit. The hero put a gun out to meet him, pointing it at him. The overseer raised his hands and, confused, asked him to wait. The guy looked at him without emotion and said to be quiet. The gun began to blaze with blue light. The man, raising his hands, asked what he was going to do and suggested that he calm down, and then they would talk. The young man concentrated and did not move from his place, and heard him ask him for forgiveness for everything he did to him. The warden looked at him and assured him that he had no other choice, and if he did not kill him, he would not tell anyone anything. Ryan's face changed from pity, and he thought that it was impossible to believe a single word he said, but he could not kill a man. The heroes turned around as someone called the warden from the side. The young man squeezed the gun tighter. Ed was confused and asked to let him go out, claiming that he would keep his word. He pointed to the door with his hand and said that this door led to the parking lot, and that he could leave here, and suggested that they quietly disperse before anyone came. The guy did not know what to do, wondering what to do, listened to him say that he would not be well if he was caught. The man walked down the corridor and said that the bastard Ed was sleeping somewhere again, and that he remembered how he said that he came to work in order to beat up others and therefore makes him do all the work. He opened the door and said, turning to Ed, that he saw everything. He was shocked by what he saw, exclaiming. The car was driving away from the place. Then looked at the closed windows and asked, calling out to Mark, said that they had a lot of work now, and asked where he went. The young man was stunned. Ryan, lowering the window, pointed the gun and slowly said that he should open the gate. Van raised his hands and obeyed in fear, asking not to shoot. The barrier in front of the car opened. The young man, trembling with fear, said that everything was ready and he could leave. The hero looked at him upset, aiming, hearing a request that he not be killed. A voice came into the radio. From there it was heard how someone was trying to contact. Van looked at it, and angry, thought that just not now. The man looked at the two corpses in the doorway and shouted into the radio to close all the exits. He was furiously yelling into the radio to block all the exits. Van pressed the button, saying that the radio seemed to be broken. He looked at the hero and apologized. His gun began to glow with light. Ryan activated the gun and said that if he left it, it would become a problem. Van put out his hand and shouted at him to wait. The hero shot him in the head while sitting in the car. The dead body and blood spatter remained in the checkpoint cabin. The hero thought about how his high spiritual strength, rationality and calmness defeated the fear inside him. The guy's gaze was directed forward, at the road. He continued to think about what allowed him to stay sane. He saw another barrier ahead and thought that there was another way out. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor and thought about how it didn't matter what was in the way. The car rammed the barrier at speed. Ryan thought about the calmness that becomes even stronger in an extreme situation. He held the steering wheel and thought about how he had escaped. The guy drove into the sunset and thought about how talented a magician he really was. The city at night was sparkling with lights. There was an ACHS sign on a tall building. Someone was running and shouting at him to stay put. The guy shot the guy in the back and asked him to stay put. The hooded man running away heard people shouting at him that he was deaf. The bully ran to the glass window. He clenched his hands into a fist and cursed. Tyler broke the glass, slightly injuring himself. The guys with glasses and guns in their hands looked at the broken window. One of them said that this psychopath really jumped from such a height. They looked at the aftermath, noting that the body was not visible, and no one would have survived. The man took a torn piece of clothing from the glass. 3 people looked down through the broken glass, assessing the situation. Someone said that they should go down because they needed to find him. There were bloody footprints coming from the bushes. They were talking about making sure that the guy was dead. A bridge full of cars led into the city. There were checkpoints at the entrance and exit. It was said that this was a magically and technologically advanced city of the Balkans. The car in which the hero escaped was stuck in a traffic jam. Ryan watched the motorcyclist standing next to him. The guy looked ahead and thought that it was amazing, but this world was completely different from the one in World 2.0. Young people were talking at the gas station, looking at their smartphones. The hero thought that everything here was soaked in magic. The guys were having fun talking to each other. The guy behind the wheel looked very tired and thought that he felt a familiar force that he felt at the factory. And this means that there is a lot of magical energy in this world. Ryan wiped his face. He looked up and wondered if maybe he shouldn't have gone to so much trouble to escape. He looked at the box on the seat next to him and thought, there's a viper in there. He turned tiredly to the road and decided that he could not. It was the hero's turn and he was thinking that he did not have much and that he would only use it in emergencies. The protagonist drove into town and realized that he just needed to rest first. The hotel sign was green. Someone opened the door. Ryan himself was standing on the threshold. He walked in and leaned against the door thinking that it had taken him an hour to get to this place and that he had to drive around the city to make sure that he was not being followed. He took off his clothes and thought that he had to abandon the car and now he could rest. The hero fell to the floor. He lay on the floor, not reaching the bed. After a while, he opened his eyes. Ryan got up and realized that he was thirsty. He went to the kitchen to the refrigerator. The hero opened the refrigerator, taking a can of water from there. The young man began to drink it. He exhaled, wiped his face and said that he felt alive. The guy's eyes widened, seeing something. He fell down sharply. The hero, feeling unwell, was sitting on the floor. He looked ahead, thinking that he just wanted to puke, and his head hurt like it was going to explode. His muscles ached and were torn apart. The guy looked at his shaking hands and thought that this was a side effect of the viper, assuming that it was withdrawal. He clenched his hand into a fist, and thought that if he wanted to move this body, he had no choice but to rely on stimulants. His stomach shuddered with hunger. Ryan looked at the open refrigerator and realized that he was hungry, noting that the last time he ate was about 12 hours ago. The guy opened a can and thought that all he had to eat was canned food. He ate it slowly, realizing that it sucked. The phone lying on the table rang. The main hero pressed the button, after which someone said hello and reminded him that there were 2 hours left to pay for the room. The voice from the phone asked if the guy wanted to extend his stay here. The young man bowed his head and said yes, he wanted to extend. He looked at the phone, which was telling him that the total bill was 220,000 sell, 200,000 for housing and 20,000 for canned goods, and considering his advance payment of 100,000, the remainder was 120,000 sell. The guy sprawled on a chair and heard that everything needed to be paid today. The hero thought that he couldn't believe how much canned goods cost. Ryan reached into his inside pocket, adding that this was just ridiculous. He looked at his money and thought that he had 130,000 sell in hand. But after paying, there would be 10 left, because the money wouldn't even be enough for another day of stay. The guy grabbed his head and realized that he needed to think of something. He fixed his hair and realized. The hero went to the shower and decided that he should tidy himself up before going out. Standing in the shower, he cut his hair. The guy carefully cut his hair with a knife. The hair was lying in the sink and the hero said that he would do. He looked at himself in the mirror and wondered if any of his acquaintances would recognize him. A busy street for walking. The guy sat on the path thinking that he couldn't make money legally and that he was not a legal visitor in this world, so he didn't even have an ID. He looked down and thought that perhaps the best way would be to beat up the criminals and take their money and didn't think that would be a problem. The hero thought about starting. He closed his eyes and thought that he would gather some information. The guy with his eyes closed began to conjure, enveloped in discharges, heard, reading other people's thoughts, that the engineer at Palmer's, who checked the new AI for errors, had disappeared and that they would have to find a replacement for him. He was also looking for an agency that would lobby for the choice of a construction company for the 17th micro-district. The terms for dividing profits in a ratio of 8-2. Are there any druids there who participate in reducing the green belt? He wants to leave a statement, and thinks to get an endangered species T9. The hero thought that this is not what he needs. The guy heard a speech about someone saying to bring the stolen money. He opened his eyes and realized that here it is. The hero looked out from behind the corner, watching someone, and thinking that it is there. His head suddenly spun. He leaned against the wall and called his body. The guy inhaled Viper. The hero looks forward and thinks that it is time to earn money. The cat near the trash can was scared of something. The young man fell to the ground near the dump. He, scared, sat, seeing two people in front of him who remind him of what they said. The bully grabbed the guy, and he said, this time he will not have any problems. The scoundrel was beating the young man and shouting that he had heard from him that he had lost the money they had stolen. The guy said that he was not lying, adding that they had simply disappeared. The hooligan's friend said that they would not solve anything like that. He took out a knife and said that he wanted to recoup the lost money, and offered to sell it for spare parts. The scoundrel noted that this was a good idea. The scared guy was screaming for help, while one of the hooligans warned him that if he moved, he would ruin the presentation, so he should sit still. The young man covered his face in fear and screamed. He opened his eyes to look at his offenders. An electric discharge was running through their bodies. The main character stood behind them, saying that it was as easy as pie. The guy watched in horror as the two fell. Ryan was searching their bodies. The young man, watching, said that he had saved him. He was counting the money, wondering if 700,000 was a lot, because in any case he thought he would be able to buy things and medicine now. The victim, seeing the hero take out the device, screamed in fear, telling him not to point it at him. The main hero looked at the device and listened to the young man's explanation that it was a modification of a laser cutter, and that it had been illegally modified, turning it into a weapon. Ryan hid the device, thinking that he should take it with him then, because the more means of self-defense he had, the better. The hero got up from the ground and said that what he had just seen. The young man interrupted him, assuring him that he would not say anything. Ryan turned to him and said that everyone said that. The young man, clearing himself of trash, assured him that he would do everything he asked. The hero asked to answer the question. The guy looked at him and asked if he knew anything he could do here without an ID. Since he was new to the city, he thought it would be better for someone who could use magic. The guy was heading towards the bar. He put his hands in his pockets and wondered if it was here and if it looked like a bar, but it could be a disguise. He put his hand on his face and decided to rip off his identity for now. The hero activated the magic near his face. He changed his appearance a little, thinking that in this world you can only rely on yourself. There were people sitting in the bar. The hero opened the door, looking inside. Dave met his gaze. The guy sat down at the bar and the bartender asked what he wanted. The young man replied, something lighter. Dave began to fill a glass. Ryan looked at the drink and said that he needed a job. He looked at the bartender and asked if there was anything for a mage. Dave silently wiped the glasses. The bartender carefully polished them with a rag. Suddenly, the heroes noticed that someone had come out and said that working hours were over. The girl looked at them and said that she was going to take a nap and asked what they were doing here. The bartender pointed at the hero and said that this man said that he was a mage. The girl crossed her arms and asked again, saying that he didn't look like one. The girl smiled and said that mages were rare, so she didn't care about appearances. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Jenny, asking what his name was. The hero looked and thought that she shouldn't reveal her real name and introduced himself as Van. Jenny leaned on the bar and said that most likely someone told about this place, right? She asked if he was looking for a job. The hero replied that he was. The girl asked him what he could do, let him show her. Jenny raised her hand and said that she wouldn't perceive him as a mage if he had any ordinary moves in his arsenal. She raised her palm and explained that she didn't need to tell all her secrets, but she needed to understand what type he was. The guy stretched out his palm and conjured energy. He raised his hand up, sending discharges to the sides. The girl and the bartender watched, and she wondered if it was electricity. Jenny was intrigued and thought that this was rare magic. She watched carefully and realized that he also activated the spell without a magic circle. The girl shouted that it was great and put the contract on the table. Jenny looked into his eyes and screamed for him to sign. Dave wiped glasses, listening to how the girl says that the hero is looking for a job, but he doesn't really care what exactly to do. Ryan said that almost, and he won't deceive people. Jenny assured that there is no such thing here. She held out a tablet and told about the job of a hunter. They pay immediately after they see the result. There was a document card in the program, where the target was Taylor Evans. He was a janitor, but 3 days ago he escaped after trying to steal Achilles' security equipment. Ryan looked up from the tablet and asked about the attempts, clarifying that he had failed. Jenny replied that there was no way an ordinary janitor could hack the security system. The broken window of the building was cordoned off with tape. The girl continued that all the other janitors were killed and immediately after that he escaped. Jenny put her hand on her belt and added that Achilles then tasked them with capturing him. Since the manager to whom he belonged refused to participate in this, they would not have any problems. The hero walked down the street. He looked ahead and remembered their conversation about the reward. The girl said 3 million sell, which is not too much, but for catching a rat it is a considerable price. Ryan switched on the tablet and asked about getting the data on his blood. Can he get more information? Jenny said that she can give it, but what's the use? If he wants to use blood mages to catch, it's not worth it because they are very greedy bastards who ask for 5 million sell for the order. Ryan took out a piece of cloth from the envelope. He threw it on the ground, saying that he does not need blood magic. He leaned against the wall and figured that he can just use some normal spells. The guy conjured an energy ball and wrote something in a notebook. He thought about the general magic from your memories. This is what he remembers from Word 2.0. On the sheets of paper, the skills were listed and he thought, the number of skills gradually increases. The guy stretched out his hand forward and lit a flame, reasoning that the most suitable magic for this task is the magic of the hunter class from version 2.0. Ryan's eyes glowed red and black tongues flew out of his outstretched hand, hovering towards the cloth. Blood chase was activated. The piece of cloth began to smoke and was enveloped in red magic. A red dragon snake flew out. Deep night at the subway station. The snake flies along the rails and the hero behind him. The vision showed that the hooded guy was sitting somewhere nearby. The snake found the man, appearing behind him. The guy turned from the red glow. He looked away, asking what was that. The main hero, blazing with magic, arrived to him, saying that here he is, Tyler Evans. The guy clenched his teeth and thought, damn. Looking away, he added that how did he find him? Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he came here, fully prepared for battle, and did not expect that he would immediately run away. He extended his hand forward and added that the matter was not easy. A glow appeared near his hand, and the thought occurred to him that it would be difficult for him to run with such a body, and he was not sure about the effectiveness of his long-range attacks. Looking at the glow, the protagonist thought that he did not think this thing would help him. Suddenly, he used the sound wave skill. The guy quickly ran forward. Suddenly, he looked in amazement. He was thrown forward. Ryan looked at him. Grabbing his head, the young man screamed about his ears. Looking at him, the hero said that he should not have run away. Suddenly, a beam flew behind him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that a sniper. Ryan put his hands in his pockets. Turning his head, he thought that the bullet flew out of nowhere. It was good that he decided to put up a protective barrier. The hero closed his eyes. A glow appeared around him. The thought arose that at least for a short time, but he needed to hold out, even if an anti-tank missile flew at him. Standing still, he added that only. A huge barrier appeared around the hero. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought, where is this sniper? A glow appeared near the building. It spread between the buildings. Looking to the side, Ryan thought that the scan showed that there was no one within a kilometer radius. Looking down, he added that this meant that the shooter was either further away or using camouflage that was not affected by simple detection, but who and why would shoot at him? Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in amazement. The beam flew into the barrier. The thought arose that the place where the barrier was damaged, they did not shoot at him. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he was the target. Looking down, he added that most likely, someone wanted the guy to shut up forever. Well, it did not concern him. Grabbing the gun, Ryan thought, however. Pointing the gun at the guy, he added that if he was preventing him from completing the mission, then that changed things. The guy raised his hands in fear. The thought arose that he did not intend to let go of the sniper who tried to kill him in front of him. He could not allow the image of a hunter to be destroyed. Blood splashed on the asphalt. Holding the gun in his hands, the hero thought that the more people thought that he was cold-blooded and cruel, the fewer people would want to stand in his way. The sight was aimed at him. The sniper suddenly opened his eyes in amazement. The hero's eyes lit up sharply. Looking at the shooter, he thought that he was caught. Lightning appeared around the protagonist's hand. The thought arose that at the moment he killed him, his mana seemed to have gone crazy. Holding the rifle in his hands, the man thought that he found out where he was. Stretching his hand forward, Ryan thought that the target was less than a kilometer away, and he had just the right spell. Raising his hand up, he added that among the regular magic he remembered, there was one that he could control with his eyes closed. Lightning flew up, and the thought arose that electric magic was like lightning. Suddenly, the lightning disappeared from his hand. Looking at him through the scope, the sniper asked what magic, why? Looking straight ahead, he added what he had in mind. Suddenly, lightning appeared in the sky. Stretching his hand forward, the hero used the thunder call. With his eyes wide open, the guy asked what the hell. The charge hit the building directly. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this was a completely different level, different from what he saw in the game. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that now he could safely tell everyone that he was a lightning mage. The protagonist climbed to the roof of the building. Sighing, he thought that, but it was still hard for him to constantly use this magic. Looking away, Ryan added that the sniper had disappeared without a trace. Apparently he had fled. He doubted that it was an ordinary person. Lowering his head, the hero thought that, but he saw no point in pursuing him. He thought that he had hinted to him quite transparently that it was not worth bothering him. Standing in front of the hole, he added that this should be enough for the lightning mage's name to spread throughout the city. The entrance to the bar appeared. The bag fell to the floor. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he was back, along with Tyler. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. The man froze, looking at him. Putting the glass on the table, he said that there was a back entrance behind the building. Could he go in from there? Looking at him, Ryan heard that he would take the bag, and he could go there first. The doors opened slightly. The man began to unzip the bag. Looking at the hero, he said that if he came for work, then please let him enter through this door. Apparently he was getting old and his memory was bad, since he forgot to say about it. Turning his head, he added that he should wait a little, to which the protagonist replied that he should not rush. Wide-eyed, Dave said that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. He did not see any traces of magic. All the organs were safe and sound, so it was definitely Tyler. Looking at him, Ryan asked that he was a pathologist, to which the man replied that no, but something like, he wants to get the reward right now. The hero nodded his head, hearing that he receives $2,700,000 excluding a 10% commission. Taking off his glove, Dave said that if he wants to get the money in another way, an additional fee will be charged, to which the protagonist asked what other, how? Looking straight ahead, Ryan heard that bond stocks, a dummy bank account, there are cases when it is difficult to ask for money laundering, to which he thought that the financial laws in the Balkan work the same as in the real world. Pulling back the curtain, the girl asked who they have here. Raising her hand up, she added that he is fast, she understands, he urgently needs money, yes. The girl pushed back the chair and said that other hunters usually have to spend more time searching than killing. Smiling, she asked what his secret was that he was able to find and kill him so quickly. Looking at her, the hero replied that he was just lucky. They looked at each other. Jenny smiled and said that well, she still thinks he is really talented, and now they can continue to work with him. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he would not refuse if they threw him a couple more tasks in the near future, to which the girl replied that no, now they have other concerns, they must pass on all the information, and also find out what the cleaners do. The girl closed her eyes, hearing that they do not trust him. Jenny raised her finger, and said that they seemed to be on the same wavelength, but it took time to earn full trust, similar to a dating situation. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that he thought there was something else. Turning around, he said that they would meet later then, to which the girl responded approvingly. Looking at him, she thought. Jenny looked away, hearing the appeal. Holding the tablet in his hands, Dave said that he looked through the cleaner's network and found something, to which she asked that he still had access to this network. Looking at the screen, she heard that his work was on record. Jenny's eyes widened in amazement, and exclaimed. The hero was standing in the middle of the street. Looking at the building, he thought that this was the library of the city of Balkan. He came here to learn about the magic system of this world. Entering the building, the protagonist added that they needed to find a way to extend the life of someone whose life force was draining away like water. Turning his head, he added that magic related to time, maybe he could find information about higher magic. People were sitting in the library. A book fell on the table. Ryan was holding the book in his hands. Reading it, he spoke about the structure of mana. A page from the textbook appeared. It was heard that it was clear, so something like this exists. The hero touched his hand. He opened his eyes in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that this was the structure of mana. Looking down, he added that it was written there that some archmages are able to change it. How strong are 8th level archmages? A glow appeared near the hand. It was heard that it would try to release some mana. Lightning flew around her hand. Frowning, Ryan thought that the pattern changed depending on how much mana he poured into it. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he did not know what level it was. Grinning, the hero thought that he could change the structure though. The protagonist was sitting in the library. Crossing his arms, he thought that this was a little different from his ideas. Books were lying on the table. A thought appeared that his ideas about magic had now completely changed. A book about the theory of magic appeared. It was said that magical art can be divided into two categories, normal and unique. The man stretched his arms out to the sides. A thought appeared that unique is a type of magic that every mage can learn, but it is more specialized and powerful. A glow appeared around the hero. It was said that normal magic is inferior to unique, but at the same time has an extremely wide variation of application regardless of attributes and goals. The protagonist swung his hand. Ryan looked straight ahead. A thought appeared that at least this was how it was in World 2.0. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that there was no mention of ordinary magic in this world, but how did he use it then? No matter how talented Ryan was, he would not be able to change the very concept of magic and create something that was not here. Lowering his head, he added that now he had even more questions, and he also did not find any magic related to time. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist sighed. He looked surprised to hear that he had already decided to give up. Ryan looked away. The girl took a step forward. Looking straight ahead, she asked that she wanted to become a mage. The hero looked at her in bewilderment. Putting her hand on the book, the girl said that hope only makes people suffer. Turning his head, the protagonist asked again. Holding the books in her hands, Kate said that she simply felt sorry for him. He read books all day, but this would not make him a mage. At his age it was too late to try. It would be better to study magical engineering. Standing next to the hero, she added that one can only become a magician by going to school or university, but one cannot enter a university without a foundation, and even if he is lucky and gets through, sitting in lectures will do no good. Lowering her head, Kate said that he will not be able to do anything as a self-taught person, since this is an area where talent and luck play a big role. Looking away, she added that if all he has is desire. The hero silently looked at her. Standing by the window, the girl said that she was terribly apologetic, did not know why she started telling this to a stranger. Closing her eyes, she added that the library would be closing soon. She needed to put all the books in their places, so let her go. Kate looked in amazement, hearing that she had just spoken from her own experience. Standing up, the protagonist asked that if she was a student, was it not too early to give up? In his opinion, it would be better. Walking forward, he added that they should try everything possible, and not give up. The girl asked again, her eyes wide. Ryan turned around, hearing a scream. The girl gave him a business card. Standing in front of the hero, she said that he was strange, so take her advice. Waving her hand, Kate said that the next time they met, she would show him some magic. Looking at her, the hero thought that she was strange herself. He looked at the business card. Holding it in his hands, the protagonist asked what the professor was. A view of a coffee shop opened up. Looking straight ahead, Ryan thought he couldn't believe it. She was so young, she even looked younger than him. The hero looked at his reflection. Closing his eyes, he thought that he would go buy groceries. People were standing at the counter. A market appeared. The guy was holding groceries in his hands. The young man looked down. Turning his head, the protagonist thought that if he cooked the food himself, it would be better for his body. He opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he could spare her a minute. Ryan turned around. Standing next to the guy, the officer said to put his finger there. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he needed to calm down. Walking forward, he added that they weren't looking for him, right? The protagonist looked away when he heard the address. Turning his head, he asked what she was telling him. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl asked that he was doing something illegal, or something. Frowning, she added that he kept his eyes on checking the mana sample, as if he was involved in something criminal. Looking away, the hero thought that mana in this world was something like a fingerprint. With its help they check people. He froze when he heard why he came. Looking at the counter, the protagonist said that he wanted to buy vegetables, and then thought that although he almost passed by the right shop, thinking about other things. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that it was clear to stock up, so he decided, to which Ryan asked that she was new. There used to be another woman here, to which she replied that she worked for her, she was the owner, and the hero said that then all these vegetables, apparently she is rich, since she does vegetables just for fun, and the girl said that yes, growing them is her hobby. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that she has a lot of money, for sure. Looking down, he thought that he could not understand whether she was joking or not, but the girl is quite beautiful, however, it does not matter. Looking at him, the owner of the shop asked that so he was going to take something. Closing his eyes, Ryan said that he was just thinking about what to take, to which she replied that he should try it. Holding a vegetable in her hands, the girl said that it was one of the types of onions that helps with insomnia. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked again. Looking straight ahead, he heard what he was thinking, he needed it now. A counter with vegetables appeared, he heard that then let him put a couple, 5 more green onions and 6 peppers, to which the girl replied that it was no problem. Throwing the onions into the bag, she said that by the way. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he had unique mana. He froze in bewilderment. The girl's eyes lit up, and she asked what such a mage was doing here. Gritting his teeth, Ryan answered that he did not understand what she was talking about. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she would have definitely remembered him if she had seen him earlier. He was new to the Balkan. With his eyes wide open, the hero wondered who she was. Not only did she understand that he was a mage, but she also started talking about mana patterns. Holding out the bag, the seller said that here. Sitting in front of him, she added that he owed 32,000. The protagonist handed her the money. Looking at him, the shop owner said that he should come again. Turning around, Ryan thought that she saw the structure of his mana through the protective barrier. The girl was sitting near the counter. The thought appeared that even the police need special equipment, and this girl had enough of her own eyes. Either she has some skills, or she is a very strong magician. He does not like either option. Walking straight, the hero thought that a stranger can find out about his mana. He needs to do something about it. A view of the hotel sign opened up. The hero spent time in his room studying magic. Documents appeared. It was said that he did it to improve efficiency. The protagonist drew objects. The thought arose that ordinary magic, which he had already seen. Putting his hand to his face, Ryan thought that, but he could not find the key to unique magic. There were medicines on the table. It was said that he was only getting worse. A newspaper with news appeared. The thought arose that since he was now dependent on drugs, he needed more money to buy better drugs, and for this he needed an ID. A view of the city opened up. The entrance to the bar appeared. Looking straight ahead, Jenny asked what the ID was. Sitting in front of her, the hero answered that yes, if possible, to which she asked what she was. In his opinion, of course, it was possible. The man was wiping a glass. It was heard that, but it would be expensive. Raising 2 fingers up, the girl said 20 million. The protagonist held a drink in his hands. Smiling, Jenny said that, but let him not worry. She just found a job for him. There are many things he can do with his magic. Looking at her, Ryan asked what was good, what to do. Closing her eyes, Jenny said that this was a task from the company, to which he asked again. The girl lowered her head and said that yes, he would get more money than for a simple job as a hunter. Typing on the keyboard, she added that she knew that he preferred hunting, but when it came to earning a large sum, it was better to fulfill orders from companies. Looking straight at him, Jenny asked that he liked chasing crazy criminals, didn't he? To which the hero replied that he didn't at all. Pointing to the side, the girl said okay, they'll go and talk somewhere else. Sitting on the couch, she said that the target of the mission was a new cosmetics factory in the 42 district. 80% of the payment for the construction was financed by the state, so it was even somehow dramatic. Raising her hand, Jenny said that the moisturizers they produced were clearly tested on people right away. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked if he was serious, to which she answered approvingly. Taking hold of her skin, the girl said that the factory produced an anti-aging product. It could even regenerate dead cells. Ryan looked away, hearing that there was evidence that during the experiments, people were skinned alive. The manufacturer clearly did not care about anything except profit. Looking at the girl, the hero said that but the case was solved and everything was clear. What else was needed? To which Jenny asked what he was talking about. They did not even take away the factories. Stretching her hand to the side, she added that the company managed to involve the government in the number of sponsors. So what do they care about rumors and other things? Raising her finger up, the girl said that their client was Veritz Corporation. They recently went into the cosmetics business and want to eliminate competitors. Raising 2 fingers up, she added that they also have 2 conditions for work. The server room appeared. It was heard that the first, after penetration, they pay 350 million for stealing data on cosmetics from the factory. If you don't like this option, then here's the second, 50 million for destroying the factory without the possibility of restoration. A bright flame appeared. Lowering his head, the hero said that the first option sounds like Mission Impossible, to which the girl replied that it was spot on. She would say that the customer is underpaying for such a task. Stretching, she added that maybe they just thought that someone stupid would bite. In fact, this is a request to destroy the factory. Closing the laptop, the protagonist said that okay, he will do it, it sounds simple enough. Grinning, the girl said that great, then she will introduce him to her partner. Looking away, Ryan asked again and replied that she did not say anything about a partner. Suddenly the doors were knocked down. The man entered the room. Raising his hand, he exclaimed. The man grinned and said hello. Looking at him, the hero asked who this idiot was. Standing next to him, Jenny said that Dylan, he is a mercenary, known for being willing to work for small amounts. Looking at the girl, Dylan asked that she did not know that the first impression is very important. What would he think of him if she imagined him like that? To which the girl replied that she could, that he was a psycho in a mask, and he added that these words hurt him. Shaking the hero's hand, the mercenary said that he was his partner for this task. I heard he owned magic. To which the hero replied that he was a lightning mage. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked why he needed a partner. To which Jenny replied that because she thought that it would be difficult to do such a thing alone. Raising his finger up, Dylan said that he would have managed on his own, but Jenny insisted that 2 people go to the job. Looking at the girl, he asked, that's right. Looking away, Ryan said that he would prefer to know in advance that he would have to work with someone, to which the girl replied that she would know. Standing in front of the girl, the hero said that it meant that they would split 50 million in half, to which the mercenary replied that Jenny would also get a little. Crossing her arms, the girl said that this time she made a mistake, so she would not take anything. Looking at her, the hero thought, wow, she immediately admitted that she was wrong, and Dylan asked what was wrong with her today. Looking away, the protagonist thought that perhaps she was just trying to test him. Giving up her share is a good way to make amends, but was Jenny really wrong? Looking straight ahead, he added that, well, in extreme cases, he can always leave and not work with her anymore. In any case, he is the leader in their relationship. Smiling, the girl said that it was good since everything was settled. Looking straight ahead, she asked if they could look at the factory layout. The view opened up to District 42. Buildings appeared. It was said that, unlike districts 50+, districts starting from 40 and below had better infrastructure, but all districts were quite well supplied and equipped. The hero walked forward, thinking that the factory was in good condition and located in District 42. It was empty here, of course, but the protagonist looked away, hearing that Jenny seemed to respect him very much. Yes. Looking straight ahead, Dylan said that usually she could not refuse money so easily, always taking interest, but now she did not. She thought she wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that she had never done this to him, to which he thought that he had heard their entire conversation at the bar. His mask was a cover so that no one would know who he really was. Turning around, the mercenary asked what he could take. Looking at the card, Ryan asked what he needed it for, to which Dylan replied that he didn't have to work in just one place. Standing in front of him, the hero asked what he was trying to gain his trust now. Raising his finger, Dylan replied that, well, good mages are hard to find in the daytime with fire. Clenching his fists, he added that it would be useful for him too. Although their office was not popular yet, they had many people who, like him, were in excellent physical shape. Looking straight ahead, the mercenary said that but let him keep their entire conversation a secret from Jenny. The hero nodded his head. Grinning, he said that he was good at talking, they would see him in action, to which Dylan replied that he couldn't wait. A view of the factory opened up. The guard, holding a gun in his hands, yawned. The hero looked at him through the fence. Turning his head, he said that he was not worried about the guards, they looked too flimsy, to which Dylan replied that it was because you would have to be crazy to break into their factory. Holding a knife in his hands, he added that he would not even look in their direction if Verets had not assigned them a task. The emblem on his chest appeared. It was heard that, however, this guard from the 888, these are former thugs, compared to other guards, they are not even considered people. Standing in front of the hero, the mercenary asked what it means, you can kill them and not feel guilty. Turning around, the hero said that they will go, to which he asked to stop. Raising his hand, Dylan asked what he was going to work with an open face. The protagonist looked in bewilderment, hearing that maybe their guards are not that good, but it is not worth showing your face, he does not think. Holding out the mask, the mercenary said that let him keep it. Turning around, Ryan replied that he didn't need it, to which he said that he should put it on, it was dangerous. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he didn't need the mask, to which Dylan said that he protested, and what if they started hunting him because of him? He looked surprised, hearing that it was good. The protagonist lifted the mask. Looking to the side, he asked if that was enough, to which the man replied that unfortunately it was enough. Walking forward, Ryan said that they would start then, to which Dylan said okay. The tactics were revealed. It was said that their strategy was simple. While Dylan distracted the guards, he would enter through the warehouse, get inside and destroy everything. Looking at his partner, the hero thought that this might seem like a simple task, but if he had to risk something, he would use this guy. Dylan suddenly rushed forward. He was flying rapidly towards the guard. The man gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The mercenary struck him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist sighed. Looking away, the guard asked what was going on. He shouted, his eyes wide. Suddenly, Dylan struck him. The man fell to the floor. Raising his hand, the mercenary said -2. Turning his head, he added that he should wait a minute. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, the man said that he was near the loading warehouse. Looking away, he added that there was some suspicious guy in a mask. Looking straight ahead, Ryan thought there was nothing to worry about. Closing his eyes, he added that Jenny was definitely an expert on people. A glow appeared around him. Walking forward, the hero said that it was his turn. He walked to the entrance of the warehouse. Looking at the lock, the protagonist thought that it was locked. Taking out the device, he added that in that case. Looking at the blade, Ryan thought that he finally had the opportunity to use this thing. He began to saw the lock. The hero looked through the crack in surprise. The doors in front of him opened. Standing in front of him, the man asked who was here. Frowning, he added that his hands were up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was an ordinary security guard. Stretching his hand forward, he used the nature sleep skill. The guard rolled his eyes. He began to fall asleep. The man fell to the floor. Looking at him, Ryan thought that ordinary civilians should not get involved in this. A beam appeared near his hand. Beams appeared near his feet. Suddenly, the man flew up. He was walking towards the exit. The hero stood in front of the stairs. Looking down, he thought that he should go there. The protagonist turned his head, hearing a scream, to which he thought that Dylan was doing well. Looking straight ahead, he added that he thought everything would go smoothly. The monster clenched his teeth tightly. A view of the warehouse opened up. The man started shooting with a gun. Suddenly, a bag flew at his head. Taking a step forward, Dylan asked what all the fuss was about. Picking up the bag, he said that there were more guards than he expected. The mercenary looked into the warehouse. Looking straight ahead, he asked that no one was left. Walking forward, Dylan asked that everyone really went looking for him. Suddenly, a beam was aimed at his leg. Looking down, the mercenary asked what it was. He looked ahead in amazement. A bunch of lasers were pointed at him. Snipers were aiming at him. Dylan, wide-eyed, said that they cheered him up. Throwing the bag on the floor, he added that the fact that they were all here. Pointing the gun, the man yelled that face down on the ground, he had 5 seconds, or they would shoot. Grabbing the blade, the mercenary said that this meant that he was fulfilling his part of the plan he and his brother had. Getting into a fighting stance, he added that he no longer needed to hunt them separately. Suddenly, Dylan jumped up. He began to strike the guards. A glow appeared around him. Shots flew near him. The mercenary jumped sharply to the side. Bullets flew forward. Dylan swung at the man. A punch flew into the guard's face. The mercenary kicked him in the stomach. The man froze in fear. He clenched his teeth tightly from the pain. Looking straight ahead, Dylan said that it was great. Looking to the side, he asked what was next. The hero went down to the basement. He walked forward. The thought occurred to him that he had thought so. The protagonist grabbed the valve and thought that such large factories always had a gas system. Frowning, he added that this volume would be enough to blow up the entire factory. Gas began to come out of the pipes. Raising his head, Ryan thought, great. Stretching his hand forward, he added that all that was left was to create a spark. Raising his hand up, the hero used the ignition skill. A fire sphere appeared, and the thought arose that creating a flame was not difficult, he was simply using elemental magic. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that now, all that was left was to run away with Dylan and blow everything to hell. Grinning, he added that he should thank the girl at the vegetable store. Raising his hand up, Ryan thought that after meeting her, he had been working on changing and improving elemental magic. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this is how he learned that simple spells can be combined. A flame appeared in front of him, and the hero spoke of a timer. Suddenly, a clock appeared. Hands appeared on it. The protagonist stood in front of it. Raising his hand, he said that he would set it for 5 minutes. The clock began to tick, and it was heard that it was ready. Looking straight ahead, Ryan said that it was time to get going. Suddenly he looked at him in amazement, and asked what the sounds were. The gates were dented. Dylan turned around and asked what they were. Suddenly a blow hit the gates. They flew forward sharply. The mercenary looked at the gates. Looking straight ahead, he asked what was happening. The monster's eyes lit up, and he asked what kind of mess he had made. A door appeared. The hero opened it sharply. He opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist hid around the corner. His eyes widened, wondering what it was. The monster stood still, and the thought occurred to him that it was a crocodile. Looking straight ahead, the mercenary said, "How old, how old?" Smiling, the creature said the same, "Nice to meet you, how are you doing?" Looking at him, Dylan replied that he was alive and well. Standing still, the monster said that he doubted him when he heard that he wanted to open a business and develop independently, but it seemed that his talent was not in vain, to which Dylan said that the boss was an innovator in some ways. Smiling, the crocodile repeated his phrase. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he asked that he understood what situation he was in now, or not quite, to which the mercenary asked how much they paid him. The hero looked surprised, hearing that 10 million. Lowering his head, the mercenary exclaimed, and the monster said that he would kill him quickly, only out of respect. Raising his head, Dylan said that it would not be easy. Looking away, the crocodile heard that before they began, he could throw him this bag. Holding the bag in his hands, he asked that he was joking. Turning his head, the mercenary thanked him. Taking out his weapon, he said that only now. Holding the spear in his hands, Dylan said that he was not in the mood for laughing. Dylan was hit in the chest. The crocodile asked what you mean he is not in the mood for laughing, because he was always stupid and talked bullshit. The man in the red mask replies that he is not lucky at all today. He jumps up from his place saying that now he needs to give it his all. He flew into the wall again. Dylan lies with his head on the floor. This time he flew there frontally. The man in the mask is stunned. He asks if he is going to defeat him with brute force and does not understand what to do. He realizes that in 2 minutes and 17 seconds there will be an explosion and time is running out. Ryan looks at the red masked man and thinks that he has been fighting fiercely all this time and asks how he can even think about escaping in such a situation alone. He sees his opponent, the crocodile, and realizes that this comrade is clearly superior to him in strength. Ryan peeks and realizes that he will have to do everything in his power. The crocodile crossed his paws over his chest, saying that he was disappointed in his opponent because he used to be different. Dylan frowned as he heard that he no longer had the same bloodlust that he had when they first met. The man in red bowed and said that he knew, but he was getting stronger every year. Dylan stood in the same pose. The masked man grabbed his swords and asked if he could feel his bloodlust now. They fought so hard that sparks flew everywhere. They stared at each other. The crocodile threw him back. Dylan turned red. He swung at him from behind. The crocodile defended himself. He turned around sarcastically. Dylan did a spinning kick. Their blades met again. Dylan frowned and realized that he needed to act even faster. They continued the fight. The red-masked man looked at the fist in front of him in shock. Someone used the lightning binding ability. There are about 5 ball lightning bolts visible at the crocodile's feet. One is next to his bare foot. The crocodile stands sullenly in a web of sparks. Dylan turns around in shock. Ryan frowns at him. Dylan notes that this is good, and now he has a chance to finish off the green one. The crocodile gets angry and says that his opponent is small. He strikes the ground. The man in the red mask strikes from above. He flies straight at him. The crocodile prepares his tail for a counterattack. The entity in red flies to the side. The reptile grabs the guy. The cold-blooded one smiles and asks why he didn't tell him about the presence of the magician here, because then it would only be more fun. The crocodile squeezes his paws and says that he likes that guy's tricks. Dylan shakes and the man says that he will deal with him first, and then rip off his friend's head. The crocodile says goodbye to his opponent. He punches him right in the face with his fist. Dylan flies out of the floor, breaking through the wall. The man in the red mask flies outside. The wind throws him back into the building with particular force. The crocodile looks around and asks where the magician is. Ryan proudly steps out of the shadows. He looks at him and realizes that his lightning easily melts steel, but this one doesn't at all, and he realizes that the winner has already been determined. The man in the mask thinks that Dylan must be somewhere nearby. He sees a red silhouette on the floor. Ryan asks if he is alive, to which he asks again if it is his mother. Ryan thinks about how to get him out of there. The guy puts his hand on his chest and says that he has no choice. He uses the ability to increase strength and increase speed on himself. Ryan closed his eyes and thinks that because these abilities depend on mana, he did not want to use them. He takes his friend and continues that now he does not have time to worry about something like that. The guy looks ahead and understands that he needs to get out and quickly, because the factory is about to explode. The crocodile goes to the metal plate. He looks under it. Reptile gets angry with a question about where the magician is, because he did not run away from him like a little rat. The cold-blooded man is wary and wonders what this feeling is. The clock has reached its end. An explosion begins. A large flame erupts from it. It engulfs the building from its base to its roof. Dylan lies on the ground and says that he feels like every bone in his body is broken. He sits up, to which the other asks how he is and if he can walk. Ryan clenches his teeth and touches himself under his jacket. He takes out something that looks like a cigarette. The man in the red mask asks him what he is doing and if it is a stimulant, to which he receives a positive answer. Dylan rubs his neck and says that he heard that they have quite serious side effects, and notes that it does not seem like his friend suffers from them. Ryan's eyes light up and says that they did it. The brunette turns around and continues that the crocodile was very strong and he thought that it would be a confrontation between a monster and a man. But he is almost as strong as him, because he is a superman who can use his body to the maximum. Dylan adjusts his shoulder and says he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he'll take it as a compliment. The man in the red mask grabs his friend by the collar and says that if he doesn't want to die, he should get up quickly because they need to leave. Ryan is surprised and asks if he thinks the toothy guy is still alive. The man in the red mask opens his eyes and continues that he doesn't think so. He's sure of it and asks if he really doesn't know who he is. Dylan grabs his head and asks if he's been living in the forest all this time or not. The guy says his real name, to which he asks again. The ruins of the house are still burning. There's a dark gap between 2 large pieces of debris. Something has broken through. The reptile shows all its teeth. It looks up at the sky and swears and promises to kill them, tear their corpses apart, and eat them. Dylan goes to him and says that he was a military mercenary in his time. He remembers him and continues that when he quit this business, he became the head of Pandemonium, and Pandemonium itself is a famous and global organization that invites only the most dangerous criminals, and this guy was able to lead it without any problems. Ryan is stunned. He replies that he cannot believe it, because this maniac is at the head of the organization. Both heard something on the side. The crocodile is angrily walking towards them. George continues to burn and get angry. The man in the red mask does not understand what the hell is happening. He turns around and calls his comrade to run. George breaks the floor covering with his paw. He pushes off and jumps towards them. Ryan slips under some object while it hits. Dylan gets hit directly. The reptile's paw reaches for him. The cold-blooded one himself slows down. He breaks forward again. Ryan looks at this stunned and thinks that in this world, although it is possible to strengthen the body with mana and other things, what is happening is already beyond all limits. The crocodile jumps back with his paw. He clenches his fist and asks how such a weakling can be a mage at all. Ryan looks at him while he continues, which also makes him look too young. The guy looks at the man in the red mask and understands that now they definitely won't be able to escape. He looks at him and asks if he's dead, to which he spits something out and confirms his life. Ryan shifted his gaze and thinks that if he has to fight George. The guy looks at him and understands that the fight should be finished as quickly as possible, because now time is playing against him. The brunette looks ahead and offers to do it. Cold-blooded approached him and asks if it was him, if he wasn't the one who used electric magic on him. He gets angry and asks if he was taught that it's impolite to tie other people up with lightning. Ryan calmly retorts that he's not human. George looks at the sky and laughs out loud, saying that he's very brave and if he hadn't blown up that factory, he would have spared him. The crocodile looks at him and notices. He goes on the attack and continues that he needs money. The brunette stands still and hears that he is going to kill him quickly and without any pain. Ryan's eyes light up. He uses gravity binding. Purple cords rise from the ground. They grab his opponent. George tries to break free. He looks back and sees a magic seal asking what is happening. His hands are tightly bound. His lower legs are also immobilized. George looks at himself and smirks, because this is an incredibly elegant trick on his part. Ryan looks away and says that the heavier his target, the better gravity restricts his movements, and it will be very difficult for him to get out of this. The crocodile frowns and asks how sure he is of this, because he is going to check it now. He raises his front paw. A couple of gravity cords break. The brunette watches this in fear. He summons several such seals and uses the ability again. George rips everything apart and asks what the point is and if he thinks he can hold him back with tricks like that. The crocodile looks at the bands and notes that there's not much left to rip. Ryan ties his mouth up too. George slams his mouth shut, stunned. The guy smiles and is glad that he's finally shut up. Ryan notes that it won't last long. He's already using electric magic and thinks that he needs to use the rest of his mana wisely. George growls angrily. The crocodile breaks the shackles and insults him. Ryan covers his face from the shockwave. George frees his front paws as well. Cold Blood is furious and says that he's going to rip him apart now. Ryan exhales and apologizes to him. He creates a ball lightning, saying that this wasn't part of his plan. He frowns and thinks that when his life is at stake, he intends to release all his energy. Ryan glows blue across the entire street. George asks what trick he's planning on pulling this time. Everything around the guy is spinning, and he is ready to attack. The crocodile takes off. He goes on the attack screaming that he doesn't care, and he won't let him do this. He sees a light that is too bright and asks it what kind of shit it is. It finally hits him. Ryan is shaking and says that he used ice captivity. George is trapped in the ice. A huge piece of ice with a crocodile right in front of the guy. Ryan gets up tiredly and swears, because it seems like he overdid it. Ryan turns to Dylan. The man in the red mask looks at him and complains that he is very cold. The brunette asks if he is alive, to which he receives in response that his suit will withstand any frost, to which he asks if his suit is not just waterproof, to which he asks again if that is true and understands why it is so cold. Dylan gets up and continues that in any case, until George gets out, they should get out of there with their feet. Ryan shakes himself off and agrees with him, because he thinks that he will soon. The brunette looks away. The ice cracks. The guy wonders why it's happening so fast. The man in the red mask awkwardly notes that he's having no luck. Dylan gets up and says that they need to do something before he gets out completely. Ryan frowns and thinks that he has almost no mana and doesn't understand what to do. The brunette has an epiphany. Ryan suggests ending this fight, to which the other doesn't understand anything. The guy reaches under his coat and thinks that it's regular magic that enhances ranged weapons. Ryan takes something out and continues that he can use that with a small amount of mana. He imagines the player, because he did this when playing as a shooter and used combined attack magic. The guy uses the ability armor-piercing bullets and movement acceleration. Ryan points the gun at his target and thinks that this old gun may not withstand the presence of mana, but it's not that important. He frowns and notes that in any case, this is the end. George breaks out of the ice. Ice flies off from the part near his snout. Ryan uses the sniper scope. The gun fires with such force that the guy's hand jerks. The crocodile takes the bullet. He is completely free. Ryan watches in horror. Dylan is still shaking and remarks that he didn't think he would use a gun in battle. The man in the red mask looks at him and continues that he hit the target, and that's impressive, and asks if they'll have time to escape this time. Ryan tiredly replies that they should because he has no strength left. George comes out of the smoke and remarks that it was a good try. The man in the red mask got scared and cursed. The cold-blooded one continues that they didn't take into account one thing, that their opponent is him and not just anyone. Ryan looks at him in horror and thinks that he managed to catch the bullet with his eyelid, despite the fact that he used 4 different types of magic to enchant the bullet. He simply caught it with his eyelid muscles. The brunette says that his opponent is an ugly reptile. The crocodile gets angry and replies that he is the same way, but despite this, he doesn't consider himself an ordinary person either. He holds the bullet in his eye. He opened it wider. George stretches his feet. Liquid flows from his eyes and he complains that it actually hurt. Dylan calmly replies that at least he achieved that. Ryan uses electricity. He realizes in horror that he has no mana left at all. The guy takes out something else, saying that he has no choice. Both guys are ready to go into hand-to-hand combat. Cold-blooded shows his palm. He gets angry and asks if they still remember that he offered them an easy and quick death. George jumps into the sky. He flies at them, saying that he changed his mind. Ryan and Dylan are already approaching. The guy looks at him and wonders if this is how his life will end. George lands with a crash. Pieces of everything broken fly in different directions. Smoke above the ground. Ryan is covered by an energy barrier. He covered his face from the shockwave. The brunette opened his eyes and did not yet realize that he was alive. He opens his eyes in horror. The guy sees a woman in a suit in front of him. Ryan looks at her and doesn't understand who it is. George gets angry and notes that he shouldn't have waited so long. Cold-blooded recognizes her as Lena, a man from the city government. She looks at him and notes that this time he has crossed all boundaries. The girl jumps back. Lena turns around and asks if he thought that he could blow up the factory so easily, and with impunity. George looks at her in bewilderment. She looks at the ruins of the factory, and continues that she thought that pandemonium would lie low for a while and asks why he blew up the factory. He raises his paw and asks her to wait, because he has nothing to do with it. The crocodile points to the guys on the side and says that this is their doing, and he swears that this is exactly so. The girl looks at them. Dylan makes puppy eyes and asks him not to delude himself. Lena asks George if he wants her to believe that he intended to kill the people who blew up the factory, especially the one with the twisted mask. The crocodile looks down and thinks that of course it would be easier for her to blame it on him than to assume that the explosion would happen because he didn't have time to stop them. George snaps back that she can think whatever she wants, as he is tired of arguing. Lena sullenly asks if he is planning to run away. He turns around and replies that fighting a government agent is not part of his contract, so he sees no point in doing something he is not paid for. Ryan is stunned that he would just run away. He looks at Lena and asks how strong this girl is, while she asks if they are alright. Dylan bows, and the guy confirms that everything is fine and thanks her for saving him. She takes off her mask and replies that there is no need to thank her, as it is her duty. Ryan is stunned. He realizes that he has met her before while she hands him an onion, but in reality asks if he can stand up. Ryan shakes violently and says that he can. Lena also recognizes him and asks if they have met before. The brunette shakes himself and notes that he does not remember and thinks that it is obvious that she is not an ordinary girl, but he could not think that she works for the government. However, this means that she was not lying about being rich. Lena turns around and says that she thinks that she was mistaken, that his mana pattern is different, because his is unique. The girl angrily asks what such a mage is doing here. Ryan looks at him with fear and continues that he did not expect that by the time they met, he would already be using her advice in full force. The guy smiled and continues that he changes his mana every time he uses magic. She puts on her mask again and decides to give him advice. Lena turns around and says that he should not mess with pandemonium if they want to survive. She breaks away from the surface and disappears. Ryan watches her go. Dylan turns to him and says he wants to tell him they're very lucky. The brunette frowns and says he'll have to give up some of his pay, and thinks none of this would have happened if the man in the red mask had left the factory faster instead of throwing an event that can't be talked about, because he was the one who bought them time in the fight with George, and George tells him they're lucky and notes that it pisses him off. Dylan puts his hand on his shoulder and continues that it's good, because he saved his life, so he'll only take 10 million and then he'll get the whole 40. Ryan reaches under his coat and thinks that even though he'll get part of his share, he still feels like he's been screwed. The man in the red mask raises an eyebrow and asks if he's sucking that thing again and again says it's bad for him, and Ryan doesn't get it. With the city in the background, Ryan says that it is none of his business, to which he receives in response that he should pump up his muscles just like he does and then he will become stronger, and the guy retorts that his muscles were powerless in such a situation, to which he does not understand what is being said. Someone coughs near the sink. Ryan, exhausted, goes into the shower. His legs are shaking, but they carried him to the bed. The guy fell onto the blanket. He opens his eyes and notices that a whole week has passed. He looks at his palm and thinks that he does not know why this is, maybe because of a lack of mana or because of too much, but he slept for 4 days. The guy gets up on shaking hands and understands that this will not work. He sat down and continues that he needs willpower and patience. Ryan looks at the table and says that he needs to start eating normal food, not canned food and slightly better medicine. The guy looks at the banknote and continues that the first thing he needs to do is get his salary. Jenny greets him and asks where he's been for so long. Ryan replies with displeasure that he was dealing with some personal matters, to which she replies that she's sorry, because if he had died, she would have taken the reward for herself. He looks at her and replies that if it hadn't happened and he was here, he thinks that because of the side effects and lack of mana, he actually thought he was going to die, but she doesn't need to know about his weakness. She crawls under the counter and hears a question about the man in the red mask. Jenny replies that he came by the other day and said that he wanted to give him some of his money. The girl opens the suitcase, saying that she's already charged him a fee for the transfer and he doesn't need to worry about it. Ryan also hears that a certain company gave him a bonus, making him 60 million. He looks at the stacks and asks if all the bills are 1 million. Jenny raises her finger and replies that these bills are for the elite and he can use them too. She looks at him and continues that in any case, she and Dylan did a good job, adding that she heard that he fought with George and almost drove away, to which he says that this would have been so if not for outside interference. The guy looks at the banknote and clarifies if she knows Lena. The girl thought about it, saying that she only knows that she is a direct representative of the government and is in an armed unit that is directly controlled by the government, and their funding is simply crazy. Ryan holds the pack in his hand and asks what she can say about Pandemonium. Jenny frowned and replied that among all the criminal groups, this one is considered almost the most elite and they are considered crime kings. The bartender looks at her while she continues that they have a very strict selection process and they only recruit those who they really like, so almost nothing is known about the group. The brunette exhales and adds that she only knows that George is in it. She looks at the empty table and asks him to imagine meeting this guy as a natural disaster, because if he is unlucky, he will die, and if not, he will get out and it will be good if he is whole, as it happened to him, because with this guy it is impossible to predict what will happen. Ryan looks down and says that he understands this. The guy remembers and asks himself if this is why the man in the red mask was so calm. Jenny hands him a note. She asks if he wanted to make himself an ID, to which he answers yes, and she continues that she will call the right people and asks him to go to them right now. The girl gets angry and asks why he hasn't opened a bank account or bought a phone yet, because he knows how hard it is to collect large sums of cash, and it's simply impossible to contact him. Ryan says that's good, but asks permission to ask him one more question. The scene moves to an alley. The door opens. Someone is coming down the stairs. A man in a flowered shirt is sitting. He asks who he is. The blonde guy says that Jenny asked him to come over to him. The bald guy asks if she was talking about him. He stands up and says that he thinks that he already knows the most important thing, so he suggests starting with the payment. The guy holds out a wad of money. The man notes that there is 1 million in it, and that he has brought a real treasure with him. He sniffs the money and notes that these are the bills that were made for big shots, and even commercial banks have a hard time getting their hands on such things. Ryan listens silently as the man notes that he thinks that he is an important client to her. He sits back down and asks to wait a bit, because he needs to bypass the Balkan registration network, to which he clarifies whether he is changing the information in the network and immediately receives a negative answer. The man works with words that he changes the basic data, such as age, photo and address, does not change the real data and simply works with automatically incoming signals and essentially forms his identity. The guy looks at the monitors, while he continues that this is how identity cards are created, but if you start digging, then he will be identified in an instant and this is not very reliable, therefore, there is a better way. This is bribing the network administrator, then he will be able to directly change the information. Ryan looks at him sadly, while he notes that the cost of such a procedure is approximately 400 million. The bald man is happy that he entered the network and that now he will find the ID of a long-lost person and that he will deactivate and change his data. The man presses the keys and says that everything is ready, the preparation is also complete. He looks at Ryan and says that he can enter a photo there, and asks what name he would like for himself. The guy came up with a name for himself and asked to come up with a last name for him and thinks that to live in society you need at least one personality. And since he does not know when exactly he will have to give up his new name, for the same reason he changed his appearance, and he will have to prepare for different situations in order to develop in his work. The bald man smiled and agreed, because now everything will be ready. The plot moves to a crowded street. He sadly walks along the street and remembers that after he got into this world, this is the first time he holds in his hands proof of his existence. The guy looks at his ID and continues that the name, face, address, and even age, everything written there is a complete lie. Ryan looks at the people around him and continues that of course he is just trying to survive and he has to spin as best he can, but he simply has no other choice. The guy looks ahead with the thought that today he finally feels like a full-fledged person. Ryan calls the brunette on the phone and asks her to contact him on this number. Jenny awkwardly replies that she told him to only contact her for work, and she thinks that he is the first person in this city who needed a whole month to buy a phone. He goes and listens that he is just like a magician who isolates himself from everything to train and adds that if he wants to work in this field, he must find a source of income that will be available in broad daylight. The girl looks into the glass, while he asks if she wants him to get a job, to which she notes that he is smart. She sits at the counter and continues that since the bank accounts of an unemployed citizen are replenished, it can arouse suspicion and if he continues to work on them, his income will grow. Ryan walks down the street and hears the statement that he must decide everything now and clarifies if he agrees, while he thinks that he has not decided whether to continue working with her, because he does not yet understand how the city functions, but getting a job is a good idea. Jenny answers someone and continues that rumors about him must have spread because of the recent mission and notes that who knows, maybe someone will ask him to fulfill their requests, and in any case his reward will be higher according to the work done, so he should wait for instructions. Ryan looks at his phone sadly. He continues walking with the thought that even if Jenny becomes friendlier, he will keep his distance because he does not trust her. Ryan looks up and continues that he is sure that she heard from Dylan that he used ice magic, but she is in no hurry to tell him about it, and they only talked about what each of them needs. The brunette asks someone if he can ask them for a favor. The girl looks and hears the question if she knows where to get it. Jenny looks down and replies that she knows several places and asks if he has been using such a terrible product all this time, to which he clarifies how to understand this at all. She shows it to him, saying that it is obvious that after each use of this thing, there are side effects. Jenny puts her hand on the pen and asks him to wait here, because she will give him information about an expert on these things, who does business in the 30 districts. She writes something and continues that she does not know if he has been there, but the atmosphere there is noticeably different from the 40s. She imagines this place and lists that there are parks, recreation areas and a port, and all this requires a lot of space. She hands him a piece of paper and says that he should go to the 31st district. Ryan goes and reads it, saying that she only did what she answered his question and did not ask anything and did not offer to discuss it. The guy hails a taxi and wonders if she is afraid of him, or maybe she wants to continue working with him without revealing her secrets. The brunette got into the taxi and continues that he will not be able to find out until they both reveal their cards. But he does not intend to just sit and wait. The car starts moving. The plot moves to the 31st district. Ryan gets out of the taxi and thinks that the expert who sells stimulants in the botanical garden. Ryan looks at his hand and continues that since Jenny gave him information about this place, he should introduce himself by his new name. The guy walks forward through a crowded place. He looks ahead with displeasure. Ryan looks around and notices that this place is a real jungle. People are standing in line. Others are looking at the bright flowers. Ryan wants to catch a mushroom. He tries to catch it and notes that it is amazing that such a place exists in this world. Ryan turns his head and realizes that this is the place she told him about. The brunette throws the mushroom away and asks if it is there. He walks forward along the sidewalk. 2 glass doors are pushed apart. The guy entered the mall and notices that the door looks like the same. He looks at the door with a yellow sign. He goes inside. Ryan goes down the stairs. The guy sees a green lamp and notices a smell in the room. Ryan walks forward and realizes that the smell is different from his stimulant. He stands in front of the door and thinks that he is in the right place. His hand touches the door. Green smoke billows out of the room. Inside is a large laboratory with the necessary equipment. Someone behind the counter asks who he is. Ryan replies that he came from Jenny. The man with the beard asks again about Jenny and clarifies if this is the owner of the bar from the 49th district. The brunette hears him remark that this is strange. The grandfather looks angrily and replies that he does not remember giving her permission to send anyone to him. Ryan looks at him, stunned. Hank smiles and wonders what came over him, because he is not rich enough to refuse customers and continues that all that remains for him is to get money in exchange for the goods. The old man asks what he is looking for in his garden. Ryan looks around and sees plants behind the glass. He looks away while the man decides to begin. Ryan looks displeased and asks him why his garden is located on the territory of a real botanical garden. Hank looks at the flower and asks him if he knows what he is holding in his hand. The old man shows him a flower and says that this plant is called Ionium, and it can increase a person's energy, as well as his physical abilities and endurance. The old man looks at him wildly and says that there are simply incredible quantities of such flowers here and asks how he thinks he should take his business elsewhere. Ryan agrees with him and reaches under his jacket. He puts his stimulator on the table and says that he needs something like this and asks what he can offer him. Hank realizes with disgust that in front of him is a thing with a button. He takes it apart and offers to look. The old man tastes it. He freezes for a moment to evaluate. The old man spits out what he has tried. Hank angrily remarks that it is cheap and asks why the hell he needs such crap, because it is possible that this crap does him more harm than good. Ryan turns away and says that it seems that it helped him speed up the process of replenishing his mana. The old man asks in surprise if he is using mana, because he does not particularly pull on a warrior or a barbarian, to which he replies that he is a magician. The grandfather looks thoughtfully and says that this is bad, because if he were a fighter who improves his physical abilities with the help of magic, then this thing for strengthening the body could be useful to him. But he adds that he is a magician and he does not need such a thing. It is low grade and cheap. He looks at him and continues that there are rumors that if high-level mages use Viper, then their abilities grow, but these are just rumors. Besides, he is too young to be a high-level mage and clarifies that isn't magic something that requires long and painstaking training. Ryan listens sullenly and thinks that now he understands why Viper helped him so much. It would be useful for him to have something better. Hank throws the thing in the trash, saying that in any case such nonsense is ineffective and only ruins his life, and he should fork out for something of higher quality. Ryan says that he wants something with fewer side effects, to which he agrees and clarifies his budget. Ryan hands him 2 million cell bills. The old man smiles with interest and asks him to wait. An empty hall with tables. Jenny lies with her head on the bar counter. The old man asks if she still thinks about him, To which she answers yes and asks what he thinks, if what the man in the red mask said about Ryan was true, since he didn't seem so worried before. The old man polishes his glass and replies that he doubts it, since mages are the kind of people who look for the slightest opportunity to save their own skin. Jenny spreads her arms out to the sides and agrees with him, but realizes that even Dylan could tell the difference between ice and electricity, isn't she right? She looks worried and says that this means that her subordinate can work with more than just lightning. She looks away and wonders why he hid this from her, to which the bartender asks her if she's jealous. Jenny looks at him while saying that skills are a different matter altogether, but the guy is good and she admits it and asks if he's ever met a person who could pick up on things so quickly, to which he replies that he understands what she means. He puts her drink on the table and tells her that she should not rush into this matter, because the only thing they can offer him now is a good job. She opens her laptop and says that she agrees with him and asks if it is better to give him work from companies, isn't it? To which he clarifies whether she thinks that he will agree to something like this after the incident at the factory. Jenny thoughtfully looks away and thinks that she will not be surprised if Ryan sooner or later runs into George again. The old man comes up and says that the boy should work with mercenaries or bandits, to which she notes that he mentioned bandits, mercenaries are better. She smiles and continues that mercenaries are more communicative and show off less. The old man listens attentively as she says that their office will gladly accept an experienced magician, and this will be a huge plus for them. The gray-haired man frowns and continues that he is helping her business at the request of an outsider and understands that he does not know if he can protect her, because she is of course strong and smart, but she also really lacks such a thing as patience. The girl shows him the okay sign in response to this. He turns away from her. Hank hands him a suitcase and says that he will like it. He shows him 6 sections of 5 vipers. He takes one out of the suitcase and explains that it stimulates the body for about 6 hours, and also increases magical power and endurance. There are also side effects, but these are basic headaches, spasms and vomiting. The old man happily closes it and continues that coughing up blood is also possible, but in general there is less harm from it than from the crap that the man came to him with and asks what he thinks about his product, to which he clarifies whether in his opinion such a side effect is normal. The old man makes a serious face and replies that this is one of the best options for this kind of money. The brunette examines the sample and says that he understands. The old man looks at the test tubes and adds that the negative effects can be reduced, but it will also cost much more and he should remember that he only sells batches starting from 10 pieces. The guy looks closely and notices that there is a different filter, and the old man explains that this is a new model, where instead of a button, activation occurs through mana. Ryan looks and says that it looks like some brand. Hank is furious and asks how dare he compare this to their insignificant product, and clarifies if he even knows that they produce their cheap crap with a bunch of chemicals. Ryan smiles while he continues that his products contain only the best herbs, to which he agreed and added that it is time for him to leave. The old man waves to him and says that this is good and he can come again. The plot moves to a room with several resignation letters. Mike touches one and says that he could barely hire 2 magicians. He grits his teeth and says that he was really hoping for a long-term partnership. Jake smiles and points out that he already said that he should be nicer to them. The old man slams the table and asks if he thinks he's the smartest. He rants and raves that he didn't even make them do complicated things, and that all they had to do was finish the job and clear out just 1 block. Julie picks her ear and says that she thinks that was enough for such small and fragile nerds and asks what Travis thinks about this, to which he says that she's right, but the past can't be brought back. Mike clutches his head and says that he definitely needs 2 mages for 1 mission and asks where they'll get them and turns to Julie with a question if she can bring him people. Someone calls. Gray takes the phone and asks Jenny what happened, to which she says that she wanted to ask something. Mike is taken aback by the question of whether he needs a mage. The man with the scar sweated and says that he really needs 1 and right now, or better yet 2, to which she replies that she can only provide him with 1. The old man sits down and thinks, to which she explains that he has nothing to worry about, because he alone is more than enough for him. In the background, Ryan continues that he needs to believe her, because this guy is worth it. The brunette looks at the suitcase with new vipers. He walks down the street, and the girl continues that in comparison with other magicians that she met, and he goes and says that now he needs to start preparing the rest of his things, while Jenny says that this guy is completely different. The plot moves to a building with air conditioners. The man brought home groceries. Near the empty table there are boxes. Ryan meditates. He looks ahead and understands that it is time to start using the barrier technique. While he thinks that usually he needs to draw a magic circle and then perform a complex ritual, but you can use the space itself simply by concentrating your consciousness, and you need to create a magic sphere in space. Also apply magic to the surface of the resulting sphere. He visualizes a castle near the window. A seal appears against the background of the building, and he continues that if someone goes beyond his barrier, they will instantly be struck by 14 lightning bolts, and if you add gravity magic, he notes that he has everything ready. The guy looks away contentedly, thinking that there was no need to do this at the hotel, but he has his own home now and can prepare. Ryan looks ahead and understands that the first stage is complete, and the second. He hears a sound from the phone. The guy looks out the window and asks Jenny what happened, then says that he is free and learns that he has a job. He hangs up, saying that he will be there soon. Ryan looks tiredly and notes that it is convenient to have a mobile phone. He examines something and notes that he can even look at the current news in the world. He looks at a picture of an explosion, which is signed as an explosion at a factory, which caused problems with a new batch of goods. Ryan flips through the news. The second one says that it is expected that due to the explosion at the second factory in area number 42 there will be difficulties with the launch of new products, and the third one says that the entire population within a 2-kilometer radius was evacuated, but apart from this factory, no buildings were damaged. And the fourth one says that it is confirmed that the cause of the explosion was a gas leak due to non-compliance with safety measures. The brunette looks at this and understands that his efforts are equated with a gas leak, and he thinks that the company itself wants to present it as an accident. He puts the phone on the table and asks if this means working for a corporation. Ryan turns around and continues that he thinks he did a great job and was paid well. He likes that he doesn't have to think about the consequences of the explosion. He turns his eye and thinks that there are still things that are beyond his control, and it makes him a little nervous. The brunette looks out the window thinking that he needs to be more careful when working with corporations. He remembers the crocodile and notes that in his 2 months of work he met an organization like Pandemonium. He remembers himself during the mission and continues that even if that person of his has great talents for magic, he is still not ready to fight such opponents, and he needs to use something other than magic to survive in this world. Ryan gets to his feet. He looks at the package on the bed. Ryan sees that it is from a weapons store. Ryan smiles and thinks that now he can begin the second stage of his training, which he is looking forward to. He walks to the entrance of the bar while she says that this is a request from the Mike Guild. Jenny shows him the laptop and continues that they want to capture the building and they need fire support from a mage, to which he clarifies that it is about payment. Jenny chews something and replies that the mage's services are expensive, and now he himself understood it. There is demand, but there are always very few offers. Ryan reads and understands that he will deal with mercenaries and thought that there would be a task from Antares. The brunette agrees and asks for detailed mission details, to which she smiles and agrees, because there is a gang that calls themselves Cleaners. Against the background of a bald man, she continues that they captured an office building that was used for financial consulting and now they are using the power plant without permission. People capture the building, and Jenny says that the company was quickly kicked out without the ability to turn off the network and the management is afraid that all transaction information will be deleted and they turn to Mike for help, and they agreed to take this task. Ryan looks at her and notes that the mercenaries hired by this financial company want to hire him, to which she says he's right, and he clarifies what fire support means. Jenny points at him with her sausage and says that it's not that hard, because a good mage like him should attack the bandits from behind with magic. Ryan looks away. The yellow-eyed girl looks at the screen and continues that there are other orders, because the story of the mage who returned alive after a battle with a crocodile seems to have become quite popular in narrow circles. Jenny smiles and notes that if she were him, she would go to Mike, because they work for money and therefore will never deceive him. The brunette drinks beer and clarifies how often this happens. The girl shows 2 fingers and replies that there are enough shitty people here who can cut off his leg or arm, or even both, for bad work. She fixes her hair saying that of course she can prevent this from happening because she is so smart and can live on the commission from both clients and employees. Ryan smiles. The brunette holds a glass and agrees to the mission and asks her where and when it will be held. She says that they will need to arrive in area number 53 at 5 in the morning, and she will send him the coordinates over the phone. The whole squad is ready to move out. Mike looks at his watch and realizes that the time has come. Jake asks him what he thinks about this magician. The man with the scar replies that apparently he has experience, this lightning magician, and Jenny said that this guy is only worth his 20 million, and he trusts this woman. Julie looks at him and asks again about lightning, because he must have done a lot of magical research, to which she receives in response that it is difficult to say about it, because he knows almost nothing about him, but he must be good, although they have not yet met. Travis draws the captain's attention. Jake smiles and says that finally. He looks in horror. The girl is confused about the guy, and the guy says that this can't be. Ryan calmly walks with a sandwich in his hand. Ryan asks if this is the guild, to which Mike asks if he is Ryan. The brunette says that he thinks he has arrived at the right address. The captain looks at him disappointedly. Julie gets angry and asks what he is doing right before his mission. Ryan eats and says that he is having breakfast, can't she see, and thinks that this sandwich tastes like crap. But he needs to eat something, otherwise his body will not work. The girl continues that she is asking for reasons, but the captain interrupts her. He looks at him and says that they paid 20 million for his services, and he hopes that he will not have to regret it. Ryan closes his eyes and replies that he will do everything in his power. Mike turns around and says that since the mage has arrived at the place, they should discuss the whole plan one last time. He takes out a laptop. The man presses a button. He shows all the team members a model of the building and says that he will explain briefly. Mike looks at the group and says that their ultimate goal is to normalize the power plant server on the 3rd floor, and there are 2 ways to get there, who would have thought? But it's either an elevator or a staircase, and each of them is guarded by 3 groups of cleaners. They are weak opponents, but they are able to use mana. So you shouldn't let your guard down ahead of time. Jake smiles while he gives the order to the 2nd squad to go to the roof with the red-haired guy and get rid of everyone and check if the server is working or not. Then he turns to Travis and says that the 3rd squad will have to go with Mike and him to clear the 1st floor, and the 1st squad will go through the windows to the 2nd floor. They will have to force these cleaners to go down to the stairs. Mike put his hands in his pockets and continues that after that the 2nd squad will go down and the 1st and 3rd squads that came up will repeat the same operation from below, to which he clarifies whether everyone understood everything. Ryan stands aside and thinks that everything is clear, because there will be nothing complicated, and the captain himself is calm. In the background he says that all squad members must follow the instructions of their immediate commanders and squad commanders must immediately report if something goes wrong, and Brunette continues that he is a natural leader, which is immediately obvious. Mike points to the hologram and turns to the magician, because he must attack at full strength from the very beginning and then go for the 3rd squad as support and stay there in the rear, to which he nods. Mike says that they are finished and announces the beginning of the mission. The team members go to positions in a fighting mood. Some reload their guns. Some prepare swords. Jake, among others, looks at the weapons. Ryan follows the red-haired man with the thought that in a world where you can use magic to strengthen your own body, the existence of such powerful melee and ranged weapons no longer seems strange to him. He is ready to use magic and continues that however this does not exclude the fact that there are times when the help of a magician is needed. People are ready to go while he continues that everyone knows that in this field of activity a magician plays a very important role. Against the backdrop of the sunset, people patrol the captured building. Comrades with guns stand guard. There are several more in the windows. Mike appears from behind the wall. He finally addresses the magician, saying that this is unlikely, but it must be said. The old man looks at Ryan and says that they could also hire a magician for themselves, and if he notices anything, he will have to immediately report it. Ryan is stunned by something. He feels a thread of energy. Ryan realizes what is happening all over the territory, and notes that this strange feeling makes him think that it is created with the help of magic. His eyes light up and he thinks that apparently someone wants to know how many of them there are, and the guy himself is trying to determine the communication channel. Ryan touches the thread. He squeezes it and understands that it works in both directions, and he himself can thus detect the location of his enemy. Ryan uses his energy and looks around the room along the thread and sees a frightened mage in a cloak on the other end of the magic phone. Ryan smirks and says that he found him. The mage is scared until he realizes that if the magic is activated, the enemy mage restarts the seal, and he says that if it is destroyed, Ryan strangles him with energy and continues that then the entire flow of energy. The mage coughs up blood, and he does not stop that it all accumulates in the mage, and this cannot be survived. His comrades look at him from the side in horror. Ryan says that their mage used a detection spell, to which Mike asks him again, and he asks him not to worry, because he has already dealt with him, and if they need a moment to attack, then it is right now. Grey-haired looks out again. The comrades became wary and declared that their mage would be killed and gave the order to comb the entire floor, to which the old man asked if this was true. The captain rushed forward and initiated the plan. A group of mercenaries ran to the vanguard. Smoke bombs were thrown at the feet of the patrol. A man with a funny haircut screams in horror that it's an ambush. The group breaks through the smoke. The men in jackets hear the order to kill the techs. Ryan calmly walks towards them. He smokes a stimulant and wonders if now is the time to try out the new product. After the first drag, he felt the effect. The mage uses magic and understands that the captain told him that maximum fire support is needed from the very beginning. The guy stretches his hands forward and uses chain lightning on the opponents. The group received a massive electric shock. The people in the windows did not pass by there. Mike turned around in confusion. Julie admires. Travis frowned with respect. Jake smiles and notes that this is just awesome. Someone gives the order to kill the freaks, against the background of a satisfied smoker. Right next to the entrance to the building, the massacre begins. Mike screams that their formation was broken and they should move forward. The group begins to kill everyone who comes to hand. Mike dodges a blow to the head. The bald man looks down in horror. The captain shoots him in the frontal lobe through the skull. Jake blocks someone's blow. He kills him and asks how he can swing his weapon like that. The red-haired guy hits him again and says it's dangerous. The enemy smiles, because he thinks he's opened up. Jake hits him again. The guy gets hit in the face with a hard object. He grabs his nose. The guy whines in pain, and the guy says he can tell him the same thing. Jake attacks, saying he's opened up. The white-haired guy watches from above. Someone shoots him in the skull. Julie with a sniper rifle asks if he's decided to take aim at the younger ones. She notices something nearby. She sees their reinforcements in the scope, who are attacking. Someone warns the captain about the shields. They protect him from bullets. Mike didn't expect it. He asks what about their signature tactic, to which Travis agrees. Someone starts counting. The second one grits his teeth and continues. On the count of 3, the shields fly at the enemies, and they are perplexed. The blow raised dust in the area. The doors and the patrol were broken through. Jake smiles and admires. More reinforcements scream and go on the attack. The big man cracks his fingers and notes that he is annoyed by the endless reinforcements, and the captain says that they need to deal with them quickly. The squad again cuts out reinforcements. Mike realizes something. He sees a man in the center, because he is different from the others. At a moment, he stops seeing him clearly. The captain turns around. Mike screams that his target is their mage, and Ryan stands calmly. The man with the ponytail asks if he is the lightning mage. He goes on the attack, threatening to rip out all his guts and they will have victory in the pocket. Ryan looks at him like he is an idiot. The group understands that he is finished. The guy looks up. He looks into the empty holster. The gun has already fired a shot. Ryan just looks forward. His opponent falls back. The guy pointed the gun at him. Ryan made sure that 1 bullet was enough for him. Ryan turns around and thinks that he withstood 3 attack spells, namely auto-aiming, acceleration and enhanced shot. The guy looks at his gun and notes that he did well and that it is a good revolver. Mike runs up in horror and asks if he was hurt, to which he calmly replies that as he can see he is fine. Ryan says that he can take care of himself and asks him not to worry, to which the captain agrees and thinks that this guy is a good shot, but he was more amazed by the speed and dexterity with which the trick was done. Because he grabbed it and pulled the trigger so well, even he himself can't do that. Julie asks if mages can handle weapons at all, and Jake admires him. Mike looks over his shoulder and notes that his value as a mage is getting higher. Travis looks at him and says that the entrance is clear. He replies that this is good and gives the order to move forward further according to the plan. Gray calls the first squad to take their positions. Julie looks up. She fires the hook. The whole squad follows her example. They go up to their floor. The patrol did not expect this. The girl is already aiming and orders the second squad to go up too, and orders her own to shoot. The squad clears the floor in an instant. Jake says that the second squad is almost there. He goes up after them. The guy kicks her in the back of the head and apologizes. His squad goes to their floor. Mike takes out a weapon and orders his own to move forward. Someone fires a pistol. The captain goes ahead. His squad follows him. Ryan calmly walks behind. He looks down. The man shakes and reaches for the gun. The guy instantly relieves him of such pressing problems. Mike says that they are done with the first floor, and Travis agrees with him, since there is unlikely to be new reinforcements. Mike says on the radio that the first floor is clear. He asks Julie what happened to the second floor. She bends down and says that they are still sitting in cover and it is inconvenient for her to talk. The captain hears an explosion on the radio. He asks her what happened. He is stunned that there is no answer. Mike breathes a sigh of relief when she reports that the second floor is clear. She looks down and apologizes, because one hit until the last minute and that is why it took time to catch him. Mike looks up and says that this is good and the first and third squads will take care of the third floor, and she agrees that it is time to finish with them. The people on the stairs were shot. The captain's squad goes forward. Mike himself killed someone. The mage despite this subjects everyone to an electric shock. Julie goes on the attack. She turns to the captain with the fact that the third floor was cleared, and he replies that everything was much easier than it seemed. The old man turns around and notes that the mage helped them a lot, because even before they entered the building he had already taken care of some of the enemies and he is strong, as Jenny said. Julie wants to tell him something. She looks at Ryan and asks if they can lure him to their guild. Mike says they don't have the money for that, to which she is perplexed, since it is better to invest money in him than in some newbies, and asks him to look at the fact that he works for 4 magicians. She smiles and continues that if someone like that works in their office, they will quickly become famous and rich, and as soon as they get all this money. But he interrupts her saying that others are probably thinking the same thing. Mike asks her to stop chatting and get down to the next part of the plan. He says that he is on the radio with a question about clearing the roof, since they are now heading there and checking if they are finished. A loud sound comes from the radio. He calls the captain. Mike looks at the radio in horror. The group is wary. The captain tries to shout out with a question about what is going on there. He rushes forward and says that he thinks the second squad is in trouble, to which the sniper asks him to wait. Travis says that they should go too, to which he says that he will catch up with them. The group goes to help. Someone takes a step. Ryan looks tiredly ahead and is not happy with his current body. The whole squad went up to the roof. There are a lot of wounded on top. Mike runs to his subordinate. He asks him if he is alive. The captain orders to bring him a recovery elixir, to which someone agrees. Mike pours it and thinks that it is expensive, but it is not the time to think about it, because the life of a comrade is at stake. Jake's wounds are healing. The red-haired one asks him for forgiveness, to which he says that everything is fine. Ryan peeks and asks what is going on. He notes that everyone in the second squad was seriously wounded, but there are no losses. Ryan looks at the use of the elixir and asks himself how this is even possible, because they are all well trained and it turns out that the enemy just wounded them and ran away. He thought about it. The brunette looks ahead. Ryan says that the one who did this is still here. Mike hears questions about whether he is hiding and what about the wounded. The captain asks the mage to take care of the redhead, which he agrees to do. Mike gives the order to carry the wounded away and provide cover. The group is on alert. The captain bares his teeth, asking where the bastard is hiding. Someone from the tower says it's a surprise. He holds a sword to his ear and says he was expecting more guests. He smiles and continues that he didn't think they would come so soon. Mike watched the man sitting on the tower. Taking aim at him, he screamed that the bandit had maimed his men and was just watching them die. Watching the people from above, John asked if they knew how much money was invested in this operation. Still sitting on the tower, he said that all 3 groups of cleaners had teamed up to steal the money. They had to take over the server that stored the tax information for the 53rd district. They had to hire dozens of people to pull this off. Mike asked with a serious look if he was going to steal money that belonged to the government. John smirked and replied that he had guessed correctly, noting that they didn't even need to take over the city hall. He held out his hand and added that we were talking about billions of dollars. If they didn't understand what all this was for, if you disrupted the power grid in the 53 area, then there would be loopholes in the defense, getting in and out of the cracks created by the government. It wasn't that bad. Mike calmly replied that he didn't know, at least it didn't seem like something a retired military man could do. Smiling, John said that it had been 3 years since he left the front. He thought he looked like any normal citizen, but apparently he was wrong. Frowning, Mike noted that he was no ordinary criminal, since the sight of blood intoxicated him so much. Looking at Mike, John asked him what he thought about it, if he knew more than he needed to. The man with a serious expression said that he was not going to argue whether it was right or wrong. Holding a gun in his hands, he added that he didn't care what and how the cleaners did, it was just business, nothing more. John said with a smile on his face that it didn't matter, he wasn't going to sit there for long anyway. He put his hand behind his back and noted that he wasn't weak enough to be stopped by some mercenaries. Mike was taken aback and wondered if he was reaching for a gun or a bomb. John took out a red pill. The man was horrified by what he saw. He screamed with a serious expression that this psycho needed to be stopped right now. John jumped off the tower. He bit the pill. A cloud of dust rose around him after landing. John stood in front of them. Ryan watched him with a serious expression. A dark aura enveloped the bandit's body. A smirk appeared on his face. The mercenaries started shooting at him. The enraged guy screamed that he wanted the monster dead. John was next to him with incredible speed. He dealt a powerful blow to the guy. The stunned mercenary began coughing up blood. Mike turned around, taken aback. Looking at his comrade, the man called out to Rick. The girl frowned, watching the fight. John, with a smirk on his face, asked if they were interested in why he didn't kill the people who got there first. He threw the wounded Rick to the ground. The girl began to tremble, saying that John had ripped out his heart. The monster, with a satisfied look, said that in order to use this power, it needed the life energy of others. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was black magic. He seriously reasoned that in World 2.0 there were classes that used the same skills. Standing in front of John, Ryan mused that he ate human flesh. Perhaps he was a vampire mage, and he assumed that the corresponding magic system existed in World 3.0 as well. While John was devouring the heart, the protagonist thought he knew that this magic had serious side effects, but also gave a lot of strength. John decided to end them right now. The trembling girl listened to the words of the man, who said that as he thought, it was not enough. He began to spin the knife in his hand. John suddenly stopped him. Mia was horrified. The guy put a shield in front of her. A powerful blow cut the shield. John went behind them. Mia turned around. She was shocked. The girl opened her mouth in horror and tried to call her friend. John tore off Mia's head. The man threw the girl's body on the ground, saying that her flesh was simply disgusting. Taking the blade from behind his back, Mike asked what they were doing, noting that they should kill him immediately. The warriors rushed at John, who said that he could already imagine how delicious they were. The ground crumbled under his feet. John rushed past the mercenaries like a whirlwind and dealt them many blows. Mike stood in front of him. He parried the vampire's attack. The man flew to the side. The bullet hit John's head. Frowning, the girl screamed that they should not yawn and continue shooting. Grinning, the vampire said that they would not be able to kill him. Shrouded in a dark aura, the monster rushed at them. The girl was terrified. A bolt of lightning struck the vampire. Sparks emanated from Ryan's hands while he reasoned that he had adjusted the damage range and the amount of magic power so as not to hit the mercenaries and the server. Looking at the dark cloud, the protagonist thought that if John felt it approaching a second before the lightning struck, then he had a chance to dodge. Ryan saw the outline of the vampire through the smoke and noted that if John did this, his next target. The monster broke the barrier in front of the protagonist. The protagonist jumped back and added that John's target would be the mage who attacked him. Landing on the ground, Ryan emphasized that he had immediately put up a protective barrier because he expected this outcome. The mercenaries started shooting at John. The vampire seriously reasoned that he had to kill this guy even if the mercenaries touched him. The one who could use such a strong spell was too dangerous. Ryan waved his hand. Blue energy began to emanate from the protagonist's gun, because he had endowed it with auto-aiming, amplification, recoil reduction and acceleration. The protagonist aimed at John. The shot pierced John's body through and through. He was shocked by what had happened. Standing in front of the vampire, Ryan noted that he had prepared this when he used lightning. Enveloped in an aura, the protagonist emphasized that he was still alive, and it was time to finish. Looking at his hand, the protagonist noted that his body was so fragile that one mistake could cost him his life. Walking towards the vampire, Ryan noted that after recent events, he realized that he could not be afraid of close combat. The protagonist grabbed John by the throat. He fired a lightning bolt at him. The stunned vampire started screaming in pain. He grabbed the protagonist's arm. John smirked and said that Ryan couldn't kill him with that. The protagonist asked him seriously if he was sure. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist reasoned that if he were an ordinary person, his head would have burst like a watermelon. The protagonist let go of John. He pointed the gun at him and wondered if there was anything that could hit this monster if there were monsters in this world that could catch bullets. The protagonist applied acceleration to the gun. Several bullets hit the vampire in the face. Stunned, John grabbed his face and started screaming. He stepped back and said that he would have enough to kill him alone. The guys rushed into battle. They stood over the monster screaming that they couldn't let the monster get close to the magician. The guys pinned him to the ground. Jake frowned and called him a stupid monster. The girl was puzzled that John was not weakening. The guys stood behind him and asked if Mike was sure they could kill him. The man thought with a serious expression that with his magical knowledge it was impossible to accurately determine the enemy's condition now. Perhaps only one person knew what kind of drug this monster had taken. Mike raised his head and asked Ryan to tell him what was going on. The protagonist answered with a serious expression that John was using black magic. The protagonist imagined John biting into the pill and thinking that the situation was not hopeless, but that he might have to sacrifice a lot. Dark energy enveloped the man while the protagonist reasoned that in order to significantly increase his strength, the vampire eats human flesh or blood as energy. A picture of the vampire killing Nia appeared in Ryan's imagination. Looking at the lying monster, the protagonist added that when he lacks strength, he begins to lose his mind. The protagonist, with a serious face, reasoned that his psyche was quite unstable. There was a chance that he would lose the ability to speak, and then stop blocking attacks. If the vampire did not feed, it would weaken noticeably. He looked at the guys and came to the conclusion that now he understood why John left those people alive. Sitting in front of the monster, Ryan emphasized the fact that black magic has more disadvantages than advantages. There are not many magicians who specialize in it. In general, few people know about the dark magical art, and even fewer people have encountered it. This applies to Krimigar's squad. The dumbfounded guys discussed that they had never dealt with black magic. Looking at the monster, Ryan mentally noted that after he took the drug, he could not determine its weak point, but now, even after a short battle with it, everything became clear. Touching John's shoulder, the protagonist ordered him not to move. An aura enveloped his hand and Ryan assumed that he would succeed. His eyes began to glow while he thought that he would pull out all the mana, all his black magic. Endowing the vampire's body with blue energy, the protagonist stated that he would use his mana for this. Ryan began to absorb the dark energy. The monster's face began to dry out. He was shocked by what was happening. The protagonist held a dark sphere in his hand. Looking at the mercenaries, Ryan ordered to finish off the monster. Leaving from there, the protagonist said that there would be no problem with this now. Examining the clot of mana, the protagonist wondered what to do with it. The protagonist thoughtfully thought that it was impossible to keep mana under control for a long time, so special containers were created. Looking at the mana clot, he noticed that he didn't have one with him, and he couldn't make one either. If he could keep this energy clot, he would have a chance to learn more about black magic. Ryan opened his mouth. The energy clot began to change shape. Releasing the mana, the protagonist thought that he was sorry. Just holding the mana of a vampire was too tiring and there was no point in it. He turned around at the voice of the guy who said that he was good. Jake was sitting on the ground and asked if Ryan was a genius. Looking at him, Jake said that he was able to see everything, how he uses and moves mana. For the first time he sees someone control it so well, it made him realize how pathetic he is in the magical arts. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if he really saw everything. Looking at Jake, the protagonist reasoned that none of the mercenaries understood what he was doing there. If the guy was not lying, then he had an innate sensitivity to mana. Looking down, Ryan suggested that Jake's talent was not in combat skills, but in mana management. Jake rose to his feet, saying that he had seen many mages, but the protagonist surpassed them all. Standing in front of Ryan, the guy asked if he could become stronger if he imitated him. Turning away, the protagonist clarified whether he wanted to become a mage, to which he received the answer that Jake did not know yet and was not sure, Before he thought that being a mercenary was enough, but now he doubted. Frowning, the protagonist noted that he did not know what he wanted. Looking at Jake, Ryan thought that because of his cool abilities, he fights with his body every day so that it does not die. It is not for him to teach him how to live, because he is an outsider and should not give him false hope. The protagonist put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Standing in front of him, he said that Mike is a great leader. Leaving from there, Ryan said that he is sure that Mike will teach him more than he did. Building and keeping his business afloat is not an easy task. Jake watched him go while he said that if he still decides. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he should see Jenny. Mercenaries were removing corpses from the roof. Mike turned around. He bowed to the magician. Looking up, Mike thanked him for everything. Standing in front of him, Ryan said that he was sorry that his people were hurt, to which he received the answer that such things cannot be foreseen. In the business of a mercenary, you just need to be prepared that there will be both wounded and killed. Looking at the guys, the man said that everything was fine with the servers and stabilization. Looking at the corpse of the vampire, the protagonist asked to take a blood sample and send it to Jenny. Holding the phone in front of him, Mike said that 20 million went to Jenny's account. The man handed over his business card. He said with a serious look that the protagonist had exceeded all their expectations and had proven himself to be a true professional in his field. He hoped that they would see each other again. Taking the business card, Ryan replied that this would happen if there was an opportunity. Leaving from there, the protagonist said that he would go. Smiling, the protagonist thought that Mike was a talented leader and businessman. He should keep in touch with their group. Touching her head with her finger, the girl suggested asking him if he wanted to work with them. Mike laughed at her words. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the man asked if Julie had really seen his magical power. Noting that the guy was too good, he had never met anyone like him. Standing opposite, Mike said that he didn't even know who would be able to hire him permanently, but he knew that he definitely couldn't afford to pay for the services of this magician. The man was taken aback by the question of who would guarantee that Ryan wouldn't be their enemy the next time they met. Standing on the roof, he said that she liked absolutely everyone they met for the first time, even if they could hire him. Then after getting to know him better, there was a risk of being very disappointed, but he agreed that the main character made a very good impression. Shifting his gaze, Mike said that no one could predict whose side Ryan would be on. He seriously noted that they had only one choice. Looking after the protagonist, the man added that they could only hope that they would be lucky. Sunlight enveloped the building. Dylan raised his hand and greeted his partner. Sitting at the bar, the protagonist asked who said that they were partners. Dylan took the protagonist's hand and asked him not to say that, because he wanted a popular friend. Looking at him, Ryan asked again. Surprised, Dylan said that Jenny was impressed by his work. The girl hit him on the head. Standing in front of him, she asked him not to listen to this idiot, and then asked how everything went with Mike and his group. The guy introduced the monsters and answered that it was nothing special, much easier than at the factory when the Kroken appeared. There were no special problems with the enemies. Smiling, Jenny asked if he fought with the retired soldier, adding that if it was the one who runs District 51, then he was good. Dylan sat next to him and said that the cleaners were not weaklings. Many underestimated them and died. The girl stood in front of them and said that their leaders were strong. You cannot compare ordinary fighters and their leaders. Jenny introduced the bandits and added that you especially need to be careful with those who live in District 20. You need to try not to meet them. Surprised, Ryan thought that since Jenny herself was talking about it, he would take it into account. Folding her arms, the girl asked if he knew that many people were talking about him after the last missions. Leaning over, she told him that everyone was saying that there were now plenty of people willing to hire a lightning mage, so she had to fight for him. Putting the folder on the table, Jenny said that these were all the offers for him. Ryan could choose the ones he liked. She handed over the box, saying that this was the blood he asked for. Holding the folder in his hand, the protagonist asked if there were so many offers. Jenny, with a satisfied look, offered to work together as long as possible. He would get a discount on her services. Furious, Dylan turned to her. Dave put the glass on the table, saying that it was on the house. Looking at him, Ryan thanked him. Raising his finger, Dylan asked for a pour for him too, to which the girl replied that he owed him 100,000 sel. While sipping his cocktail, the protagonist looked at the book. The protagonist threw up in the toilet. Looking in the mirror, he thought that he was completely turned inside out. While Ryan washed his hands, he reasoned that he had no choice. He would have to give up alcohol to reduce the side effects of the Viper. He sat in front of the bed and thought that his whole body ached. He wanted to rest, but his gaze fell on the book. Ryan remembered Jenny standing in front of him and telling him that the time to think was limited, and he could only choose one thing, so he should decide faster. Sorting through the papers with proposals, the protagonist thought that he was called a bodyguard and a test subject for experiments. Looking at the document, Ryan wondered if this was an invitation from the cleaners. Putting the document down, the protagonist wondered if these psychos cared that he was working against them. The protagonist thought with a satisfied look that it was impossible that Jenny did not know. He thought that she left it on purpose. Apparently she had such a sense of humor. Looking out the window, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he would reject all offers from individuals. Looking at the papers, he added that he would also reject mercenaries, gangs, and those with a short deadline. Holding the papers in front of him, Ryan noted that only. His gaze fell on an offer from a pharmaceutical company. Holding the phone in front of him, he noted that he had recently been on this site. Looking at the site, the protagonist reasoned that this was an online auction under the city government. Of all the goods that were there, he had his eye on one. Ryan imagined an item shrouded in mana and emphasized that the pharmaceutical company, Stania, produces a first-class elixir called Stania. In his imagination, a human anatomy appeared and he added that this elixir is close to an industrial product. Its main effect is to increase endurance. In any case, he is not in a position to show off and look for something better, because now he needs to cling to at least something. The protagonist imagined himself lying unconscious and noted that he needed hope that he could heal his body. His gaze was exhausted. Shifting his gaze, Ryan emphasized that he was taking their task. Looking at the lamp, the protagonist assumed that cooperation with Amnak could bring some other benefit besides money for a miracle cure. He turned off the light. Lying on the bed, the guy added that he also hoped that they would suggest him some remedy for insomnia. The protagonist was scrolling through the news. His eyes began to stick together. Morning came. A week later, the protagonist was walking down the street with a gun. Chasing a bandit, he thought that instead of immediately starting the company's task, he began hunting for wanted criminals, decided to test magic on shooting skills. Taking aim, Ryan imbued the gun with magic. He fired a powerful shot. The bullet flew at the bandit. It was aimed at his leg. The bullet went right through. The guy fell to the ground, and the protagonist thought that this was great. Aiming at him, he thought that these skills should be enough for him until he pumped up more serious magic. Walking down the street, Ryan noted that the weapon buff simply helps him shoot better. He seriously noted that if he studied the unique magic of the auxiliary class, it would greatly help in battles, while he was unable to do so. Jenny looked at him and asked how he had rested. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that if he took the task from the pharmaceutical company, then he needed to hurry. Taking a folder from his bosom, Ryan asked how she found out, to which he received the answer that this was the only task that could hook him. He calmly heard the assumption that he was interested in medicine. The protagonist handed over a folder saying that he would work for them, after which he heard that someone from Amnak might come there. The protagonist sat down at the bar. Ryan shifted his gaze when someone addressed him. The guy looked at him and asked if he was Jenny's new employee. The man grinned and asked if he was the same lightning mage. Looking at the protagonist, the stranger said that many people talk about him, for example, that he loves money and hunting. Looking away, Ryan thought that he had caught a lot of criminals and made good money, although the guy was a little strange. Touching the glass, the stranger said that he was not saying that it was bad, and the Balkan people become hunters for two reasons. He took the glass and said that they become them either out of despair, when a person is so pathetic that his death would not even be noticed. He squeezed the glass and noted that the second option is when the hunter enjoys the hunting process itself, and he does not care who he puts a bullet into. Looking at him, the protagonist said that this is from one extreme to another, after which he noted that he did not hear his name. Putting the glass down, the man replied that he was in too much of a hurry. He put his hand behind his bosom. The man threw an object shrouded in mana at him. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Surprised, Ryan stretched out his hand. He examined the business card flying at him. Turning his gaze to the stranger, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he had superpowers. The protagonist extended his hand. He caught the business card. Putting his hand on his chest, the man said that the protagonist could call him Sebastian. He does about the same thing as Jenny. Ryan looked at the business card. The surprised guy thought that he did not notice any signs of magic and probably it was telekinesis. Putting the business card on the table, the protagonist asked if he had telekinesis. Sebastian closed his eyes and asked if it was obvious, noting that he had seen it all himself. Reaching out for the bottle, he assumed that the rumors that he had studied abroad were true. Jenny suddenly took the bottle away. The furious girl ordered her to leave her visitor alone. Sebastian put his hand in front of him and asked her to calm down, adding that he had simply given the business card to their mage friend. Putting his hand on his briefcase, he stated that he had indeed come on business. Jenny, puzzled, asked for more specifics. Looking through the documents, the girl asked why the preparations had already begun now, since they had announced that there were still more than 2 months left before the delegation's visit. The furious Jenny asked if such orders were already being received. Sebastian answered with a serious expression that this was true, but quite rarely, there were rumors that one of the city council members was actively promoting this bill. Looking at the guys, Ryan came to the conclusion that they were talking about the news he saw yesterday. The protagonist presented a news page and noted that this was a visit of the Sovereign Falnome delegation to the Balkans. It seemed to him that the city government had issued a separate order to call private entrepreneurs. Watching Jenny and Sebastian, the protagonist added that judging by the expressions on the faces of these two, the problem was quite serious. Getting up from the table, the man said that he had to go. Stretching out his hand, Sebastian said that if Ryan wanted to try himself in another business, he should not be shy and call at any time. Shaking the protagonist's hand, the man added that he paid better for the work than Jenny. The protagonist watched him go. Jenny calmly said that she could not deny when necessary. Sebastian knows how to work with his tongue. If Ryan decided to work on his own, he should turn to him. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she would stop him, after which the girl asked if the customers left even if they were asked to stay. He sat in front of her and asked what happened to the task, to which he received the answer that he would see everything soon. Someone entered the bar. The guys turned to look at him. The confused man asked if it was true that this was Jenny's bar. Pointing her finger back, the girl asked him to go through, noting that they would talk inside. The man sat on the couch, opposite Jenny. Looking around the room, Ryan said that she had not said before that there was a secret room, to which he received the answer that he ran away as soon as he received tasks. Crossing her arms, the girl said that she was Jenny. The man adjusted his glasses and said that he was pleased to meet you and introduced himself as Liam, a sales manager at MNAC. He began rummaging through his briefcase and saying that he did not have much time, so they would immediately get down to business. Pulling out the documents, Liam asked if it was true that Ryan had already studied the task in detail, to which he received a positive answer. Liam introduced the company building and said that MNAC is currently a small crowdfunding pharmaceutical company. He presented a lot of money and noted that they are developing neurostabilizers. Although the company has a lot of positive forecasts that after the completion of the development of new drugs, the profit will increase significantly, but there is a problem. The man introduced evil people and said that the district administration, which also uses illegal methods in its work, says that they are trying to steal patents for new drugs from pharmaceutical companies by hiring various gangs. Looking at Liam, the protagonist listened to him that first of all he should know that the drug already exists, although they have not received permission to develop it. The puzzled man said that he was going to send a sample to the intellectual property office before the district administration finds out about it, but someone has already told everything. Looking down, Ryan asked if that meant they had a rat, to which he replied that it was true and more. Liam handed over the photo. Turning the photo over, the protagonist listened to the fact that samples of the new drug were at this address. Lowering his head, the man asked to pick them up and send them to the department the day after tomorrow. They were counting on his help. Liam was suddenly taken aback. Ryan looked at him with a serious expression and said that if they wanted him to help, then they should tell the whole truth. The man began to tremble and asked what he meant. Sitting opposite, the protagonist asked him to stop lying to him, and then asked if the problem would be solved if he simply sent a sample. Tilting his head, Jenny assumed that Liam had missed the part about working with gangs and asked where the guarantee was that the protagonist would not encounter them. The man was taken aback by the question of whether he only needed to discreetly steal the sample and send it to the department. Looking at the frightened man, the protagonist came to the conclusion that they wanted him to resolve the issue by force. Crossing his arms, Ryan wondered if they thought he would have time to both beat up the bandits and steal the drug. Smiling, Jenny suggested that they should discuss the issue of payment. Putting the phone on the table, the girl asked the boss how much he was willing to pay the battle mage for this task. Getting up from the couch, she added that they would wait outside, and Liam should calmly resolve this issue. Looking around the bar, Jenny said that he tried to deceive them, which was bad, but on the other hand. Sitting at the table, the girl emphasized the fact that now they would not be able to be greedy with the payment. Sitting opposite, Ryan asked if she thought this was a difficult task, to which he answered that she did not think so. If the administration hired a gang, then it was unlikely to be a large one, 100 people at most. She introduced the bandits, and said that gangs are usually made up of scum, with the exception of the leader. Nodding, the protagonist replied that he understood everything, but they still had to pay more. Closing her eyes, Jenny said that she would sort it out, knock out at least another 10 million. Liam left the room. His face was dumbfounded. The girl, with a satisfied look, made a gesture that everything was fine. Evening had come. Sitting behind the wheel, Liam said that it was already late. He thought the others had already arrived. The man with a smile on his face said that he was talking about the people they hired to guard the warehouse. There were fewer of them than in the gang, but it would be enough for him. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that Amnak had no intention of sending him alone, but he didn't know if it would do any good. Looking away, Ryan summed up that it was more important to learn more about the drug now and suggested that he should put pressure on the bespectacled man. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that Jenny said that the company not only offered little, but also lied at least once. Liam began to tremble and replied that he had misunderstood. Looking at him, Ryan noticed beads of sweat running down his face. Crossing his arms, the protagonist clarified if there were any other samples in the warehouse. Smiling, the man said that they only had drugs that were already on the market. Their boss had previously created them for personal purposes. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if they had drugs like sleeping pills, to which Liam replied that they most likely did. He looked out the window and thought that it was good, because he could use one like that. The car arrived at the Amnak Pharmaceutical Company warehouse in Area 54. A crowd of guys met the car. Liam looked at Ryan and said that they were there, the others too. Looking at him, the protagonist asked him not to get out of the car. The guy knocked on the glass and asked if he was from Amnak. Confused, Liam replied that he was. The enraged guy started yelling at him to get out. The frightened man clarified what was going on. Pointing his finger at the guys, he screamed that they had not agreed on this and clarified that 10 people could do it. Holding a bottle of medicine in his hand, the protagonist said that now his only hope was him. He began to drink the contents. Ryan began to get out of the car. His body was enveloped in energy, after which the protagonist said that he would earn his money. He closed the door behind him. The guys stood in front of him and shouted that Ryan should leave, because this was a man's conversation. The disgruntled guys shouted that when they were hired, there was no talk of fighting the gang. The protagonist thought with a disgruntled look that this was not surprising. Standing in front of the guys, Ryan asked them to calm down while they were saying that they had no chance of escaping from the bandits. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even a fool would understand that running into a gang is bad, and yet the guy rushed into battle, and the protagonist assumed that their conversation was not going well. Ryan dodged the attack. He released a discharge of electricity at the enemy. The surprised guys asked if it was a mage. They looked at the protagonist and said that if the company hired a mage, then that changes things. The guys turned away when Ryan said that he told them to calm down. Turning around, the protagonist noted that they now know about the gang. Putting his hands in his pockets, he noted that there was no point in wasting his strength, it was better to spend it on opponents. A guy from the crowd began to shout loudly. The protagonist paid attention to him. There was a smirk on his face. The guy swung his hand. Flames began to emanate from his hands. Spreading his arms, the stranger said that they seemed to not know that not all mages are good people. Ryan silently listened to the guy, who said that given that this fop was there, most likely, he was kicked out of the mage tower, and certainly not without reason. The surprised guys began to discuss that this was true. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that for the second time that day he saw a person with superpowers. Examining the guy, the protagonist noted that it was pyrokinesis. Apparently, this guy was good at analytics, and his abilities were powerful. He calmly added that only if the guy decided to use his powers there, then he was not that strong. Putting his hand on the hood of the car, Ryan asked what they would do, whether the guy would agree to cooperate or decide to incinerate the car. The guy frowned and said that such a pathetic mage as the protagonist would be a burden. He screamed with an enraged look that he would kill him right now. Watching what was happening, the protagonist thought that he thought so, it would not be possible to negotiate with him. The guy, engulfed in flames, rushed into battle. The protagonist put up a barrier in front of himself. The stranger was surprised by this. He asked Ryan with a puzzled look what he was going to do. The protagonist absorbed the guy's mana. He released it back at him. The stranger was scared when he saw that he was on fire. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The guy began to scream in pain. Smiling, Ryan thought that not all people who possess pyrokinesis are immune to their own weapons. The guy fell to his knees and screamed that he was wrong and begged for mercy. The protagonist waved his hand. Looking at his fist, he thought that his strength was running out anyway, so he would not be able to hold the guy back. The dumbfounded guys screamed that it needed to be put out, because they couldn't let the fire spread to the warehouse. They started running away from there. Ryan looked at Liam and said that if he was going to hang around there like that, nothing would come of it, and he had to leave. The protagonist watched the car. He entered the warehouse and thought that when concluding the contract with the company, they had only one condition: he had to send the drug to the intellectual property department. Looking at the shelves, Ryan noted that this needed to be done the day after tomorrow morning, so he had another day and a half to hold out. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets. He found the sample he needed. Looking at the vials, the protagonist thought that he could take a sample and quickly get out of there, but he didn't think the company would be happy with that. Putting the samples in his bosom, Ryan came to the conclusion that he needed to deal with the bandits. He went outside to the guys. Standing in front of them, he asked what they had, to which he received the answer that they were discussing further actions. Sighing, the protagonist realized that they did not have a plan. The guy pointed his finger at the guys and said that if you count the red-haired guy, there were 15 of them. Turning around, Ryan ordered to block the entrance and split into 3 groups to patrol the area. If they noticed anything, they should immediately inform him. Leaving there, the protagonist said that he had other things to do. Standing in front of the wall, he thought that it was dirty there and wondered if they had deliberately hidden him in such a place so that no one would suspect anything. Raising his head, the protagonist noted that the wall was quite high. It would be difficult to climb over. He noticed cracks in the wall and noted that it looked flimsy. Using the claymore spell, Ryan created a yellow cloud of energy in his hand. He directed it at the ground. The protagonist began to examine the sphere. The cloud of mana began to increase, and the protagonist thought that the magic with which, under certain conditions, explosions in mines are called claymore. He imagined the explosion and emphasized that it causes significant damage, but it has a small area of damage, so when there are many opponents, the effectiveness is lost, so you need to change your approach and start regulating the pressure. Ryan spread his hands. He created a barrier around the sphere and noted that instead of increasing the firepower that focuses on a specific point, it is worth expanding the radius of action and the impact surface area. A glow began to spread from the sphere. The protagonist examined his spell. The cloud of mana began to sink underground. Looking at the ground, the protagonist noted that everything worked. He sent another spell to the wall. Streams of mana were shining brightly in the wall. The guy ran up to him and asked him to listen to him. He fell to his knees. Looking down, the stranger said that he was asking for his forgiveness. He had lost his mind for a moment and promised that something like this would never happen again. Standing in front of him, Ryan replied that he didn't need to apologize. Kneeling, the guy asked how he could atone for his guilt, and the protagonist mentally assumed that the guy had decided that he would deal with him after the mission, although he had no such thought. He shouldn't know about it. Touching the guy's back, Ryan asked if he had decided not to cry in front of the others if he had run so quickly. Walking away from him, the protagonist replied that he would give him the opportunity to become a normal person. The puzzled guy asked what he was talking about. Turning around, Ryan said that they would have guessed tonight. His job was simple. Holding the stranger by the shoulder, the protagonist said that he only needed to spit fire at them, just like he had tried to do with him. The guy looked down and accepted the order. His face was sad. The protagonist sat on the box. Looking at the ampoule, Ryan thought that there were only a couple of pieces left. It would be difficult if their gang split up. He looked at the gun and came to the conclusion that if necessary, he would have to use the gun. He heard a knock on the door. Looking at the mercenaries, the protagonist noted that there was some kind of commotion outside. A blue aura began to spread from him. A dome surrounded the warehouse. Ryan saw blue lights and noted that there were opponents within a 2-kilometer radius. 2 of them were very strong. He began to examine other opponents. He saw how the lights moved towards the warehouse and noted that the rest were about 150 people. The protagonist went outside. The guy pointed his finger and said that there were enemies there now. Ryan's eyes started to glow while he thought that the bandits had arrived pretty quickly. It couldn't be that all of them could use magic. He saw a convoy of cars and asked if they were in armored cars. Turning around, the mercenary shouted that everyone needed to get ready. The light from the lanterns blinded the guys. The mercenaries were standing in front of the convoy. Watching this, Ryan thought that the guys were nervous and needed to be calmed down. Stepping forward, the protagonist said that they should just watch the entrance. He would take care of the rest. He noticed the guy and assumed that the threats worked if he decided to stand in front. Looking at the cars, Ryan wondered why the bandits weren't doing anything. He was suddenly taken aback. There was a blow to the wall. The stunned guy shouted that the bandits were coming from behind. They needed to move away from the walls. The car was trying to break through the wall. With each blow, the wall was further destroyed. The surprised protagonist mentally asked if they were going to destroy the walls. A smile appeared on his face. A powerful explosion was heard while Ryan thought that now it was clear to him who of them would survive. The burning car flew up. The mercenaries watched this. It fell on the territory of the warehouse. Frowning, the protagonist noted that despite the fact that he had improved the claymore, it was still not powerful enough to reach all the way there. He turned his attention to the burning liquid and came to the conclusion that this was an unusual fuel. It was definitely different. The protagonist thought with a satisfied look that this fuel increased the force of the explosion. The burning debris flew up. Looking at the bandits' cars, Ryan said that they paid the price for not knowing their opponent. He noticed the outline of 2 guys and wondered if these were the ones he identified as strong. One of the guys was holding a staff in his hands and the protagonist came to the conclusion that he was a magician. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that he had already met such people. This was the 3rd time. The first time was Professor Kate. The second was the scavenger search magician. The magician they hired turned out to be a complete disappointment. He remembered how the man was taken aback. Looking at the guy, Ryan noted that this was different, and wondered if he was the leader of this group. The protagonist with a crazy grin on his face began to ask himself what to use against him, what magic he had, how strong he was, how his weapon worked, whether it was better to attack first, and what his unique magic was. He was suddenly taken aback. Frowning, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he needed to calm down, because first of all, he needed to understand the situation. Streams of energy began to emanate from his hand. It began to spread. Blue threads stretched to the destroyed wall. They flew over the cars, while the protagonist reasoned that 10 cars were destroyed. The remaining number of people was about 100. He looked at his hand. It started to glow. The energy started to spread and Ryan asked how much longer they were going to wait. They felt the energy that transmitted the protagonist's voice, asking them to come here because they had something to say. The guy touched his ear and told them to go forward. The bandits got out of the cars. The crowd started moving towards the warehouse. The protagonist's face was calm. Looking at the guy, the protagonist ordered them to close their eyes and shoot when they entered. The confused mercenary asked why they should close their eyes, to which he received the answer that he did not have time to explain. He came to his comrades. They were checking their weapons. The bandits entered the warehouse. The guy was suddenly taken aback. A bright stream of light blinded them. The bandits closed their eyes because of the flash. The mercenaries started shooting at them. The bandits started falling to the ground screaming that it was a trap. The trembling guys asked what it was. The mercenary, covered in fire, ran towards them. His face was furious. The bandits were scared when they saw him. They started running away from him. While striking at the enemies, the guy noted that he would still burn them. Watching the fight, Ryan thought that he would use magic again, and the bandits would guess that it was his doing. Electricity sparked around his hand. He released chain lightning in order to continue the attack. Lightning struck the bandits. The guys continued shooting them. Bullets hit the bandits. Standing behind the squad, the protagonist wondered if this help would be enough. He shifted his gaze. The guys were standing near the container. Looking at them, Ryan emphasized that it was time to deal with the leader. The protagonist stood in front of them. The guy noted with a satisfied look that Grime did not say that they had such a fighter. Grime, with his hand on his hip, noted that MNAC was not a company that could afford a good mage. The guy looked at Ryan and asked him if he was a fool. They saw a smile on the protagonist's face. The bandit, with a satisfied look, called him interesting. With his hand in his pocket, he asked if the protagonist knew what happened to the leader. Standing in front of him, Ryan replied that he had no reason to know and asked if he wanted to worry about his dying subordinates. The bandit, with a satisfied look, said that he did not care, they were just trash, disposable people. Walking towards the protagonist, he said that it was time for him to leave the burden and fly far away, like a free bird. They entered the warehouse after the protagonist, and Grime asked Gale to leave poetry. Gale, with a smile on his face, said that the guy was a weakling and was going to die anyway, so they could chat. Grime said with a serious expression that if he continued, he would have to reconsider the decision about his place of work, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this mage was not part of the gang. He looked at Gale and noted that this was the leader who wanted to abandon his own. He would always choose the side that was more profitable. Sighing, Ryan thought that, as he thought people, no matter where they lived, were the same. Frowning, Gale asked to look at this snob, who was smiling from the very beginning, as if he was on a resort. We need to quickly deal with him and find a sample. Grime was enveloped in a purple aura, after which he replied that there was no need to delay with this. A glow began to come from his staff. A purple barrier began to form in space. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Looking at Grime, he reasoned that his character helped his magic, and even his movements. Stunned, Ryan came to the conclusion that this was the magic of the perfect shield. He saw the energy blocking the exit. Looking at the smiling guy, the protagonist stated that he couldn't stand there calmly. He reached for his gun. Grime was taken aback by this. He put up a barrier in front of him. His shield was broken. Grime smirked and said that no matter how weak this mage was, he didn't seem to care. Grime was furious and yelled that the protagonist was an incomplete magic user who dared to block his spell. Ryan held the gun in front of him and asked if the guy thought magic user was an insult. Grime was furious. He looked at his comrade and yelled that he should have covered him. Gale wiped away tears of laughter and asked if the mage heard one shot and had already soiled his pants, noting that the protagonist didn't even use magic. He added with a smile on his face that Ryan was a mage who worked with lightning or light, such always glowed when using techniques. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that now it became clear to him why he was fooling around and not attacking. He looked at the guys and thought that magic related to light was very effective, but in exchange strong concentration was required so as not to go blind when using it. A bright light enveloped the room while the protagonist said that since many techniques have some manifestations, a knowledgeable person can understand what is happening by these signs. The protagonist raised his hand from which the light emanated. He added with a smile on his face that he meant if he were an ordinary mage. Looking at the bandit, Ryan listened that as soon as he saw that he was preparing magic, he would attack and simply tear him to pieces and wondered if he had fangs. The protagonist remembered sitting at a table with a girl who said that the leader was said to have a special mixed blood. He imagined Gale being enveloped in a red aura and assumed that this was outright rage. There was a slight smile on the protagonist's face. With his hands in his pockets, Gale listened to it being dark, so he did not immediately realize that he was in front of a fool with mixed blood. The smile disappeared from Gale's face. Looking at Ryan, he asked again. Covering his nose, the protagonist stated that he smelled of dirty wool. The guy was furious. He leaned over and noted that the protagonist could work with his mouth. He turned into a werewolf and said that starting with this mouth, he would tear it apart. Looking at the monster, Ryan noted that it was a werewolf, as he thought. Standing in front of the monster, he began to reason that people with animal instincts and the ability to turn into an animal are werewolves. They are ruthless, and no one can compare with him in physical strength, but this werewolf is different. He saw Gale drooling from his mouth and pointed out that despite his powerful jaw, he couldn't even control the drooling from his mouth. He looked at the monster's paw and added that his claws were curled incorrectly. Looking at the werewolf's body, the protagonist thought that he had clumps of fur, that even his skin was visible, that he was a werewolf with mixed blood. Standing opposite, Ryan listened to Gale trying to say something and replied that he was stuttering. It seemed that he was having trouble controlling himself. Raising his gun, the protagonist said that it was too hard to think in such a state. The werewolf rushed into battle. Gusts of wind enveloped the protagonist. Gale tried to bite through the barrier. He began to growl angrily. The werewolf jumped back. He rushed into the attack again. Ryan calmly thought that he was continuing to attack in one direction, going head-on. The monster's eyes were shining brightly with rage. Grime was taken aback and cried out that it was impossible. Several layers of barrier were placed in front of the protagonist. He thought with a slight smile on his face that his shield blocked even heavy weapons. It was a natural outcome because the defense was placed in 5 layers. Pointing the gun at the monster, he came to the conclusion that they did not think that he would be able to block consecutive attacks. The werewolf was suddenly taken aback. Ryan imbued the gun with magic and asked if it was his turn. Gale fell to the floor. He began to tremble. His face was scared. Walking towards him, the protagonist wondered if the monster began to panic from one shot. Standing in front of the monster, he noted that he would be sure when he was completely finished with him, he could not give up the initiative. Lightning began to emanate from Ryan's hand. He fired a powerful discharge at the werewolf. The monster lay unconscious on the floor. The protagonist looked at his hand. Raising his head, he thought that it would be good to use the Thunder Jaw at the end. Ryan stretched his hand up. A dark aura enveloped the warehouse. A powerful stream of electricity hit Gale. Smoke rose from his body. Grime watched this silently. He frowned at what he saw. The protagonist with a calm face wondered if this mage was still preparing the spell, noting that he thought he would intervene during the fight with the werewolf. Smirking, Ryan concluded that he would check how prepared he was. A glow began to emanate from the guy's staff. The protagonist closed one eye due to the bright light. Looking at the staff, he thought that at first glance it looked like a simple glow, but this magic released a powerful blast wave. He imagined a powerful explosion and pointed out that shock-type magic was popular in the game World 2.0. Its structure and essence are simple, so it is not difficult to learn, and it hits hard and really scares enemies. Standing in front of him, Ryan wondered if Grime wanted to wipe out the entire area. Blue energy began to emanate from him when he thought that he couldn't leave it like this. The mana flow was moving towards Grime. Looking at the dumbfounded guy, the protagonist reasoned that by taking possession of someone else's mana flow, he would steal the ability to control it. Looking at the ceiling, he emphasized that he would change the direction of the shockwave there. Grime released a stream of energy. His mana flew up. He raised his head in surprise. Grime was shocked by what happened. Lowering his head, he grinned. He began to tremble and laugh nervously. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he was using an artifact. Grime stretched out his hand, saying that he recognized him immediately. He was a tramp who was just finishing work for a pharmaceutical company. He couldn't have such power. Grime, with a crazy look, suggested that Ryan was just lucky to get a powerful device somewhere. Looking at the protagonist, he stated that he probably just ran out of mana. He should prepare for battle now. Ryan remembered how he hit Gale with a powerful bolt, and wondered if he still thought that his power was based on using an item, even after seeing the werewolf turn into rags. The protagonist came to the conclusion that it was not. Grime could not control himself. He looked into the boy's eyes. His hand was shaking while Ryan reasoned that he had a crazy look. His eyes were twitching. His whole face was covered in sweat. Looking at the mage, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this guy was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He remembered how Grime was taken aback when the dark energy enveloped him and added that he was torn by doubts even after they fought. Grime looked at his fallen comrade and wondered if the lightning that felled Gale was entirely the power of this young man. He remembered how his energy flow flew into the ceiling. Watching the distraught boy, the protagonist thought that even if he shoved these doubts into the farthest corner of his mind, he would no longer have the same confidence. Grime grabbed his head while Ryan said that he was too scared. The boy pointed a finger at the protagonist and asked if he was right. Sighing, Ryan mentally assumed that in front of him was a person who did not trust even his own feelings. Dark mana rose from his feet. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he was tired of listening to his nonsense, and then used Shadow Raid. Streams of dark energy were directed at Grime. Mana stretched along the floor from behind the rubble. The boy was surrounded. Energy entangled his legs. Stunned, Grime asked what it was. His hands were tied. The mana flow cut off the boy's hands. He was shocked by what happened. Grime fell to his knees in shock and howled in pain. Ryan started walking towards him. The trembling guy asked how this was possible. The protagonist looked at him with a calm expression. He remembered how the guys entered the warehouse and noted that from the moment they entered the warehouse, he was preparing to make this move. Energy was hovering around the warehouse while Ryan told us that this was shadow magic, Shadow Raid. The most mysterious power manifests in impenetrable darkness, so it turns out to use shadows that come out from under the caster's feet. There is only one limitation: it takes a lot of time to prepare. The protagonist imagined how mana flew around the room and emphasized that it was a dimly lit place, so there were basically no restrictions. The shadows were heading towards the shelves. Approaching the guy, The protagonist noted that Grime also firmly believed that he was a lightning mage, and this was only to his advantage, so he used magic without hesitation, because the bright lightning only strengthened the shadow with its flash. Looking down, Ryan thought that he was hoping for an interesting and difficult fight, but in the end it was deadly boring. The protagonist pointed the gun at the guy. He looked at Grime's frightened face. He began to cry. The protagonist closed Grime's eyes. Watching him closely, Ryan said that if the guy answered his questions, then maybe he would let him live. Holding the gun to the guy's forehead, the protagonist asked if this was all they could gather, adding that he brought the whole gang and wanted to know if anyone else was involved. Grime opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was unlikely that a strike force would be needed. Ryan frowned and thought that was good. It meant he wouldn't be followed on his way to the intellectual property office. Kneeling, Grime said that if the protagonist spared him, he would help him. As a third-level mage he could be very useful. The protagonist, looking interested, suggested that the dog was also a third-level mage. The dumbfounded guy pointed out that you could say that this was the rank from which a mage receives recognition. Ryan, looking serious, began to reason that he was not sure what level this guy was talking about, but mages should not sort things out like this. Judging by his words, he, not knowing his own rank and getting into a fight with two mages, should be lying on the floor. Grimes smiled and clarified if he would be spared. He was horrified when a gun was pressed to his head. Ryan's eyes began to glow while he thought that he would not regret it. Pulling the trigger, he apologized. Grimes' corpse fell to the floor. The protagonist suddenly raised his head. Turning around, he saw that the werewolf had regained consciousness and said that he thought it was all over. The monster rose to its feet. Looking at Gale, the protagonist thought that it was impossible that the discharge had not finished him off. He remembered how lightning had struck the guy and noted that among ordinary magic like lightning, the Thunderjaw he had used on the Fleabitten was considered the most powerful spell. If this guy had any brains, he would not have joined the gang. The werewolf was furious. Ryan, with a serious expression, noted that that was all. He stood in front of the monster. The protagonist introduced the wolf and told us that werewolves are animals intoxicated with the power that the moon gives them. They are overcome by the desire to master the source of this power, which is why he can still move. Gale was walking towards the protagonist. As Ryan dodged the attack, he wondered how dangerous and powerful purebred werewolves were if even this half-breed was so good at regenerating. Gale fell to the floor. Looking at the trembling monster, the protagonist emphasized that if he faced one of them, he would not get off so easily. The protagonist grabbed Gale by the head. His face was serious. He fired a discharge at the wolf. Looking at his hand, Ryan thought that he dealt with 2 in 5 minutes. Turning his attention to the door, the protagonist thought that it was still noisy outside. Walking away from the warehouse, he noted that he had no reason to rush there, but he should not ignore those who fought on the same side with him. He stopped in front of the staff. Ryan reached for it. Holding it in his hands, he said that Grime was not a strong mage, but he carried the staff with him despite the inconvenience, so this thing would definitely come in handy. The protagonist carefully examined the staff. He presented various artifacts and noted that he did not adhere to the principle of not using magic items. He just could not afford them. Ryan shifted his gaze. Holding the staff in front of him, he wondered if something had happened. As he walked outside, the protagonist decided that he would just cosplay Gandalf with the staff for now, and then we'd see. The mercenaries continued shooting at the bandits. The guy, enveloped in fiery mana, ran after them. Smiling, Ryan thought that this was very good. Raising the staff above his head, the protagonist prepared to release chain lightning. The bandits were taken aback when they saw clots of energy above them. The electric sphere began to strike them with lightning. The bandit looked at Ryan with a stunned look. His gaze fell on the staff in the protagonist's hands. The guy turned around and screamed that they needed to run, because he had finished off the mage and the boss. The bandits ran away from the warehouse. The mercenaries sighed with relief. They crawled out of hiding and began to shout that they were alive and it was all over. Watching them, Ryan assumed that the fight was tough. The protagonist imagined the guys exchanging fire and thought that even though he took on the mage and the werewolf, these guys were outnumbered. The protagonist's gaze fell on the guy who was lying on the ground and trying to catch his breath. Looking at him, Ryan thought that he had driven himself to death and wanted to show how good he was in a fight. Smiling, the protagonist added that there was an interesting moment. He imagined how the guy was enveloped in energy and emphasized that shooting fire was a simple ability. With it he would not have survived this battle. The protagonist imagined how the stranger was fighting and added that he also drew attention to himself, risked his life and did not die, so he has every right to enjoy the victory. The guy tried to get to his feet. Looking at the charred pieces of concrete, Ryan noted that in an extreme situation, he managed to develop his abilities to the limit. The protagonist started walking towards him, thinking that the guy had done well, so there was no need to scold him any further. He stopped in front of him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had done well. The mercenary's face was joyful. Ryan began examining the staff. Holding it in his hand, he thought that the device did not allow him to increase the speed of a magic attack and did not increase the speed of reading mana, the same with power. The surprised protagonist reasoned that the mana had just been restored, but only a little. This stick was just trash. He let it go. Crossing his arms, Ryan thought that it also gave him away. He might as well have just shouted that he was a mage. In the future, when choosing equipment, it would be better to take the one that would not light up. Turning around, the protagonist told the guys that they had done a good job. They replied with a satisfied look that the protagonist had also done a great job. Ryan extended his hand and ordered those who were unharmed to take the seriously wounded to the hospital, while the rest would have to guard the area with him. The protagonist sat in the room. Looking at his shaking hands, he wondered if it was because the tension had eased. His hands continued to shake, and Ryan noted that fatigue had suddenly fallen on him. Putting his hand on his chest, he wondered whether to use the viper. Removing his hand, he came to the conclusion that it was not worth it. He had very few of them left. It was better to save them for other cases. The protagonist raised his head. The guys guarded the area, while the plot told us that after this another day passed without any particular excesses. There were no new attacks from the gang. Inspired people began to disperse to receive a reward from the pharmaceutical company. The guys with a smile on their faces said goodbye to Ryan. Entering the warehouse, the protagonist thought that he had sent people, cleaned the warehouse and finished with the brief report. All that was left was to hand over the samples to the intellectual property department. His gaze fell on the shelves. He examined the boxes. Sitting in a dark room, the protagonist asked if he could take some samples of common drugs, to which he received the answer that he could take as much as he wanted. His bag was full of drugs. Sitting in front of the box, Ryan thought that he had taken a sleeping pill, a stimulant to relieve fatigue, vitamins that he did not have at home. He threw the bag over his shoulder and was suddenly surprised. His gaze fell on the staff lying on the ground. The protagonist leaned over it and mentally asked if it was possible to make some money on this. Hanging the staff on his shoulder, Ryan came to the conclusion that if he took it to Jenny, then it should be enough for 1 or 2 vipers. The protagonist got into a taxi. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had a headache. But the work was not finished yet. After he handed over the samples, he could calm down. He added calmly that although he did not like such assignments, this was his first time inside the 10th districts. Ryan looked at the building of the intellectual property department in the 8th district. With his hands in his pockets, he thought that it was an eerily clean and quiet place, where the rulers of the Balkans sat. The protagonist presented a map of the districts and noted that this was the district where the administrative bodies of the city government were gathered. This was the place where only civil servants and local government officials could enter and exit. Approaching the building, Ryan noted that it looked like a temple from some legend. He needed to quickly give the drug and leave. The man was sitting on a bench and asked what the young man was doing in such a place so early in the morning. The protagonist paid attention to him. Looking at him, he said that he had business in the department, after which he clarified whether permission was needed to enter. Ryan asked him seriously what to do, adding that the man was probably not an ordinary old man, judging by the fact that he was exercising in a place like this. Studying the stranger, the protagonist added that if such a man had started a conversation, it was unlikely that he was bored. Taken aback, he came to the conclusion that it was too early to get involved with people in power. It would be better to leave the conversation without leaving a strong impression. Ryan looked at the man's eyes and realized that he was not looking at him. The protagonist turned his attention to his staff. A smile appeared on his face. Approaching the man, he asked if he liked what he had done. Raising his head, the old man asked what he was talking about. The protagonist, looking pleased, stated that he had left some crackers, so that even those watching from afar would notice his performance. The man listened attentively to Ryan's words, who assumed that he liked it, otherwise he would not have waited there for him. Holding the staff in his hand, he said that he was returning it. He thrust it into the ground. The protagonist seriously assumed that it belonged to the mage the old man took care of. The saddened man replied that he knew it. Looking down, Ryan thought that it was hard not to guess. The old man recognized Grimes' staff and was waiting for him near the intellectual property office. Besides, a person who can freely move around these streets, doing sports, only a city councilor can do this, although he did not expect that instead of sending subordinates, he would come in person. Opening his mouth, the man began to talk about Grime. Sitting on a bench, he told that this guy had weak abilities, but was a good friend. From the moment he decided to become a politician, Grime was the one who helped him, putting all his heart and time into supporting him. Looking at the protagonist, the man asked if he knew why he came there to see him, to which Ryan asked if he wanted revenge. The protagonist, with a calm face, reasoned that although he said so, it did not seem like that was the case. There was no anger, hatred, or disappointment in his gaze. He saw only greed in them. There was a smirk on the old man's face. Stretching out his hand, the man asked Ryan to work with him, noting that if such a talented and powerful mage were on his own, the city could suffer. He remembered seeing a lightning bolt, noting that he was convinced of this when he saw lightning strike from a cloudless night sky. He said with a smile on his face that his career was constantly on the rise and he thought he could arrange a warm place for him, comfortably arrange him in this concrete jungle with skyscrapers. Sighing, Ryan thought that with every word this man was showing his selfish desires, he was admitting that he was different from ordinary people. The protagonist imagined the man holding a pile of money in his hand and noted that he had a huge amount of taxpayers' money, public recognition, fame, power, and even capable people who were hard to find. Standing in front of him, the protagonist noted that it was rare to meet a person who was greedy for all of this at once. But that did not mean he should put a leash on himself. He asked him seriously what all this was for. The man frowned and listened to Ryan say that he did not know why he needed him, but he had no reason to need an old man. The dog was sitting next to a city councilor, who asked if he was refusing his offer now. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that even if he really needed the help of an influential person, there were many people in high positions besides this old man. He was not even the head of the district, just a city councilor. Standing in front of him, Ryan pointed out that making such a power-hungry man an enemy could be a serious headache, and he should be flattered a little rather than outright refused. The man looked up when the protagonist said that if the advisor had helped him, he would have responded in kind one day. Ryan stood in front of him and declared that they were not friends. He crossed his arms and asked if there was any reason for them to be enemies. A girl screamed in the bar, asking if he was completely crazy. She slammed her fist on the table and screamed that she had heard that there were many possessed people among the old monsters who had climbed into the political arena, but this was too much. Sitting in front of her, Ryan asked if she thought they would do anything else. Touching her chin, Jenny replied that it had gone well this time because he was not prepared, but if they had to face him again, maybe. Raising her glass, the girl added that it would be after he got a better position than he had now, provided that this person was truly interested in his abilities, and Ryan came to the conclusion that the authorities needed a mage. Jenny closed her eyes and said that being acquainted with several people from the ruling circles was not so bad, because instead of grumbling, they provided some conveniences. Sipping a cocktail, the protagonist thought that she was talking as if she already had such experience, but she was right. Looking at Jenny, the protagonist began to reason that she was a young girl, but she had already opened her own bar, created an office and acted as a broker. She was definitely not ordinary. She received a notification on her phone. Smiling, the girl assumed that MNAC had checked the registration of the new drug in the intellectual property department, because the money had already arrived. Getting up from the bar, Ryan said that he needed to go somewhere, and the girl asked him to stop. Frowning, Jenny clarified whether he had found another source of income yet. The protagonist turned away silently. Standing in front of him, the girl said that in order to avoid suspicion from the city government's financial supervision department, it was in his best interest to do it quickly. At least some kind of cover was needed, because an officially unemployed person with a lot of money became an object of hunting for tax officials. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would figure it out. Watching him go, Jenny asked him to try to find at least some kind of work first. Going outside, he thought that he was tired. The protagonist approached a taxi and noted that he would like to rest right now, but he needed to replenish his supply of vipers. The car started moving, while Ryan reasoned that if he wanted to move like ordinary people, forgetting about fatigue, he needed stimulants. The glass dome on the roof of the building reflected the rays of the sun. Hank greeted the protagonist with a joyful look. He waved his hand and said that his dear guest had arrived. He did not know that he was popular, so he apologized for the rude reception then. He noted with a smile on his face that Ryan turned out to be a very talented magician. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked what he didn't like so much. Holding a smoking pipe in his hands, Hank said that if rumors had reached even him, the one who had somehow managed to quickly adapt to life there, he imagined it differently. Bringing the pipe to his mouth, Hank noted that he was surprised that the protagonist was alive at all. Ryan seriously wondered if he was saying this to his face and smiled. He imagined Hank's crazy face and noted that it was better than pretending and hiding his intentions until the last. Folding his arms, the man said that his store was always open for the protagonist. Putting a wad of money on the table, Ryan asked for 100 of the same ones he had taken last time. Looking at the money, Hank said that he had made a mistake about him, because he had been impolite and did not recognize the perky young man with a bright future. He stood in front of the box and said that the protagonist should have told him earlier that he was making good money. He wanted to recommend him something. He threw a frog and a carrot at him. The protagonist left the store. He went to the wall. He suddenly felt sick. Trying to catch his breath, Ryan emphasized that he was having a hard time. His eyes darkened. He began to lose consciousness. The protagonist dropped the bag from his hands. He took a stimulant. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist added that everything was fine now. Looking up, he thought that relying entirely on vipers was bad, but if he wanted to survive there, then there was no choice. Beads of sweat were running down his face while he reasoned that endlessly wandering through these cold and disgusting streets, it seemed to him that he had coped well so far, but he did not know if he could continue like this. Sunlight was breaking through the blinds. Ryan lay on the bed and told us that after that he lay in the room for a whole week, and now he feels even too rested. Warming up, the protagonist noted that this is a small stretch so that the muscles do not get stiff. There is home-cooked food on the table. The protagonist went to bed and emphasized that he tried to restore the regime, calculating the time of sleep. Disappointed, Ryan looked at his characteristics and read that he has depletion of magical power, a short life, chronic headaches, drug addiction, insomnia, after which he said that his physical condition suffers greatly, but he has already gotten used to it. Looking at the phone, the protagonist said that no one knew that you need to put in so much effort to find a part-time job. Studying vacancies, Ryan thought that he cannot work more than 3 days a week and night shifts are not suitable for him either. He thinks it will take more time to find something suitable. The exhausted protagonist paid attention to the notification and added that hard work that requires muscle strength is also not suitable. He glanced at Jenny's messages, asking if he was having a good rest and when he would be back to work. Ryan looked away and noted that there were other things he wanted to learn, so he needed some more time. He came to the Balkan City Library. The boys were sitting at a table and taking notes. Looking through the bookshelf, the protagonist thought that he had roughly decided on the places to visit, but he came to the library with a very specific purpose. Looking at the books, Ryan thought that he needed to learn summoning magic, spirit magic rituals, homunculi, and necromancy. He remembered how he fought the bandits, and noted that when he encountered a werewolf and a mage at the same time, he thought of something. Holding a stack of books, the protagonist wondered what it would be like to create a vanguard and use it in battle. He imagined the faces of his opponents and emphasized that the strategy of these two was simple. The werewolf was the striking force, and the mage was providing fire support from behind. Putting the books on the table, Ryan added that there are several ways to counter the enemy in such a situation. He remembered how he struck Gale with a lightning strike and emphasized the fact that you can either use unique abilities and engage the enemy head-on, or use the same strategy and gradually press. A picture appeared in the protagonist's imagination of how he first struck Grime and noted that another way is to put all your strength into a long-range attack to neutralize the mage, and then counterattack. Sitting at the table, Ryan thought that if he studied magic related to summoning assistants or spirits, then he could at least use the vanguard for a short time, and the fight would become much easier. Opening the book, the protagonist noted that it was easier to assemble his own team, but he wanted to reach the limit of his capabilities, so he needed magic. Studying the pages of the book, the protagonist noted that he would start with summoning. Looking down, Ryan thought that although it was almost the same in World 2.0, the summoning conditions there were more complicated. He imagined the mage creating a huge seal of green energy and emphasized that the process of summoning a certain creature was too uncertain. Luck was more important than talent. One summoning ritual required buying materials for about 200 million cell, and if the result failed to summon a good creature, then all the efforts would go down the drain. The protagonist closed the book. He glanced at the other books and thought of another way. Touching the textbook on spiritual magic rituals, he said that if summoning magic was mostly based on luck, but working with spirits could not even be called magic. He began to read and added that it used spiritual power, not the flow of mana. The essence itself was closer to shamans or necromancers. Looking down, Ryan assumed that there was nothing useful in it. Perhaps he could learn it in the process of researching ordinary magic. It was too risky to waste time on it. He took another book and thought that if he could distract the enemy's attention for at least a second. The girl approached him. Kate stood over him and asked if the protagonist had left the library for a month, and death itself had left a mark on his face. Looking at her, the protagonist noted that Kate. He remembered watching her and noted that she was a professor at Labatenin University in the Department of Elementary Magic. Turning around, the girl said that she told him to find her, but he hadn't even entered the university, after which she asked if there was any point in him sitting alone and digging through books. She paid attention to the title of the textbook. She began to examine the reading material that Ryan had chosen. Watching her, the protagonist wondered what she had imagined there. Holding the book in front of her, Kate said that if there was no talent for magic, going in this direction was not the best choice. Summoning or spirits require more than just talent from a person. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he knew it. Holding the book in front of him, Kate said that if he believed in his luck so much, it would be better to buy a lottery ticket from the government. She stood in front of him and said that only 3 people who worked with spirits had met people like her, that is, university professors. It would be better for him to abandon these meaningless hopes. Looking down, Ryan began to reason that her words made sense, but he was not quite an ordinary local resident. Of course, if he told her the whole truth, then she would leave him alone, but he did not know if there was a need for this. She put the book on the table. The girl closed her eyes. She turned her attention to the guy who asked what she was up to. Sitting next to him, Kate said that she was going to briefly explain the materials so that he would understand everything well. If she explained how complex summoning magic was and how it affected people, then he would understand. Opening the book, the girl asked to listen, that the basics were one's own thought and the exact concentration of magical power. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that although she had already said that she worked as a professor at the university, she had a very calm and disciplined voice. Looking at the girl, he assumed that Kate was a good person, noting that after making sure that he was serious about studying this, she respected his wishes and acted carefully so that he would be interested in listening. His face was calm. Looking out the panoramic window, Ryan came to the conclusion that when he was alone all the time and had no one to rely on, even a person he could just talk to was a great comfort. The protagonist was taken aback by the question of whether he was listening and answered that he was listening to her very carefully. Kate frowned slightly. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked him to introduce himself, because she was wasting her time and giving him a lecture. Ryan seriously thought that she was one of the few who knew her real face. Revealing her name should be careful. She was surprised by the question, is it really necessary? The protagonist sat next to her and asked if it was not enough to just share knowledge about magic and talk, because he was just a student she works with in the library. Closing the book, Kate asked if it was true that he was ready to learn from her. Ryan was suddenly taken aback. The girl with a smile on her face said that in this case they would meet once every 2 weeks. Surprised, Ryan listened to her say that they would work with simple magic. Putting the books on the table, Kate added that they would fully work through the basics, and no summoning magic, he should prepare well and come. Closing her eyes, the girl ignored the words that he did not have time and said that they would see each other in 2 weeks. The protagonist watched her go. Sighing, he came to the conclusion that she did not even listen and did what she wanted. Looking at the textbook, Ryan called her a kind and strange woman. Going outside, the protagonist saw that it was already evening. Descending the stairs, the protagonist assumed that Kate was interested in those who were drawn to magic, even without talent. He remembered the girl saying with a sad look that she felt sorry for him, because he sits there all day and only reads. It will not make him a mage, even if the protagonist reads all the books, although at his age it is too late to become a practitioner, so it is better to really concentrate on the theory. Ryan stopped and noted that he did not understand what was going on in her head and did not even know if it was worth getting closer to this girl. He imagined Kate and wondered if everything would be okay if he just listened to her attentively once every 2 weeks. Putting his hand in his bosom, Ryan came to the conclusion that if he established a good relationship with the magic professor, then she could help him find a normal job. Using the stimulator, Ryan thought that living in a city where there was no one to rely on, he should at least make a schedule. A blue aura hovered around him while he thought that he should be careful, because he made a promise to one person. Looking at the stimulator, the protagonist emphasized that it was a little upsetting. He left from there. Sitting in front of Jenny, the protagonist listened as his name was registered in the general database. Looking up, Ryan clarified what she was talking about. Mixing a cocktail, the girl said that thanks to his good work, he can now take orders himself, and she will have less fuss. This sometimes happens when customers are happy with the work done. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist asked where Dave went, to which he received an answer that he is always absent once every 2 weeks, goes to his previous job to help there. She put the cocktail on the table and noted that sometimes she is there instead of him. She moved the glass towards Dylan. The guy took a picture of it and asked what it was. Jenny, with a satisfied look, heard that it was appetizing. Hitting the guy on the head with the shaker, the girl screamed that the cocktail is called "Get lost, stupid." Ryan sat with a thoughtful look and did not pay attention to the swearing of the guys. He held his chin and asked to tell what the registration of personal data in the general database gives. The guys suddenly stopped fighting. The girl held a tray in her hand and said that there is no risk for the user, just the results of his work are recorded in the network, where he himself can set a price for his services and choose the specifics of the work. Smiling, Jenny noted that usually it takes at least 10 months to get into the database, but it seems that this time the clients sent a request first. Those who do not have a connection with her were upset because they could not leave him an order. Sipping a cocktail, Dylan said that she is a greedy woman with great ambitions who wants to monopolize an outstanding magician. There is nothing to do with it. A smile appeared on Ryan's face. Sitting at the table, he said that the phrase, "registration of personal data," in itself does not sound very good, to which he received the answer that he should not be afraid of information leakage. Holding the tray in her hand, Jenny said that this was a backdoor in the main integrated network used by the government, so there was no need to talk about the security level. The protagonist was surprised to hear that it would be without the cooperation of the government. He looked down and thought that this was true. He now understood why the police and those responsible for security did not notice that blood was flowing on the streets of the city. If the upper circles of Balkan were not involved in all this, it would be truly surprising. Jenny looked at him and asked if he had any wishes regarding the payment of potential orders. She was taken aback when she heard about unique magic. The protagonist with a serious expression said that he was talking about very rare magic related to time and space, or powerful regeneration, and she should also add expensive artifacts or elixirs. Holding her neck, the girl said that even with his current reputation, it would be difficult to find clients who would pay that much. She turned her attention to Dylan, who said it was none of her business. Sitting in front of her, the guy added that she simply asked what Ryan wanted, and he answered honestly. He understood everything himself. Turning around, the girl replied that she had been presumptuous and apologized. The protagonist calmly said that this did not mean that he would only take such work, he had simply set the desired reward and what was associated with it. Taking a folder from under the table, Jenny said that she understood him, she would apply to change the registration information in the database. Looking at the folder, she said that it would take some time, perhaps about a week. Until then she advised not to take orders. Holding a glass in his hand, Ryan asked why he could not take work, to which he received the answer that after registration the price of his services would increase, if offhand, there was a risk of losing about 10 million sel. Sighing, the protagonist thought that in order to buy the Stimonia, he needed another 20. Dylan sat next to him and clarified whether he really needed the money, to which he received the answer that it was quite possible. Raising his finger, the guy said that there was one thing that mercenaries did to earn their pocket money. If he tried, he could earn 10 million in a day. Looking at him, Ryan asked him to tell him about it. People had gathered near the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Agency, the city government in the 50th district. The guys were armed. There was a line to register. Ryan listened with a serious expression as he was told that he needed to remember the number 484. Looking at the tablet, the guy said that the protagonist should look at the electronic board. They would send 4 people at a time. Walking away from the registration desk, the protagonist thought that it would be more convenient for him to act alone. He remembered Dylan sitting next to him and asking if he knew that there were many wild areas outside of District 50. He imagined monsters killing people and said that due to the constant increase in pollution, many strays die there. Animals gather near the corpses and spread the infection everywhere, so the government decided to take action. Looking at the protagonist, Dylan said that the official reward was 1 million sel for one carcass of an animal. How to get 10 million in his pocket he already understood. Crossing his arms, the protagonist noted that it was not bad. He thought with a serious expression that he should kill at least 20. Ryan shifted his gaze. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. The guys came up to him. Looking at them, the protagonist asked what was going on. The strangers' faces were calm. The guy extended his hand. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. The guy with a smile on his face said that his name was Miguel. Looking at the scoreboard, Ryan assumed that they would work together. He shook his hand and introduced himself. Pointing at his comrade, Miguel said that this was Eric. Crossing his arms, the girl introduced herself as Clara. They stood in a circle and discussed whether they were leaving, since everyone was gathered. Standing behind, the protagonist assumed that the 3 already knew each other. He saw pink clots of mana in the boys' bodies and wondered if they only used minimal magic to strengthen their bodies. As Ryan walked out into the field, he hoped his partners wouldn't get in the way. They walked in formation. Miguel looked at the protagonist and asked if it wasn't a good thing that the place itself was close to undeveloped territories. The protagonist presented a map and noted that undeveloped or wild territories were districts from the 50th and up, and nameless districts that weren't even assigned a number were called large ruins. He introduced the builders and told them that in the past, for the rapid development of the vast Balkan, an ambitious construction plan was developed to create more living space for the city's residents. A picture of an abandoned construction site appeared in his imagination, and he added that after failing to control the territories of districts 40 and above, the 50s were abandoned. Clara walked ahead and said that people who work outside the Balkans have a hard time, they say. That the pollution had only recently worsened, so the workers were constantly taking risks when they came there to work. Looking around, Eric noted that because of this, when you excavate factories and buildings built outside the city, you feel a little guilty. The protagonist introduced the factory and said that he was sure that it produced corpse grinders for black magicians and sold them to the association. Miguel walked next to him and added that mercenaries like them only benefit from the existence of such areas, getting 1 million for the head of an infected. For such work they rarely get paid so much. Eric pointed to the gun on his back and added that they also have a shotgun, which is very useful for hunting. Turning around, Clara asked if Ryan only had a revolver or something else. He calmly thought that they were curious about him from the very beginning, and now they do not even hide it. Miguel was taken aback when he heard that the protagonist works with lightning magic. He looked at him and asked if he meant pure elemental magic, to which he received the answer that you could say so. The guys were shocked by what he heard. Holding his head, the guy sighed. He turned away and assumed that they were mistaken. Standing in front of him, Miguel said that they thought that he was a mage who could hit an area. Usually solo mages learn those skills that will allow them to coordinate and maintain contact with other team members. Crossing his arms, Ryan thought that this was the first time he heard about this. He knows that at the initial level of development, elemental magic is not particularly effective, and therefore is not welcomed. Looking at the guys, the main character noted that it was strange that this trio was refusing at all, after which he wondered if they had originally planned to act separately. Stretching out his hand, Miguel said that in this case, they needed to think again about the strategy. They wanted to work with something that could provide fire support. Standing opposite, Ryan asked to tell him something. Looking at the guys, the protagonist asked if they had to work together to complete the order and get paid. Surprised, Miguel said that it wasn't necessary. There could be casualties, so even if not everyone returned, they would still get paid for the work. Walking past the guys, the protagonist emphasized the fact that since everything turned out this way, it would be better to split up and do it right now. Miguel watched him go and asked if he would be okay. Ryan turned around. Looking at the guys, he thought that even though they said it, their faces showed relief. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that it would have been better to say everything at once when forming the team. They were only complicating everything. Standing opposite, the protagonist said that they would separate there, keep their distance, and each of them would be satisfied with the result. The happy guys thanked him for understanding. They watched him go. As Ryan walked away, he thought that he was a little annoyed by all this, but it was stupid to show off skills just to impress. He continued walking and added that he would get much less benefit from working together. Clara stood next to Miguel and asked what he was looking for. She sighed and noted that the annoying obstacle was gone. He himself said that they did not need freeloaders. Eric calmly added that he did not understand why Ryan joined the mercenaries who were cleaning up. They could do without this weakling. Looking at his comrade, he added that the protagonist would wander alone for a while, fall somewhere a couple of times and crawl back to the city. Miguel looked down and wondered why he felt uneasy. He watched the protagonist and thought that if he himself wanted to leave to work alone because of his magic, then perhaps he had just missed out on a very valuable fighter. The guy turned around and said that everything was fine. A bolt of electricity struck the monster. Looking at the hand, the protagonist noted that he understood what they looked like. In real life, these creatures seemed quite disgusting. The protagonist remembered sitting at the bar and noted that Dylan said that the level of pollution had increased sharply 3 years ago. He introduced the scientists and added that this was due to testing a new biological weapon in wild territories. It is called Black Consumer. In Ryan's imagination, a picture appeared, how blue flowers grew from the skull, and he noted that the goal of the project is to dramatically increase cell division by controlling viral genes capable of rapid reproduction with the help of a certain artifact. A bright aura emanated from the man in the plague doctor mask, while the protagonist told us that this was an experiment to test the so-called immortality, which led to terrible pollution. Purple liquid spread around the vial, while Ryan reasoned that they say that in case of infection, cells divide uncontrollably until the body simply explodes. He introduced the monsters. Looking at the corpse of the creature, the protagonist added that an even more serious problem was that the remains of the corpse were wandering around in search of living creatures, emitting artifact particles in the form of segment fog. Ryan sighed. He rolled up his sleeves. Sitting over the corpse, the protagonist thought that he did not want to do this, but as proof he needed to bring a pair of infected eyes. The protagonist heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he said that he had been waiting. The monsters were heading towards him. Their eyes were glowing brightly. Ryan seriously thought that with detection magic he could track the infected animals. The monsters rushed into battle. Frowning, the protagonist said that this meant that he was expecting guests. A stream of purple mana began to emanate from his hand. Using gravitational connection, a magic circle appeared under him. Dark streams of energy were directed at the monsters. The animals were bound. A blue aura enveloped the protagonist. A stream of electricity struck the dog. Ryan suddenly turned around. The second monster pounced on him. It was unable to break through the protagonist's barrier. Taking out a gun from his belt, the protagonist imbued it with magic. A powerful shot struck the dog. The monsters fell dead. Ryan began to look around. He sighed with a sad look. Cutting out the monster's eyes, the protagonist said that he was already tired of it. There was noise at the construction site. The monster fell to the ground. A shot flew into its mouth. Ryan stretched out his hand. Yellow mana began to emanate from it. The protagonist tore out the creature's eyes. He covered his eyes with a piece of cloth and thought that this was the fifth. Holding the bag in front of him, the protagonist noted that they give $1 million for one head, which means he has already earned 5. Putting his eyes in his inside pocket, the protagonist began to reason that this is a good source of income, but it will not last long. He is greatly helped by detection magic, which, like a radar, covers everything within a radius of 2 kilometers. Without this it would be difficult to find the infected. He sat down on the concrete. Ryan calmly emphasized the fact that the animals there are not as weak as he thought. He imagined the monster running at him and noticed that they were attacking head-on, but doing it very quickly and powerfully. He blocked the dog's attack with a barrier and suggested that this was why mercenaries hunted in groups of 4. The protagonist introduced the guys and said that they would not survive there alone. Holding the viper in front of him, Ryan came to the conclusion that if they knew that there were strong enemies there, then it turns out that they left him to die, considering him a weak mage. He imagined a red aura around the guys. The veins on his face glowed blue. Continuing to sit on the concrete, Ryan said that this was logical. Looking at the burning monster, the protagonist told us that after resting a little, he began to look for the next target. Moving along the abandoned construction site, the protagonist thought that he needed to earn at least 20 million to come to Stania, and by the Stamonia, he needed. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist summed up that there were 15 more monsters to catch, which would take 2 days at this rate. Cracking his neck, he suggested that he should have taken the job that paid him in advance. Sighing, Ryan noted that he was already there, so there was no point in regretting. His face was calm. The protagonist suddenly turned around. Blue mana began to emanate from him. The protagonist found 3 monsters. Looking at his hand, he remembered that he had magic that was perfect for working there. He created a cloud of energy in his hands. Using the lightning trail, the protagonist created 3 creatures. Looking at the summoned monsters, Ryan told him that this magic works on the principle of summoning. Phantoms cannot act of their own free will, but they live a long time. The phantoms began to strike at the boxes in which the monsters were locked. The girl noticed that the phantom was running towards her. He destroyed her shelter. The protagonist with glowing eyes thought that someone had bypassed his detection magic and had sneaked up on him. Watching the girl run away, the protagonist said that he had not felt anyone a minute ago. He imagined someone aiming at him and said that if that person was the sniper, then he should say hello to them. Ryan created spheres in his hand. He released a sound wave. The wave followed the girl. It reached her. The girl staggered slightly. She continued to run. Watching her, Ryan said that if it did not work, it meant that she was well trained. His gaze was serious. The protagonist created an ice arrow above himself. He released the arrow. It flew towards the girl. The stranger turned around with a dumbfounded look. She suddenly backed away. A powerful blow was heard in front of the girl. Kneeling, the surprised stranger said that she was alive. She was in shock. The arrow was stuck in the ground. Gusts of mana began to emanate from it. The girl's legs were bound with ice. Ryan walked towards her and thought that he wouldn't be able to hold her for long. She had excellent abilities and training. She was a strong opponent, but she wouldn't let him relax either. He was enveloped in purple mana. Her hands were tied. She started screaming in rage. The girl sneezed loudly and asked why she was the one who got caught by this monster. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist asked if she always swore so loudly. Ryan knocked the gun off her back. The dumbfounded girl looked at her weapon. Turning around, she asked him to be more careful. Smiling, the protagonist asked why she would give such advice. Standing in front of her, Ryan said that he did this to her because she first hid and then tried to run away. It looked very suspicious. The stranger with a serious look said that she just didn't want to bother him. He was hunting peacefully, and she didn't want to distract him. She sighed with displeasure when Ryan replied that it was unconvincing. Looking at his back, the girl asked him to remove the ice, adding that she understood that he did not believe her. Looking down, she said that her toes were already falling off. Watching her, the protagonist thought that it did not look like she would resist, but he did not know what her intentions were. The protagonist pointed a gun at her. The stunned girl began to loudly call Dylan. Confused, Ryan asked again. The enraged stranger said that they worked together. She was an ordinary small-time mercenary. Looking at her, Ryan asked how she knew that they knew each other. She was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the stranger, the protagonist came to the conclusion that she was from Antares. He seriously asked why she was following him, and how she managed to hide from his detection magic. Kneeling, the girl said that she did not wish him harm. She simply hid nearby because she did not want to be hit. The shackled stranger added that if she wanted to kill, she would have attacked long ago, and his magic did not work because of the power of money. Ryan, looking interested, asked to be more specific. Looking down, the girl asked if he could see the amulet on her belt. Examining the amulet, the protagonist heard that it was made by a high druid. It was for disguise. It was very expensive, but worth it. The girl added with a satisfied look that only cool mercenaries who earn good money could afford it. She was suddenly taken aback. Ryan took the amulet off her belt. He began to examine it closely. The protagonist introduced a man who pets animals and told us that the natural technique of the druids does not have energy in its essence, like mana. If magicians subjugate nature, then the druids are on friendly terms with it. The peculiarity of such friendship is that the power of the druids does not leave visible signs and traces. Examining the object, Ryan emphasized that it was not surprising that he did not feel either the girl or the amulet. Frowning, he wondered if the lines of the pattern had faded. The protagonist calmly reasoned that along with this, traces of his presence disappear. It seems that the amulet only gives invisibility, no shield or attacking abilities. Holding the artifact in front of him, Ryan concluded that if the lines disappear, this thing can be used a limited number of times. The girl was definitely not going to attack, certainly not with this device. She asked with a smile on her face to return the amulet to her, because it is very expensive. The protagonist crossed his arms. Looking at the stranger, he replied that he was not sure about it. Ryan closed his eyes and asked her not to worry, because he would use it and leave it to Dylan. Lowering her head, the stranger came to the conclusion that it was better for her to give up. She was suddenly taken aback. The happy girl screamed that the ice had melted. She showed her boots and said that they were dirty. Holding the phone in front of his ear, Ryan said that he had a question for Jenny. He stood still and asked if there was a mercenary with blue hair in Antares, to which he received a positive answer. Taking the phone away from his ear, the protagonist assumed that the quality of the connection outside the city was not very good, but he managed to hear the most important thing. The girl's hands were suddenly freed. Rising to her feet, she said that she already thought she was going to die, and the protagonist asked her name. Warming up, she introduced herself as Camilla. Ryan's face was calm. Standing opposite, Camilla stated that she had heard a lot about him. Raising her gun, she asked if it was true that he was interested in hunting animals that carry the infection, after which the protagonist asked if that was why she was there. Putting the gun behind her back, Camilla replied that she was there for that too. She urgently needed money, and the boss said that due to problems in the general database, accepting requests was unprofitable for some time, so she came there to earn some money. Ryan lowered his gaze. Surprised, Camilla asked if something was right. He stood opposite her. Holding her chin, Camilla stated that if they cooperated, she knew a way to catch more of these animals at once. The girl put her finger to her chin and thought about the fact that if they cooperated, she knew a way to catch more of these creatures at once. Camilla suggested hunting. She smiled and added that they would split the profit 50/50. The girl exclaimed questioningly and extended her hand to the hero. The guy offered 70/30 and did not shake her hand. The girl was shaking with anger and asked, shouting, what she would live on. Ryan looked at her with a serious face and said that she should remind him which of them was catching monsters. The girl took a stance and shouted what kind of nonsense this was. The hero put his hands in his pockets and said that he did most of the work, so it was natural. She replied that it was her idea. Camilla approached him and explained that everything should be fair, let him not violate the iron code of honor of trade relations. The girl covered her face with her hand, hearing that she was the first to give in to him. She furiously pointed her finger in his direction and shouted that it was 60/40, and that she could not give in anymore, assuring that this was really her last offer. The guy looked at her calmly and said that he didn't know what kind of brilliant plan she had, but it was 60/40. The girl was surprised and asked if he was serious now, because he couldn't change his mind. Ryan said yes. Camilla turned around and called him on the way, calling him pale friend. The hero asked about them going on foot. The girl, smiling, turned around and said no, because she found a toy here, adding that they would have a blast. The car was driving through the desert. Camilla was driving the forklift, taking the hero with her. The guy scratched his nose and said that he hoped this thing wouldn't fall apart under them. The girl told him not to be afraid. She carefully watched the road and told about how she tinkered with the wiring, and the forklift started. The young man looked into the distance when the girl added that it was cool when you don't walk on your own 2 feet. The guy stretched out his hand and started casting a spell. A magical beast ran out to hunt. It flew up, attacking the monster. An explosion occurred near the heroes, scattering a blue net around. Camilla pointed her finger in fear and couldn't put 2 words together. The guy replied that he would be grateful if he covered for them. The young man walked away from the monster back to the forklift. He had a bloody bag in his hand. Ryan got into the special vehicle and asked where they were going now. The girl looked away and said that maybe he didn't know, but usually infected animals react to life force. The hero replied that he knew it. He put the bag in his jacket and listened as the girl asked about the place where there would be the most of them. The guy replied that where the vagrants gather and live, asking if there was anything like that nearby. Camilla looked away and asked if he knew. The hero replied that he had guessed. Ryan sat motionless and thought that it was not that he had not thought about the existence of vagrants, but finding the area where they gathered was almost impossible for him. The guy, without looking away, asked if the other mercenaries had the same plan. He thought that they would also look for places with living people. The guy suddenly said that if there was no other plan, then let her drop him off here. Camilla turned her head and screamed, asking what he wanted to do. She grabbed the hero's hand. The girl held his hand and looked at the road, asking why the mages were so impatient, adding that she also knew about it, and naturally she had an ace up her sleeve that the others did not know about. Ryan leaned back on the seat and asked what the ace was. The girl did not distract herself from driving and said that their boss had a great interest in vagrants. The hero asked in surprise about Antares and the strays. The guys continued to move on the forklift, and Camilla answered that sometimes because of the boss, she goes out to work for free, and lately they help the local homeless to resettle, and their location is still known only to them. The girl smiled and asked the hero about him, calling it very useful information. Ryan looked at her and thought that if what Camilla said was true, then they would not encounter other mercenaries, and that was good. The forklift continued to move and Camilla said that they were almost there. They entered some kind of production zone. It was here. The heroes looked around and the girl noted that it was strange that the mutants did not find this place. The young man said that it was more likely that the strays were able to fight back. The girl was telling them that they helped them move here and settle in, but the guards were already on them. The guy turned and asked her if she wanted to go inside. Camilla stuck her tongue out and asked why she did it, said that if it weren't for the boss, she wouldn't even go near them, adding that it was better to hang out with her partners. The forklift stopped. The girl raised her hands up and suggested stopping here and waiting, because if the monsters were invisible now, they would definitely show up a little later. Camilla closed one eye and looked questioningly. A crowd of people was visible in the distance. She raised her hand to her forehead and said that it looked like there were a little more than 10 people there. It was hard to see. Ryan looked closely and said that there were 18, and they were all mercenaries. He jumped to the ground. Camilla fixed her hair and informed them that she came here on purpose because she didn't want to run into them. Ryan flashed blue and said that if they used magic, they could easily find this place. The girl grabbed the weapon behind her back and asked if he was going to fight. saying that they came here earlier, so they would just tell them to leave. The guy used a viper and noted that they seemed to listen, but it seemed that he had acquaintances there. Camilla smiled, hearing about acquaintances, said that it was strange, and that they would talk normally and send them on their way. The young man looked at her, answering that no, they did not have such a relationship. A crowd of mercenaries approached through the wind from the sand. A bunch of young people with serious faces. Miguel watched them mysteriously. He unbuttoned his jacket and called out to the hero, saying that they really met again, adding that the wild territories were much smaller than he thought. The hero, putting his hands in his pockets, agreed with him. Miguel looked at him and asked if this girl was his partner originally. Ryan denied it, saying that they met by chance here. The mercenary smiled and said that it was weird, noting that it was very dangerous to wander around here alone. The hero watched him seriously and told him to get to the point. Miguel looked at the heroes, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that this was the place that they had noticed first. He closed his eyes and finished by asking if they could leave. Camilla crossed her arms and called out to him. She looked at him sternly and asked if he was crazy. Miguel lowered his head, not taking his eyes off her. The girl was indignant and asked about how, if she was silent, he decided that he could have them, and how it was possible to divide the land into mine and yours without a master. Miguel looked at her piercingly and said that it seemed that she did not understand the seriousness of the situation, and when the mercenaries went out to get their prey, they were already gone. The girl interrupted the mercenary and furiously screamed at him to shut his mouth, because this place was a home for tramps and they built it. The hero called out to her. He told her not to interfere. The girl pulled out a shotgun and said that these people came here as if they were at home and was telling them to leave, asked if this was annoying. The mercenary looked closely, noticing that she was overdoing it, because they were trying to solve the issue with words and not because they lacked fighters. Miguel looked away and thought that there were only 2 opponents, and there were almost 20 of them, which meant that in the event of a fight, the advantage would be on their side. The hero looked at him and thought that he hoped to beat them with the crowd. Ryan's eyes glowed blue and he watched them, looking at each face. He thought that if they were to fight, the one who needed to be suppressed first, he saw the guy behind Miguel, and thought that he needed to be suppressed first. He thought about how he didn't feel any energy from him at all, magical or otherwise. The guy lowered his head, and Ryan wondered if he was so strong that he was hiding his abilities. The young man put his hand on Miguel's shoulder and suggested that they stop there. The guy stepped forward and said that he didn't think he would meet a mercenary from Antares here. It was nice to meet him. Camilla looked at him, not understanding. The young man closed his eyes and introduced himself as Morgan from Plato. He added that it was embarrassing to admit, but today he had to accompany these guys. The girl listened to him and thought about Plato, that lately this group of mercenaries, along with Antares, had been the most active in these lands. Morgan looked at her, and she continued that they had a lot of money. They were looking for and recruiting talented fighters, although there was a big question where this money came from. The young man stood up at attention and said that it was no secret that Antares was showing great interest in wild territories, and it turned out that their organization had built this area for the homeless, right? The girl remained silent in response, and Morgan said that he understood. He smiled and said that they had a hand in this, so it was shameless of them to ask them to leave. But Morgan spread his arms to the sides and said, asking that they could allow them to stop here to rest. Camilla asked in surprise about resting. The young man raised his palms up and answered positively, and if they accidentally encounter mutants here, they would deal with them themselves, asking the question of whether they had enough strength. The hero looked thoughtfully and reasoned that they were not going to leave, and their conversation would definitely result in a fight if they continued in the same spirit. The hero watched as Camilla clenched her teeth in anger, thinking that for her and for Plato's mercenaries this was a matter of principle. Ryan called out to Camilla. He looked at the opponents and said that their conversation ended there, and he was leaving. The girl held a gun in her hands and wondered why, trying to stop him. She stretched out her palm and shouted that they had decided to go together, and he should keep his word, asking why he was leaving. The hero calmly answered, asking if she was offering to compete with them for the heads of monsters. Ryan walked on and said that it was because of such situations that he felt more comfortable working alone. She shouted at his back to stop and about the amulet. Camilla asked behind his back if he had forgotten that he had taken her artifact, and if he stayed, she offered to give it to him, adding that it was worth 10 million sell. Ryan turned around, looking at her. He frowned, hearing something. There were sounds around. The young people, turning around, reasoned that it was a strange sound, and that it seemed like something was approaching. Miguel turned towards the sound, wondering what it seemed like. He exclaimed that these were mutants. A group of creatures rushed towards the heroes and Miguel shouted that there were more than 20 of them. He asked that they were going to a group picnic. Camilla, turning around, shouted at Ryan that maybe he would change his mind and stay. The girl suggested working together, saying that he had nothing to lose. She looked at the hero and added, smiling, that they could make these freaks eat the earth. The guy looked closely at what was happening and thought that something was wrong, because at least mutants were sensitive to life energy. The enraged creatures ran towards the characters and he continued to reason that there were too many of them and it was just a coincidence, or was there some reason? Ryan looked at Miguel and his friend. Morgan, turning around, smiled, and the guy, frowning, thought about what he thought. The hero called out to Camilla. He told her to run forward right now. The girl, not understanding, asked why. The young man looked piercingly into her eyes and told her to take the shotgun and run, and he would deal with everything else. Camilla, smiling, became embarrassed. She ran as fast as she could. The mercenaries only looked after her, not understanding what was happening. Morgan watched and said that they were also coming, and Miguel pointed his finger at her and told her to quickly catch up with her. The hero threw his hand forward and prepared to attack with pink magic. He thought about how he would not let them catch up with her. He activated the gap, hitting the people's legs. The ground disappeared from under their feet and they flew down, screaming for help. Ryan thought about what this spell generally makes a small hole in the ground, but if you increase the flow of energy. The guy went to the edge of the cliff, looking down. There were mercenaries in the pit, and the young man hoped that they would stay there. The mercenaries looked around and the young man thought that it was unlikely. Morgan sat down on the ground and glowed with a green light. Ryan looked down in surprise and assumed that it was magic, which meant that, as he thought, he was hiding his power. The hero grinned, thinking that this was great. The mercenary, closing his eyes, screamed. He tried with all his might to get up from his place, flying up. The young man raised his fist, blazing red, and decided that the moment the opponent used magic, he would capture the flow of his energy and block the flow of mana. Ryan released the energy, unclenching his palm. Miguel, cursing, fell to the ground. He looked at his trembling hand and said that the mana was not moving, as if someone was controlling it. The mercenary opened his eyes wide, realizing. He turned around, looking up at the hero. Ryan was releasing red magic and thinking that, judging by his face, everything was working as it should. He reasoned that if he could stop the strongest fighter in their squad, the mercenaries one by one were indignant about the flow stopping, not understanding what it was. Miguel looked up and said that they couldn't get up like that. He turned to Van, shouting for help, saying that their mana flow had stopped in this pit. He called out to him without hearing an answer. Morgan looked sternly at the hero and called out to Miguel, asking if he understood or not. He raised his head up, asking what it was. He looked at the hero in surprise. At the top of the cliff stood a young man, blazing with blue magic. He was smiling, being pierced by an electric discharge. Miguel couldn't accept this fact and called out to the hero. The guy raised his hand in front of him, increasing the flow of energy. 3 magical animals appeared in the flow. The mercenaries watched and wondered what it was. Camille kept running and looked back at the approaching noise. The energy animals were racing forward, overtaking her. They were Van's foxes, who mercilessly attacked the monsters, piercing them with electricity. The creature with an open mouth was pierced by a shot in the head. The girl, reloading the shotgun, shouted that it was great, and that it was the best. Ryan, standing by the loader, watched this and said, calling her a fool, that if she damaged the monster's eyes, they would not pay for them. Camille, killing one after another, realized that she had gotten carried away. She, gritting her teeth, took aim and decided that this time only in the body. The mercenary pushed off the ground. He jumped along the wall. The hero watched as he jumped out of the pit. The mercenary landed, having climbed out of there. Morgan turned to look at the hero. Ryan looked at him attentively. The young man turned his head back. He ran to the side. The main hero looked at him running after him and thought that he would just run away. Apparently the mercenary realized who blocked their mana. He looked thoughtfully and thought in his head that he was not such a fool to, having realized his abilities, enter into an open confrontation. But what about the other mercenaries? The other guys were slowly getting out, climbing up, saying that they barely got up and were late. Eric screamed angrily, turning to the hero. He excitedly asked why he was just standing there, because he could have helped. Ryan looked away and answered that he did not understand what he was talking about, saying that he should only help that jumping woman with a shotgun. The mercenary frantically asked the hero again. The guy was unperturbed and asked who this respected man was to him, a brother, a matchmaker, a friend, reminding him that it was awkward that they were pretending to be comrades now. Eric screamed furiously and ran to attack. Ryan put his hands in his pockets and thought that even if he stood still, his defense would work. Magic flared on his palm and he decided that he did not want to tolerate this freak's antics. He remembered how Grime raised the magic spear up, thought that he was using light magic, which he learned after seeing Grime's attacks. Ryan splashed power towards the enemy. The energy pierced Eric, knocking him off his feet. Saliva flew out of the mercenary's open mouth. He held his chest in pain, not understanding what happened. The hero approached him, put his hand on his head, sent an electric current, activating the discharge. The other mercenaries looked at Eric's lying body. The hero turned around, putting his hands in his pockets, towards Miguel. He walked past him silently. Miguel turned around and said that he should have told them he had that kind of power, then they wouldn't have done that to him. The hero replied that he was a comedian. The guy stopped and said that he came here to hunt, not to get special treatment. Meanwhile, Camilla continued to kill monsters and he noticed that it looked like things were ending there. Morgan was tearing apart the beasts using green magic. Ryan turned to the mercenaries, Noting that he had asked before but would ask again, asking if it would be okay if they worked separately, Clara raised her hand to stop him. She put her hand on her chest and said that she didn't know about Miguel, but she didn't agree with it, and if he gave her a chance, she asked what they were doing. Camille slung her shotgun over her shoulder and said that she understood, asking again about whether she wanted to leave her team and go with them. The girl raised her palms and denied, noting that it was all wrong. Camille's hand was dripping with blood and she made it clear that she thought it was. The girl came close to Clara and said that leaving her partners and becoming friends with her mage was much more profitable, didn't she? Shouting at her, calling her to account. She lowered her head and agreed. Camille laughed and said that she was smart. Morgan smiled and told the mage that he had lost. He approached the hero and said that he couldn't even be mad after his perfect attack, and it left a deep impression on him. The mercenary held out a card saying that he could only give this, asking if he would take it. Ryan looked at the card and thought that it was the Plato mercenary's card, and it seemed that he didn't want to argue about mutants anymore. The hero put it in his inside pocket, and Morgan thanked him for it. He turned around and said that was it then. The mage watched as the mercenaries walked away. Camille turned to him and said that she also had a card. She held out a stained card saying that he should take it. The guy offered to get out of here, and Camille told him not to dare refuse her. The sun was setting and the girl asked about the number of heads. They were standing by the machine and Ryan was telling her that he had taken into account the ones she had ruined. Camilla was looking at the paper exclaiming that there were only 7, and he had 12. The hero said goodbye to the annoyed girl looking at the paper. He extended his hand to her, noting that she had done a good job. Camilla shook her hand and reminded her that his magic was really cool. View of the entrance to the building, where the heroes were discussing how the girl suggested coming to their office sometime to have fun. Ryan asked if it was worth it. She said that Dylan was talking a lot about him there, that the boss was curious, and if he needed a profitable job, then let him come. The magician replied that he would think about it. Camilla looked back and said that she remembered, saying goodbye. The hero leaned against the wall and exhaled. He looked at his smartphone and realized that he had earned 19 million sell on mutants. Even though he had planned 20, that would be enough. The page with the drug Stimonia was open on his smartphone. He was looking at the screen. The guy put his hand in his pocket and decided that now he could relax. Because this medicine should work. From the street, it was noticeable how a magic ball was enveloping the entire room. The hero was sitting on the floor in it and meditating. He opened his eyes and thought about how he had strengthened the barrier around the room. There were bottles of water next to him, and he continued to think that he had prepared everything he needed in advance. But there was only one thing left. There was a sealed box on the bed, and he was thinking that he needed to take Stimonia. He sat on the bed next to the package. The hero looked at it, and reasoned that he had offered all his money at the auction and his bid had won. But he was not sure that this thing would completely rid him of the karma system penalties. Ryan was untying the package. There was a case in front of him, and he thought that the point here was that an overdose could cause side effects. Magical energy flew out of the open case, and he continued that he hoped that with the help of this drug he would improve his condition, and now he would find out. He took a round tablet. He brought it to his mouth. The guy swallowed it. A light flashed behind him. The hero opened his eyes wide, feeling something. He jumped up, choked and began to cough. His body was tense, and squeezing his chest with his hand, the hero thought about the fact that this was a curse. His body was too weak for this thing. The young man clutched his t-shirt, let go and reasoned that if possible, he would not want to pump mana out of himself again and then pour it in again. Ryan sat on his knees, blazing with magic, and thought that now was not the time to worry about the penalty for mana addiction. A current was running from his chest through his body, and he was thinking that if he lost consciousness and his body temperature jumped, he could die, which meant he would have to strengthen his body and increase its resistance. He looked up, looking weak, trying to catch his breath. The guy grabbed a bottle of water. He poured the water into himself, thinking that until the temperature dropped, he should endure and remain conscious. After drinking half, he wiped his mouth. The hero was lying in bed surrounded by empty bottles. He tried to get up. He looked out the window and drove out of his mind that he did not think he would be awake all night. The mage looked at his hand and remembered that he had taken Stimonia, but it did not seem to help somehow. The guy looked back at the dirty mark he had left on the bed, thinking that the blanket was for disposal. Apparently too many toxins had accumulated in his body. He took the blanket in his hand and thought about what could be. He looked ahead and realized that he smelled a viper. The hero lowered his foot to the floor and reasoned, wondering that in the process of removing internal toxins, all the crap that had accumulated in the body because of the viper came out. Ryan opened the window and noted that such a cleansing justified the money invested in the drug. He sat by the window and remembered that he had been transfusing mana all night, and now he did not feel pain, because before, when he stopped strengthening the body with magic, he was pierced by pain, as if hundreds of needles were piercing his body. In general, withdrawal began. The guy looked away and thought that since he still did not have any symptoms, his dependence on mana had decreased. He went to the case and thought that it seemed that he had no other effects besides this. now and that he could at least temporarily compensate for the effect of this penalty. The hero grabbed the box and thought that this was quite enough. The guy was at least convinced that the method existed. The vegetables were lying on the table and the hero was talking about what happened after that for a week. The guy was cutting bread and continued that the magical effect of Stimonia was felt. Ryan was lying in bed and it was said that he could not sleep without taking sleeping pills, and even felt for the first time that he was resting properly. The hero was sitting at breakfast and understood that now he could get down to work. The magician took the smartphone in his hands and dialed Jenny, remembering that he had spent all his money on that auction. He was told that the subscriber's device was turned off. He needed to leave a message. The guy looked questioningly at the screen and did not understand why her phone was unavailable. There was a half-eaten sandwich on the table, and he thought that he needed to go and check. The hero was walking along an empty street. He was walking with his hands in his pockets. Taking the smartphone in his hands, he thought that something was wrong here. The city was too quiet and the internet was glitching. The guy thought that something so unusual had happened that even the traffic was not coming properly. Someone wipes the table with a rag. Dave sees the hero and says they haven't seen each other for a long time. The guy turns to the side and asks about Jenny. The bartender adjusts the rag and says she put him in a substitute position, and it looks like Jenny is stuck in some unknown office. Ryan looks at him and asks about something happening in the Balkan. Dave asks in confusion if he slept all week or was born in a cave and says he's asking very strange questions. The bartender asks if the hero has heard the news about the sovereign Philinome. Ryan says he has in general terms. Dave says he'll explain it quickly. He stands in front of the young man and tells him that the Philinome delegation, which was supposed to arrive at the end of the month, unexpectedly sent a notice of visit a week ago, and that's why there's a commotion in the Balkan. Ryan looked away thoughtfully, driving out of his mind that all this was because of the early visit of the delegation. The guy was sitting at the bar and asked what was there. Right, Dave answered that he was right. He turned his back to him and continued about how it became known that the delegation would include a person whose influence is simply colossal. The hero looked ahead and said, asking about this incredibly important person, and thought that if the reasonable Dave says so, then how strong is the influence of the unknown? The bartender turned around with a serious face. The hero looked at him carefully, and he said that this is the one who lived for several decades at the Philinome lighthouse. The woman with her eyes closed lowered her head. It was the great seer Marianne, who arrived in the Balkan. The plot takes us to the neon streets of the city. Ryan walks along the road. He looks at the multi-story building and understands that it will be good from there. The boy creates a magical seal under himself, thinking that levitation consumes too much mana and therefore he usually does not use it. The seal lifts him up. The guy looks up and continues that if he wants to look at the great seer, he has no choice. He imagines flying islands and describes the woman as someone who has lived on a lighthouse for decades, and she is a great transcendental being who has been watching the open sea all this time, and in this era there are not even a dozen ascended 9th level, and she is one of them. Ryan continues that archmages are considered incredibly powerful here, but the ascended surpass even them. Against the background of the silhouette, he continues that they challenge their own limitations. For this they are called transcendent beings, and in order to go beyond their capabilities, they consciously limit themselves and cannot move freely. But for this they receive power that is scary to even imagine, and the great seer herself can see events and people thousands of kilometers from her place of residence, and she is able to look into the past and the future, and this is all because she dedicated her entire life to observing disasters, overcoming the edge of time, and she is a truly special and respected teacher. The guy lands on the roof. Ryan goes down a little lower and thinks that when else will he have a chance to see such an outstanding person. Ryan turns around and notices the military on the roof. He looks at their backs and wonders who is in front of him. Is it a sniper and a number 2, and maybe it is government special forces? They look at the building and he continues that the fighters are standing where the central square is barely visible, and this shows how worried the authorities are about the visit of the great seer. The guy decides not to make unnecessary noise, so he will knock them out. He glows and continues that due to his dependence on mana, he cannot use invisibility, but he can brainwash them and then hide his presence. Ryan casts a spell on them and walks calmly, thinking that they will not be able to notice him. He sat down on the edge of the roof. The brunette looks through a magnifying glass and notes that the sight that was given to him should help him hear. Ryan looks at the crowd and realizes that everything is clearly visible, and the crowd itself is simply huge. He looks at the guards and continues that not only the military but all the agents were mobilized, and wonders if this is always how they treat the ascended. The second one says into the radio that there are 30 seconds left, and asks everyone to be ready. Ryan looks into the crowd again and understands that the most interesting part is beginning. He watches as Marianne is accompanied by a bunch of people. The fans shout that they see the great seer. The guards listen to these exclamations with displeasure. Granny smiles. Ryan looks at her stunned. He feels the magical wave that she emitted in his direction. The guy is shaking and notes that this is madness, because it is not for nothing that she is called a transcendental being, and with her power she can easily erase an entire city, and her energy presses so that it is difficult for him to maintain sanity, and he wonders if the seer could feel his gaze. The guy tries to pull himself together and understands that in order to get away from this monster he needs to run right now, and clarifies whether there can be a consequence without a cause. The brunette turns his head with obsessive thoughts about the fact that in a world where order bites its tail, they have been for a long time. He looks at her and understands that all this time they have been trying to find an answer to this question. Ryan is horrified to hear her voice in his head, that his existence is the answer. Marianne turns around and says that this is interesting. She leans on a carved cane and continues that if others could see what she sees, they would try to get him by any means, but now she understands that all this fluttering is simply meaningless. She enters the building and asks him to be careful. Ryan fell to the floor. Streams of sweat are running down his face. Ryan meditates and thinks that Marianne's appearance has changed a lot, and he has a new personal goal. He imagines himself on a magic circle and continues that his goal is to achieve ascension, and with its help. He remembers himself at the beginning and says that he wants to find the reason why he opened his eyes in this world, and his intuition tells him that this is the right path. Ryan reads something on his phone and continues that after the visit of the seer, the negotiations with the man ended in an instant. The guy reads the news and continues that the city parliament agreed to all the conditions of the delegates and did not ask for anything in return, and when she arrived, she thereby added weight to the words of the delegates. And he reads that the negotiations of the Balkan government and the delegates from the sovereign Philonom ended, and someone asks why the government agreed to all their conditions. And someone else answers that it was all because of the Great Seer. Against the background of flowers, he continues that 3 days later the news spread that Marianne failed in her ascension and died. Ryan sleepily looks ahead and thinks that the Great Seer was able to see the past and the future, and asks what was the reason why she came to Balkan at the last moment. The guy turns the glass with alcohol. Jenny asks if she could take Philonom's side because of that project. She imagines a wolf and continues that this is the project that is unfolding in the wild territories, and specifically she is talking about a black consumer. The brunette looks at him and says that there was evidence that the prisoners from Philonom were forcibly experimented on there, and someone adds that the problems begin from now on. The bartender rubs the glass and continues that the Ascended One who carried out the unilateral agreement has disappeared, and Ryan clarifies whether he means that the authorities will start to act. Dave explains that of course this will not happen right now, but the government does not think to maintain such an unfavorable agreement for a long time. Jenny scratches her head and he continues that for some time they can adhere to moderate measures, but they will not reject radical ones either, to which she thought that he was saying that a war could start. Ryan gets up and says that it looks like today is not a working day, and in that case he is leaving. The guy walks down the street thinking about whether the Ascended One could sacrifice her life for the sake of a fleeting world, and whether it turns out that she came to Balkan even knowing that everything would be like this. He looks ahead and continues that perhaps there was a reason for the visit, and it was that the seer knew about his existence and came in order to personally check, as she said, her theory about a consequence without a cause. Ryan reaches under his coat and thinks that thinking about such things is pointless, and his head also hurts. His viper fell to the ground. He looks at it, and remembers that it was with the hooligans when he took money from them to earn money. He reaches for it because it has been lying around for a long time without use. Someone steps on it. Ryan looks up. The brunette does not understand what happened. The drunk old man points his finger at him and says that he should be asking questions here. The old man looks at him and asks who he is to take his things and throw them on the floor like that, to which he asks again if it is his viper. The alcoholic spreads his arms and says that he guessed correctly and asks if he is deaf or stupid. Ryan frowns, because the argument is pointless and he is tired of it. The brunette uses magic. The old man just hiccups. He screams that there is a magician in front of him and he needs to be saved. The old man fell to his knees. Ryan takes the viper and clarifies what he meant when he called this thing his. The old man looks up and explains that he made it in his store, because everything is simple, to which the guy clarifies that this cutter is a product of the Dyke Company. The old man looks at him and continues that if he improved it himself, then it belongs to him, to which the guy asks him again. Ryan remembers how he asked the hooligans what it was, and one of them yelled at him not to point it at them. Ryan looks at the thing in his hand, and the man explains that it is a portable laser cutter from the Dyke Company, and it looks like it was illegally modified and used as a weapon, and he wonders if this means that this drunk improved it, and this is just an incredible coincidence. Ryan looks at him and says that if the buyer pays money for it, then it does not belong to him anymore, and asks why he tells him otherwise. The old man scratches the back of his head and replies that this is why it is so difficult to talk to people who do not understand the soul of the master. He turns and continues that in any case, if he has this thing, it means that he is his client, and if he needs it later, he should come to his store. The grandfather turned around and apologizes to him. Ryan watches him go, and notes that he did not even want to listen to his answer, and he does not know his name, or the location of the store, and he will need to check with the boss about this. The plot moves to 2 days later, when Ryan heard that Jenny received a request through the general database. The guy is standing next to the door, and the bartender. Jenny waves at him and asks him to come in. A man with green hair stares at him. Ryan sits down opposite him and says that this time the customer was much more open than last time. The green-haired man looks at him point blank. Ryan asks if this is the first time he sees a magician. Jacob replies that it is almost so. He smirks and notes that this is really amazing, because this is the first time he sees a decent sorcerer alone. He laughs and asks if he is not a fake, but a real magician. It is just some kind of miracle. Ryan attracts his attention. Jacob smiles in response to the question if he knows him. The brunette emits lightning, saying that if he does not know him, then why is he behaving like this with a stranger, and if he wants to get a job. Jacob realizes that his body is not moving. The green-haired man asks him to stop. Ryan is ready to cut him with a laser and asks him to open his mouth and answer his question. The client stares at him in horror. Ryan says that he should do exactly this, and not get on his nerves. Ryan glares and fully realizes that he is a werewolf. Jacob watches in horror as he continues that after he understands whether he is stronger or weaker, then superiority will be established that will last until the very end, and he has to pressure him from the very beginning so that he does not even have a chance to resist. Jenny clears her throat while he clarifies if he understood everything. The werewolf is shaking while he deactivates the laser. Jacob exhaled sharply. The green-haired man stood up. He rubs his neck and says that this is great, and apologizes to him and realizes that he has to admit that the man in front of him is tough, and that no one has ever spoken to him so rudely. Ryan peers into his face and thinks that he is laughing even though he just couldn't breathe and notices his feigned nature. His eyes light up as he continues, that the fact that he came here with an errand and such an attitude only proves that the line between enemy and ally is blurred in his worldview. Jacob pulls away, and the guy thinks that even at first glance, this guy looks more like a wild animal than a man. Jacob looks at the modified cutter and asks if this is the work of Old Man 10. Ryan asks him again, while he explains that he thought that he was long dead, but he is still alive and doing such things. Jacob takes out something and asks him to say hello to his grandfather and to tell him that the head of security does his job very well. The green-haired man smiles grimly and says that although everything did not turn out very well, he still needs to introduce himself and clarifies if he is right and gives his name. Ryan looks at his technical assistant business card. The guy examines the laser, while he says that he works in the support department of the company that made this cutter. Jacob crosses his arms and adds that they want to hire him, to which Ryan asks if the company is looking for him. Ryan hears the question if he is ready, and he says that he is interested in knowing why they want to hire him. The scene moves to the main office of the company. Jacob looks at Ryan and asks if he knows what their company does, to which he replies that he only knows in general terms. He looks ahead indifferently and thinks that according to the information that Jenny gave him, this company was previously a factory that made tools for industrial use. He imagines weapons and continues that the company has been developing all the time and now, thanks to powerful capital, it is also engaged in the production of weapons, and because of this they say that they are waging a small war with an existing company that makes Achilles brand weapons. Jacob smiles and asks again if he is generally familiar and confirms that he thinks that this is quite enough. He walks ahead and continues that in short, he will be temporarily hired as part of the support team, to which he says that so far he has not heard a word about what he will be required to do. The green-haired man grins and explains that this is exactly why they came to the main office. He comes in and tells someone who brought him, that this very mage. Lori looks at the screen and replies that she asked him to warn her in advance if he was going to come to her. She gets up and asks if this guy has tired him out and offers him to sit down. Ryan looks around and hears that she is pleased to meet him. She sits down opposite and continues that she is the head of Lori's planning department. The brunette immediately gets down to business and says that he is interested in something, to which she gives him permission to ask. The girl hears a question regarding her position in the company directly as the head of the planning group. The guy clasps his fingers, while she clarifies why this interests him so much, to which he says that he wants to know who is responsible for the matter and understand the scale, because he already has the sad experience of working blindly. Lori looks indifferently, while he adds that he did not hear anything useful from the wolf. Without flinching, she asks if he knows that Jacob is a werewolf or if he told him about it himself, to which he received a negative answer. Ryan opened his eyes and continues that he simply felt that he was a werewolf, because he had already killed one such person before. Lori listens to him silently. She sits opposite him and, as if nothing had happened, continues that their company has a strict ban on conflicts between members of the support team, to which he replies that he will make a decision after listening to her. She gets up and says that it looks like the green-haired man behaved rudely and apologizes for him. The brunette puts down his things and asks what happened with the answer to his question. Her lenses light up and she replies that her position is such that she can personally influence the direction of the company's business development, and hopes that this will help him. Against the background of the map, she adds that she personally put forward this particular project to the board of directors, and when they first entered the weapons business, they were already looking for an opportunity to expand their client base, and the residents of the 40th to 59th districts are also their potential clients. Ryan smiles and interrupts her, saying that he is not strong in sales, to which she replies that they did not call him as a mage for such a purpose, and continues that in order to expand the business in the 40s, they need to restructure local competitors and this needs to be done before they put their products there. She looks at him and continues that they need to remove some obstacles for them. Lori looks through her glasses and hopes that he will help them with this. Ryan looks down and thinks that she is talking about ousting monopolists from the weapons market. The brunette looks at her again and asks her to wait, because he does not understand what she is talking about. She listens to the fact that their company does not seem to have a shortage of combat resources and he does not understand why they ordered a mage. The girl adjusts her glasses and states that they have two reasons for this. She continues that the first reason is that he has earned a reputation so quickly that it is extremely difficult to find an example of such growth, and besides, he is a mage, and the second reason is that if they turn to an outsider, they will be able to justify their actions to some extent. Ryan watches while she clarifies that the second reason is essentially the main reason why they need him. The guy replies that it is just an excuse. Lori looks down and retorts that if they risk their name and use their own armed forces, their business can be subject to sanctions, but if they indirectly regulate the situation through a mercenary, then this will not happen and competitors will not be able to do anything, at least openly. Ryan frowns and thinks that in the 40s there is complete lawlessness, and all with the tacit consent of the authorities. He presents the silhouettes and continues that if the companies put their hands there, then even the well-being will probably disappear, and most likely this is not the result that the authorities want, and as a result, Dyke asks to eliminate the company's competitors in the 40s. The guy smiles. Ryan clarifies the money issue. Lori takes out a tablet and answers that she knows that Mr. Mage is looking for extremely rare items and adds that his requirements match his outstanding skills. She shows him the screen and continues that if we are talking about this item, then even he will be satisfied. Lori continues that this item is put up for a private auction sponsored by the Central Parliament. Ryan understands that this is the Five-Finger Anakfil. It is an expendable artifact that is not on the market and that it is provided by the Maladas School and launches 5 evasive maneuvers. But this is far from something that you can just take and buy. The girl looks and adds that they have 5 assignments. If he completes 5 of their assignments, then they promise to give him this artifact. She presses the screen and says that here. Lori hands him a document that for each completed task there will also be a reward in accordance with the rates of the general base. Ryan reads it and thinks that an artifact that will be able to cover his lack of maneuverability. They look at each other. Ryan looks at her and hopes that she will give him time to think about it. He sits at the bar while someone is surprised. Jenny looks down and notes that both the risk and the reward are very high. She stands up and continues that she knows approximately the price of this artifact and that if they are offering them as payment, then the risk he will take will be appropriate. Yellow Eyes looks and continues that ultimately what this company wants is to implement a plan in which they will benefit from forcing one to do absolutely all the work, but the emergence of discontent in such a relationship is inevitable. Ryan agrees with what she has come to. He remembers that until now his tasks had a fairly simple and clear goal, or their implementation itself did not entail serious consequences. But now everything is different, because there is a high probability that competitors of this company will take revenge. The brunette thinks that even if so, then if he puts only safety first, he will not get what he wants, because a sharp elixir, a precious artifact, and these are not the things that can be obtained simply by having a lot of money. Ryan looks ahead and continues that someday he will have to rise even higher. He asks Jenny to tell them that he is taking on the mission. The plot moves on to the next day, to the entrance to the bar. Jenny sits and shows that the first target that the customer will indicate to him is Paul, and in area number 48 he is the most active in investing in the illegal arms trade. She points to the photo and continues that the guy started acting 2 years ago and instantly created an effective sales chain, and his business is expanding quite quickly. Jenny looks at the image and says that starting with cutting off all investors is a good strategy. Ryan holds the paper and thinks. The girl says that during all this time the source of his capital has never been revealed, and there is a rumor that this guy is connected with Master Juice. Jenny looks at another person and asks if he knows the second one, because she is talking about the head of a huge cartel, Dominic. He was recently included in the pandemonium. Then at the third one and continues that in addition, Paul has her own personal escort. He is also of the appropriate level and his name is Joe. He is from the military mercenaries and enjoys great authority. Ryan listens that his primary target is Paul, but for killing Joe there will be an additional reward. The brunette clarifies why the escort also needs to be killed, to which she replies that who would know. Against the background of the map, she continues that according to the information that the company provided them, Paul will hold a meeting with distributors in the port area of District Number 48, to which he clarifies whether this is true. The girl states that they checked everything and that in the direction of some ports all roads are blocked, so there should be no mistake in this. Ryan leafs through the documents and asks what about the other participants. Jenny stands up and replies that this time there will be 5 people and most likely they all received a company assessment similar to his, and their meeting is in 3 days. She exhales and ends by saying that the customer sent all this. The guy stands up saying that he understood everything. Jenny asks if he is leaving, to which he says that if their meeting is in 3 days, then he needs to start slowly preparing for it. He silently turned around. Jenny is stunned to hear words of gratitude from him. Yellow-Eyed smiled and asked him to return alive from the mission. Ryan comes out smiling and says that it goes without saying. The plot moves to the night port. Ryan walks and smokes a viper. He exhales. His comrades note that he has finally arrived, because he is the last one. Ryan sees people in iron masks in front of him, and wonders who is not there. The man in the mask continues that everyone has already heard the general gist of the assignment. He opens a hologram and says that he will acquaint everyone with the details. The man looks at the map and says that currently the soldiers' pole have cordoned off the entire port. The mask wearer continues that there are 5 entrances in total, and how can he see their corresponding number? He looks at the warehouse and continues that everyone will take one entrance. After the soldiers are destroyed, they should gather at the pier with containers, and that they also wait there until the meeting place of pole with the distributors is determined and the one who saw them first starts working there. The woman looks displeased while he adds that after that the others immediately join him. The mask wearer also adds that there is a disposable communicator for communication. He hands out one of these to everyone and says that it only works at night, and after that it self-destructs, so there is no need to take care of it. The guy points to his ear and addresses them, because they are really quite careless. The second mask wearer asks if they came to such a place and did not even think to hide their faces, because the company may have a lot of money, but they certainly do not care about their safety. The girl smiles and says that this is the nature of their work, to which he is perplexed. She says that if they want to prove themselves in this field, then they should work without hiding their faces and names, and in her personal opinion, there are many other more important things to worry about. The first one grins and notes that their most important thing is not to interfere with them. The two leave. The bearded one asks who is going where. She frowns and asks if there is a difference, because they will simply do what they must, and each has their own task, to which he asks again if so, because it is such a pity. He smirks and says that if he were like that skinny guy, he would want to go to the same place with the lady. He looks at Ryan and says that judging by his appearance, he is not one of those who works hard and asks him not to die and to follow him to the port. The man looks madly and warns that if he creates a lot of problems for them because of his slowness, then he will tear him to pieces. The guy turns around and thinks that he is already pretty tired of listening to this from these upstarts who judge everything simply by appearance. The brunette looks ahead and continues that after work they will still find out who is the boss in the den, if of course the bearded man survives to the end. In the background of the entrance, someone is counting down. Ryan watches carefully. The masked man finishes counting. He knocks out one, marking the beginning of the mission. Another pierced the soldier's chest. The girl struck him in the back. The bearded man knocks someone to the floor with his fist. Ryan calmly walks with seals on his hands. He stuns the soldier. Around him, all the soldiers selectively do not look at him, while he thinks that ordinary soldiers with their level cannot resist the magic of illusions. He turns around. There is nothing around the corner. Ryan realizes that their target has not yet arrived at the place, and in this case, the brunette turns around at the privates and decides to reduce the number of guards. The guy looks closely and decides to adjust the illusion magic that he has already cast on these soldiers, add shadows and throw in new auditory hallucinations. He uses magic and lures them to himself to shoot their heads. Ryan uses the silencer ability. The soldiers die from a direct hit. The brunette notes that everything is too simple, and he will deal with the rest in the same way. He turns around. While someone said that the job is done and they are all inside, everyone needs to be ready. Ryan turns back and he reminds that the first one to spot the target must send a signal. The guy goes to the side and thinks that this already sounded like an order. He walks along the boxes and continues that they quickly entered the port, but the main action is only now beginning. Ryan reaches under his coat. He holds the amulet that was given to him in his hand. It glows purple. The guy looks at it and thinks that it has a limited number of uses, but it will be possible once, because he takes into account that Joe was a mercenary soldier and will be stronger than others. Brunnen watches from around the corner and continues that if he wants to fool his senses, he will have to use the amulet. Ryan notices cars. People get out and talk about something. Brunette wonders if they are distributors. Another car drives up noisily. It stops right in front of them. Paul turns to them and wishes them good night. Ryan realizes that Paul is in front of him and that he is walking towards him. The guy still reports where he is. Target Ryan smiles and says that today is a great day to talk about business and asks if this is true, to which they look sadly. Red puts his hand on his shoulder and continues that he wants to thank him for preparing this place, because in fact he wants to tell each of them a lot, but it was very difficult to catch such a moment. The scarred man asks him what he means, confused, and he replies that he tries so hard to make sure they all have a good time and work well, and spends a lot of money on it. He looks at him and continues that he constantly worries about different things and even grease the government workers. He gets angry because he wants to make a claim, because all his efforts have not paid off. The redhead squeezes his shoulder and shouts that they take everything from him and do not give it back, because it pisses him off. The man breaks away and asks to be let go. Paul smirks and looks him straight in the face, and he asks for forgiveness. Paul kicks him in the stomach. He gets angry and continues that they are all ungrateful creatures and have squandered his money and asks if they think he will let them go so easily. Everyone tensed up and begged for mercy. Ryan frowned and noted that he had given his signal to his people. He takes out a gun and continues that he can't just sit quietly. He takes aim and thinks that a little later when the others come up everything will be over. The guy uses the ability sniper scope, concealment of trajectory and acceleration of attack and a silencer. He shoots a bullet right into his forehead. Paul looks stunned. The bullet is blocked at the last moment by his man. The distributors look around in horror, wondering what that was, whether it was a shot and whether there is someone else. Paul looks at the running man. Paul grins with displeasure. He gives the order to Joe. The blonde tries to escape. His path is blocked. The escort hits. The man screams in pain. His comrades turn around in horror. One asks how their customers can be afraid of such things and what they have been doing all this time. Paul notes in rage that they will not die. They look at him in horror. The redhead turns around, asking what this time. There is a blue explosion. Ryan is stunned that someone would attack with a laser, but who would do such a thing? He sees a person in the distance. The masked man is ready to attack and remarks that it is incredible luck that she was able to remove all the debris in one go. She looks at the burning piece of land and asks if this is the end of the mission. The woman asks her why she is making a fuss even after checking the body. She looks at her and notes that Joe was not even in the blast radius, to which she replies that she does not care, because they need to deal with Paul and leave. Ryan watches as she interrogates her if she is going to arbitrarily decide this for everyone, and he thinks that the situation is tense and arguing is inappropriate in such a situation. He holds up the amulet and continues that in any case, now he has time to prepare another attack. The woman yells that she will file a complaint against her to her company. She insists that she does not think that they are the only ones who took on this task for the reward. The masked man replies dryly that she doesn't care, as she said. Someone has stabbed the woman in the back. The masked woman looks at her shaking partner in shock. She sees a splatter of blood. Joe has stained his sword on it. He frowns at the lady that she shouldn't make so much noise in the middle of the night, it's disturbing his client. The masked woman is shocked, because he did it through her detection network. Joe shows her the blade and says that it's all experience. He licks the blade, saying that their inability to notice someone until the knife is in the heart. Joe licks his lips and continues that it tasted SOSO, but not bad for the first tasting of the evening. Ryan frowns, because he tastes blood and then says something like that. He looks like a retired military man. The masked man attacks. Joe hasn't even moved. He smiles and asks if she has a very elegant wrist if you look closely and clarifies if he is right. He smiles and asks if she was part of the hybrid echo. The brunette is surprised, because he has already heard about the hybrid echo. He thinks that they are engaged in bioengineering, to upgrade the body and strive to provide the best functionality with a small expenditure of mana, and this is without going into details. Ryan frowns and continues that it is impossible to determine by eye who was there. Joe turns away saying that it is sad, and she clarifies what is the matter, to which he explains that blood mixed with oil only hurts his feelings, so he will have to kill her without pleasure. She uses a laser hand and says that it looks like he did not understand who of them is now cornered, because Paul is already dead and if they and the others kill him, then everything will be over. The guy smiles, because who would know such a thing? A force barrier shines through in the background. Paul smiles and clarifies whether they seriously thought that he does not know anything. The woman in the mask says that it is impossible. The redhead snaps his fingers and continues that as she can see he has prepared for this meeting and has invited another guest to the arena. He snaps again. A man comes out of the shadows. He shows the masked man's head. She watches in shock as someone bursts into laughter. Paul smiles and asks how they didn't even think about the fact that a mercenary's loyalty can be bought, as they are naive people. Ryan turns away as he continues that if there is money, then nothing is impossible in this world. The redhead continues that they are so arrogant that it is simply ridiculous. He takes out a gun and asks her not to worry, as she will die quickly. Paul looks madly and continues that he will open her mechanical head and pull out all the information from there, and he will come personally to her client who dared to order it. Someone flies apart into shreds of meat. The masked man and Joe are surprised. Ryan is standing in the background with a gun. He frowns and remarks that it is good that he was prepared in advance. The bearded man throws his head back in rage. He runs at Ryan. The brunette looks at the duo above. The guy watches and wonders if he decided to kill the woman first, and in that case. Ryan looks at the green one and remarks that he needs to shoot him, to which he asks if he was hiding all this time. He prepares to make a jump. The green one jumps and tells him not to even hope to escape, to which he thinks that he would not have succeeded if he did not lie. Ryan uses a barrier and continues that he will have to block it and increase the power of his shield to maximum. The bearded man meets an obstacle on his way. Hands break through the shield. Boxes fall down. The shield consists of many layers. Ryan realizes in horror that the protection is broken. He looks straight at it and thinks that 4 layers of the shield are already broken and he just demolishes them, because such power is comparable only to heavy weapons. Ryan jumps back and realizes that this is a problem and that it won't be resolved right now. The guy picks up the gun and uses the sniper scope and reload acceleration. Ryan prepares to fire with additional amplification. He fires from the territory of his shield. The guy looks into the fog and asks himself if everything worked out. The bearded guy smiles and laughs at him. He furiously advances and asks if he thinks that such childish pranks will work on him. The brunette frowns and doesn't understand what kind of nonsense is happening. The green one prepares his fists and continues that he will break him along with him, and the guy thinks that if Sid doesn't hold out now, it's the end for him. Ryan takes the gun and notes that there's nothing to be done. He uses magic on it and assumes that he will dodge it with the help of shock magic. It breaks through his shield. Ryan gets hit in the stomach. He flies into the wall. Ryan falls to the ground. The brunette shakes while the guy says that he is stronger than he thought. The bearded man smiles and continues that this is great, because his ancestors really love such courage. He uses green magic. Ryan is stunned that his opponent uses necromancy. He looks at him and thinks that he is good without it, but now his power has become even greater than before. Ryan nervously smokes a viper and continues that if Joe joins him, the situation will become much worse. He creates a barrier and continues that first they need to understand how the battle between the latter and that girl in the mask will end. The bearded man goes towards him and continues that he honestly tells him that he sincerely wanted to save him. The green man says that thanks to the fact that he smashed Paul's head, everything became much easier for him. He spread his arms out to the sides, saying that the advance that he will receive from both sides will allow him to live as he wants until his death, and if he cleans everything up to the end, then he will not have to break the contract with the company. Ryan asks him if he means that there will be no witnesses to the betrayal. The bearded man laughs out loud. He makes a serious face and explains that he is right, and if they are not there. The brunette sits on the ground and thinks that his opponent is thinking of removing all the witnesses and hooking into the company again. The guy looks away. He understands that the woman in the mask has escaped. The man is approaching and he thinks that Joe is coming to him, and he will have to fight against two. Ryan looks away thinking that he has only one choice. The guy looks at the water. Ryan runs at full speed. The bearded man takes the box and asks where he is going. The green one throws the box at him. Ryan was safely faster. The bearded man screams with anger. Ryan turns around and realizes that he won't be able to run far. Another box is flying at him. The guy dodges and thinks that if he goes a little further. Ryan looks up. He uses gravity binding. He caught the box with this ability. The bearded man walks. He looks at him. The man smiles and says that maybe he swims better than he seems at first glance, but in the night sea it is definitely not easy, to which he clarifies what he means. The bearded man spreads his arms out to the sides and asks if he didn't go there because he wanted to escape by sea, and if not, he doesn't understand why he ran away from him so quickly. The brunette turns around and notes that there is nothing to think about, because it doesn't look like he can last at sea for 2 hours in such weather. The bearded man notes that with his build the answer is obvious, because it means that he simply chose the night sea as a good place to die, declaring that he is more sentimental than he thought. Someone strikes. The bearded man turns around. Joe walks towards them. The bearded man smiles and asks if he spent so much time running after that woman and still didn't kill her. He continues that that's why he couldn't protect the object either, to which the man orders him to shut up, because they tried to pull her out of here with a hybrid echo, and even managed to use a biological transmission. The bearded man notes that this is unexpected. Joe smiles and asks that it looks like he decided to escape, but failed, but looks quite calm and asks him if he has yet to resign himself to dying here. Ryan calmly states that he is interested in something and asks if they have a reason to kill him, because their job ended when the escort object died. Joe closes his eyes and replies that he is asking such a useless question before dying out of pure curiosity, and adds that the object is indeed dead, but he must save his reputation through revenge. Ryan asks what he wants to say. Joe is silent. He smirks and continues that the one who entrusted him with this matter is none other than the master. Joe smiles and says that the boss certainly won't cut his throat for this, but he won't just let it go. Ryan looks at them and thinks that means the rumor that Paul is just a subordinate turned out to be true. He looks at the two and continues that if the master sent this man to guard his subordinate, then his skills are pretty good. He also adds that if he doesn't want more problems in the future, then he needs to deal with everything at once. Ryan closes his eyes. His eyes glow purple. Energy oozes from him. The guys are confused while he uses reverse gravity. Joe is stunned and asks what kind of horror this is. He plunged his sword into the ground and screams that such a cheap trick won't work on them. They hold on to the ground. Ryan looks unsatisfied and thinks that a cheap trick definitely wouldn't work, but he was prepared. Objects are flying behind them. Joe senses something is wrong. He turns around and asks about that direction. The brunette notes that he is a smart man. A huge wave flies out from behind him. Both tensed up and realized that it was time to run away, and he said that he would not let them escape. Joe asks what it is, and the second one notices that the mana flow is not moving. Ryan pointed his hand at them and remembers that while he was running here. He remembers the flying boxes and continues that he could have killed him several times back then, but despite this, he held back for this moment. Ryan gathers even more elements. Both opponents look with a grimace of horror. The wave washes them away. The guys cough and scream. Ryan stands still and thinks that in order to cope with such cool fighters, it is necessary to wait for the moment and do it before the wave leaves. They swim towards him while he uses an ice circle. An ice wave is directed from under his barrier. It catches up with them. The opponents gritted their teeth. Ryan stands with a gun and uses a sniper scope, explosive acceleration and rotation acceleration. The bearded one got a bullet in the forehead. His blood flows on the ice, while the second one screams that it is impossible. He understands that he cannot move. Ryan is shocked to realize that he is able to speak even when half of his head is torn off. He is a monster, and he must be killed without regret. Joe looks at his comrade, and he thinks that no matter how strong he is, even he will have a hard time coping with necromancy. Ryan looks away. Joe breaks out of the ice. Ryan stands still, and he attacks him from behind. He rests against the barrier. Joe is perplexed how he attacked him, to which he thinks that decisively attacking the mage right after he used magic is definitely a good decision. The guy looks at his opponent and continues that this definitely does not mean that he did not prepare anything for such a case. Ryan remembers that he left a barely noticeable distance between the shields, and at the moment of the attack the shield will change the direction of the magic to reduce damage, and he needs to control the mana a little more. But this is also not that difficult. Ryan turns around and prepares for the next attack. The blows follow a common trajectory, while the guy thinks that he blocked his lunge, and therefore he will avoid direct blows. The man jumps on the boxes. Ryan stands with a gun. He makes a jump. Joe runs on the box. He flies at Ryan from behind. The brunette turns around with a smirk. The guy watches as he hits him in the stomach. Joe instantly lights up. He falls face down in the ice. The mercenary is bleeding, and he uses gravity binding. Ryan ties him to the floor face down. Gravity entangles him. Joe grins. He asks how he understood everything. Ryan looks at him and replies that he knew everything from the beginning. Ryan freezes him and continues that how can he not find the magic mark that he himself put on him. He remembers how he ran around him. Ryan looks down and says that in addition, he also cast magic on the place where he is lying. Joe is worried, because he does not understand what this means. Ryan uses Shadow Raid and opens a void under him. It sucks him in. Joe screams in horror. Ryan looks at his legless opponent. The brunette smiles and says that he thinks he will buy into this, after he watched him lick blood with pleasure. Joe wilted. He was covered in red energy. He dissolved himself into particles. Ryan frowns and realizes that he is a vampire, and he knew it. He remembers that their physical abilities are higher than humans, no less developed intelligence, and thirst for blood. Ryan remembers how he licked his sword. Ryan realizes that there is a bloody fog in front of him. He looks up and thinks that the ability is very useful, but in fact it makes the magician vulnerable to blows, and using this form while escaping only means that he is desperate. Ryan uses the Thundercutter ability and strikes him with lightning. The guy looks at the dissolved Joe. He exhales and notes that he is tired. There is a stimulant in his mouth, and he notes that the fight was not easy. He stands on a block of ice and looks into the distance. The camera films what is happening. The plot moves to the main building of the company. Jacob looks at the monitor and notes that he knew it. He sits in a chair and continues that he said that it is bad to choose people based only on their career, to which she notes that this is quite expected. The green-haired man asks if betrayal is expected. He looks at the tablet with displeasure and says that they should have been tested, and he said that they should filter out shady individuals. Lori gets angry and asks him if he thinks that if they had mentioned the test, they would have been able to take someone with a similar level of skills onto the team, because in order to calm the discontent, the salary would have to be raised even higher. The girl raised her hand and continues that he says this even without knowing their situation. Jacob looks at the tablet and replies that this is what happened. The girl exhales and says that she underestimated the 40s. She remembers the bearded man and says that she thought that if she took those who had never had problems before, then everything would be fine. But she did not expect that the mercenary would change sides so easily. Jacob stands up and says that they work with people without a criminal record, and in this case it is worth being prepared for some risks. The green-haired man asks what she will do. He says that he is real, and for her plan to succeed, he definitely needs to be kept on their side. They zoom in on Ryan and someone asks that now that the deed is done, should they call this guy and deal with all the consequences, and clarifies that he means that if of course she wants to work with him for a long time. Lori sits at the table and replies that she is thinking of giving the guy the part that she promised those for successful work, and one can only hope that he will be satisfied with such conditions. She rubs the bridge of her nose and continues that she should ask to gather worthy freelance candidates, and this time they will spend more money, and as he told her they will conduct tests. Lori looks at Ryan and confirms that she definitely should not have saved on this. The guy looks at the camera. The connection is cut off. The story cuts to Ryan's home the next day, where someone says that they don't seem to have a good reaction, and that the money Paul was putting in here and there was actually more than they thought. Jenny stands behind the counter and continues that those who were receiving investments from him were cut off from their cash flow one morning. Ryan reaches for the can and she says that of course his touching the subordinate foreman also had an impact on the overall situation. The guy looks exhausted and asks if the company said anything else. He puts some ointment on the wound while Jenny continues that they sent a long message of apology, and in short, they are in deep shit. Ryan stands in front of the mirror and listens to them asking him to go to headquarters again, to which he asks her opinion on the matter and receives in response that it is better to ignore this offer. Jenny looks at him seriously and explains that she does not know how they got into such a business, but given this level of planning of operations, it is strange to count on further cooperation with them. The guy looks tired and listens that he should wait until they confirm the amount of payment that they offered him additionally, because it looks like they can rip off quite a lot of money for this. The guy pulls on a t-shirt and agrees if so. He washes his hands and she continues that it looks like this time it was not easy, and he should tell Jordan if something hurts somewhere, because he understands medicine. Ryan replies that it was a little unexpected, was he not a doctor before, to which he receives in response that he did not receive an official license. But if he told her himself, it means that he knows something. Ryan looks in the mirror and says that he will do it later, if the chance presents itself. The plot moves to the building. Ryan meditates and remembers what he did after talking to Jenny. He sleeps and continues that he ignored all calls from the company and focused on his recovery. The guy eats, and he says that because of the reckless attempt to dodge, his condition was so terrible that he could not even eat and thinks that in the future it is worth refraining from such experiments. Ryan again meditates and reasons that when his body became a little better, he returned to studying magic, because rest should be spent usefully. The guy uses chain lightning with thoughts that if until now his magic developed through simple imagination. Ryan holds the sphere in his hand and continues that this time he decided to do the opposite. He filled the sphere and continues that he decomposed the magic formula itself and extracted a magic circle. He looks at what came out with the words that in case he cannot master a worthy unique magic, he decided to collect data to create his own technique. Ryan is sitting among the leaves and thinking that if you apply compression to the mana flow, rotate 7 times and press twice, and asks himself if it would be better to draw a diagram. It is already dark outside. The plot moves forward a few days, where the guy thinks that no matter how busy he is, he cannot deny himself healthy food. Ryan remembers the woman and thinks that it is good, of course, to go to the market near the house, but an agent of the city government works there, and he cannot go to the place where this girl is. He chooses something until someone tells him that they have not seen him for a long time. Ryan looked ahead. Lena is sitting and chewing an apple. The guy looks at her in shock and thinks that this is impossible, and asks if he is such a loser, or if she moved. The guy realizes that things are bad when he remembers her words about his unique mana, while she asks what such a mage is doing here. Ryan thinks that he needs to change the mana pattern as soon as possible, but he is not sure that she remembers him, and he tells her that they really haven't seen each other for a long time. Lena watches in shock. She looks at him and asks if the pattern of his power has changed that much. The girl closes her eyes and notes that it is not so, because she has been very tired lately, so apparently she just imagined it. Ryan holds a bag of onions and replies that it is quite possible and thinks that it is possible to notice such a short moment of change in the pattern and asks if she is that strong. He remembers what happened with the crocodile, where she turned to him, that this time he crossed the line. He looks down and understands that she is strong enough to resist that reptile. You need to be careful with her. Ryan gives her a bill and wishes good sales. She gets up and asks him to stop. The guy turned around when asked what his name is. Ryan clarifies why she is interested, to which she replies that for a level 4 MJ his pattern is too clean and notes that usually people like him, who have a very good base and quickly rise to the top. She smiles and continues that it is quite possible that they will see each other again sometime, so it would be good to get acquainted beforehand. Ryan is stupefied, wondering if she means seeing each other as colleagues or if Lena means he is her prey. Lena looks away and continues that it is not really something she should reveal, but she wants to share, and Ryan asks what she is talking about. The girl looks at him and explains that there is a big audit coming up and in the 40s they will be looking for mages who are trying to cheat on their taxes, in general, work underground. Ryan hears her continue that if he has connections, then he should lay low for a while. She does not know if his name is in the general database, but she should find out if he is doing something like that. Ryan asks her what this general database of hers is. Lena smiles and notes that if he does not know, then there is no need. She is just telling him this because she likes him, and it will be awkward if they meet in such circumstances, and clarifies if she is right. Ryan tensed up and thought it was true because they would run into each other during the test, and it wouldn't end in awkwardness. Lena said her name was Lena. Ryan gave his fake name. The woman smiled and decided to remember his name, to which he responded in kind. She frowned and continued that if he couldn't use the same name the next time they met, he should be prepared. Lena asked if he agreed. Ryan looked at her silently. The guy went about his business and grinned. He walked down the street and said that it looked like he would have to look for another market for his products again. The guy picked up the phone. Jenny lay there and replied that she had received a call from the company and, as expected, they were in a fluster because they couldn't get in touch with him. Ryan looked away and waited for details. The girl continued that the fee was twice the original amount, and it seemed like the company was thinking about what else they could offer him, and asked him to come to their headquarters in a week. The brunette goes saying that he was given more time than he thought, and she clarifies how about developing a strategy for communicating with them, and asks him to drop by her bar when he has time. Against the background of the sky, he agrees. The plot moves to Jenny's bar. Ryan goes inside. He looks around and does not understand what is wrong. Ryan realizes that the atmosphere is different from usual, and it is so quiet. A man is sitting at the counter, and the guy notices that everyone is looking at him warily. The brunette turned to him and says that he finally waited for him. The man asks him if he knows who he is, to which he receives a negative answer and immediately clarifies that from now on he should remember him. He lights up and continues that because of what he did last time, people got hurt. Ryan protects himself with a barrier. Both look at each other. The guy weakens his defense. He waves his hand and asks if he worked with Paul. The man raises his eyebrows and replies that he received investments from him. Ryan smiles and points out that he was selling weapons and asks if he came to him for revenge. The man stands up and says not today. He looks him in the face and explains that he just wants to warn him. The man lights up again and continues that they don't look down on people because of their age, and the first time he attacked without knowing the situation, and that's why they let him get away. He clenches his fist and continues that if he touches their business again, he should be prepared to pay for it. Ryan looks at him and thinks that it looks like this guy just came here to put pressure on him, and only he won't take it that easy. Ryan aims at his stomach. The man looks at him silently. Ryan calmly replies that he hopes he doesn't get it the wrong way. But if they are going to solve the problem in such a dirty way, then his clients won't just sit there either. The man tensed up until the man asked if he thought Paul was so stupid that he couldn't even die normally. They both just look at each other again. The man turns away and agrees to pretend it just didn't happen. The man turns to Jenny and tells her she didn't see anything either, and reminds her that they're not touching her bar just because of her friend's reputation. She stands up as he continues that if she causes problems because of this guy. Jenny looks at him and says that he is scaring her customers and should get the hell out. Beck looks at her with displeasure. He turns to look at Ryan. The man quickly leaves the room. Ryan sighs. He asks who it was and is told that these are the Eyes of the Seeger gang, and that they are the most successful gang in the 48th district lately. Ryan turns to look at her and says that it looks like the situation has become tense because Paul died on their territory, and Jenny thinks that is most likely true. She looks at him and continues that in case of a conflict, this will be a pretty dangerous opponent because his gang has about 1,000 people and they have no problems with finances either. The guy looks down and hears a recommendation to work with the company to get enough people, and he thinks that wow, he is the head of the gang. He imagines him and thinks about how he needs to prepare to deal with them, and whether the help from the company will be effective. The guy looks away and continues that it is better to expect the worst case scenario, and is preparing for it. Jenny puts a laptop in front of him and asks him to look at it, because she has collected about 5 requests, including those that specifically request him, and asks to look at it. The brunette reads and thinks that the requests are for him and at such a time, and it is unlikely that Jenny did not think it through. He remembers the person who wrote the request, that he does approximately the same thing as Jenny. Ryan pokes at the laptop and asks if brokers have been working this way lately, to which she says that she herself does not know, because considering that the Avant will be 2,200,000, it is unlikely that he is just trying to attract attention. The guy clicks and hears that he apparently really wants to work with him and asks if this will not help him in his business, because the clients this person deals with understand well how exactly corporations work. Ryan looks down and thinks that if through him he can look at the internal affairs of the company, then this is more than a good deal. The brunette asks her how she feels about this, to which she replies that she doesn't care, because if he wanted to work with him, he would have found him himself long ago. She smiles and continues that, besides, in the general database she is already considered his broker. Ryan also smiles and offers her to try. The plot moves to district number 45 near Sebastian's office. Ryan is standing on the street thinking about what they say that the 40s are better than the 50th, and this seems to be true. The guy looks at the column building and asks himself if this is not the building that is only in the 10th district. He looks at the neon glow of the passages. The guy hears someone greeting him. Sebastian asks if this is their first meeting since the one at the bar. Ryan looks around and asks if this is his office, to which he clarifies whether he thinks that he invited him to someone else's office and offers him to come in and talk. Cito opens the door for him. Someone turns around and notices that he has arrived, to which Sebastian says that it is Madison. He has approached him for his own reasons. The old man bows and says that it is nice to meet him. The gray-haired man shows him the magician and introduces him, because he is a very capable freelancer. Madison looks at him and says that he really hopes so, to which he thinks that the guy looks like an ordinary office worker. The beaten man offers him to sit down and talk, to which he asks himself if he has a bruise on his lip. The old man sat down and said that he is the head of the development team and this is a car company, and now they are working on creating a new model, and recently something terrible happened while transporting the drawings. He remembers how unknown people stole them from him. The grandfather looks at him and says that he would like them to return his drawings intact. But if this is impossible, then he hopes that he can completely destroy them. Sebastian smiles and says that this guy has never failed a single task and he will definitely help him, while Ryan thinks that he has never worked with him and does not understand what is happening. The old man asks again if this is true and notes that then he is calm and, if possible, asks to take care of this. The man leaves the office. Sebastian asks his opinion, to which he replies that he does not understand what he is talking about. The brunette exhales and clarifies if he understood correctly that the customer lied to him. The gray-haired man looks through the glass and replies that since he already understood everything, he will not rant for long. Ryan looks ahead and says that he fought with the robbers, but got off with a couple of bruises, and does he think that this looks serious? Sebastian sits down and continues that in his opinion there are two options: either he works with the robbers. Ryan replies that either he was betrayed after collusion with him, to which he notes that the guy is right. Ryan asks him what he thinks, to which he gets the answer that he feels sorry for the old man, but he has a good relationship with the CEO of this company, so he will send him all the conversations with his grandfather by email. Ryan hears him say that most likely this bastard will have a hard time coming to work tomorrow because of the meeting with the police, while the guy himself thinks that the man was smiling and hid a knife behind his back. He puts down the cup and says that he needs to find the robbers, and not beat a confession out of Madison, to which Sebastian says that he needs his bounty hunting skills since he is good at it. Sebastian smiles and asks what he says. Ryan hears the question whether he agrees to work for him,